Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's 5:02 p.m. Pacific. We are live from Pro Circuit, the House of Horsepower. Looking forward to tonight's show. We got a big guests here in audience, and it's really cool to have everybody here. It's a nice live show. Want to thank the guy Mitch Payton for letting us do this. We got a super cool guest coming up here tonight on the show. We got Adam Cianciarulo. We got Vincent Way, we got Nick Way, we got Cameron McAdoo, we got Bones Bacon, we'll have Mitch Payton, we got Ryan Villopoto, and who knows who else is going to drop in. Of course, with me tonight, my co-host, the Kris Keefer. What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for grinding at Paula today.
Yeah, we'll get to that because the road to Loretta's is closed.
It's
closed. It's closed. I'm not happy with the way I rode.
He looked fine.
There's lots to get into tonight. I want to thank everybody for coming by Pro Circuit. I want to thank Kellen Brower for stepping in for the producer role tonight.
Yeah, Kevin Marks.
We got the motorsport.com tweet at Kellen segment. We got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs, Race Tech Grant, and I don't know, man, segment all coming up here on the show, and you people as well. I want to thank the folks at motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Race Tech, Decal Works, Renthal, Michelin, Firepower, Acerbis, Maxima, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing, Atlas Brace, Renegade Race Fuel, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Fox Factory Trucks, Wiseco Piston, MTX Braking, Get, Ethica, Luxon Factory Chassis Parts, Brian Stone, Troll Training, all on board with us. And also, let's welcome our first in-studio guest. This gentleman, he raced Blue Crew race on the weekend. You might know him from the GPs where he won a race and he also looped out. But he also did a few things in Supercross and Motocross over time. He's also a big part of Pro Circuit's history, of course. He's got a podcast too, I think, from what I hear.
And
merch. Title 24. He's got merch.
Merch?
Oh, what? Hold on.
Oh, man.
There we go.
There we go.
You're on.
That was a big throw up right there of sponsors. Thanks for the sponsors. But
yeah, no.
That was a flex to you to show you how much money this dude's making.
Well,
I mean,
I know.
Listen,
I've been to the house.
Listen, flights for people to come to the house ain't cheap. Hotels ain't cheap.
Sushi for dinner.
Sushi for dinner. We got Nicoletti and the Martin brothers flying in a few weeks. You think that shit's cheap?
Do the people know that everyone's got something underneath their chair like Oprah?
No, I didn't. I don't.
You didn't tell them that?
I didn't tell them that. You're so full of shit.
She was excited. She's like, yes.
Thanks for coming, everybody. Let's give Ryan Villopoto a hand, by the way. Not us, not Keefer, but Ryan Villopoto. I said come in later, but as usual, you're just going to take over the show.
I was trying to fight traffic, so I was like, I figured I better leave early. You told me to be here at 5.
I know I didn't. You actually called me on the live show on Friday in Seattle.
I forgot.
I put him on the line. What do you want to talk about first? You want to talk about Blue Crew race?
I'm here for you, Steve.
Okay. Can we talk Seattle?
Yeah, let's go.
Dude, great race.
Can everybody hear us back there? We're all good?
I mean, they have no choice.
Okay.
That's it. Well, we have no speakers. That's it.
I know. I was like, it's weird. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Your show. Go
great
ahead.
race. Roxon led. Sexton led. Webb wins. That track is gnarly.
I thought it turned out obviously really well, right? Compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, because we didn't get much rain, right? We got rain during the week, but then that Dirtworks guys did a really good job on working it. But holy
SMX track crew.
Yes. Holy shit, RV. Like, what's that like out there? Like, okay, first, you can tell the elite guys, these guys are all awesome in the main events, but they lapped up to like 8th in 250 class.
I know.
They lapped up to like 10th or 9th in 450s. I think tracks like that really separate the great guys.
It totally does.
Yeah.
Totally does. And also, like, the lappers didn't play a huge role in Saturday night, like typically sometimes they do.
Yep.
So they did a good job on that part. But no, it does separate the riders between, they call it the privateers from the factory guys. And then even then, you'll have factory riders that are separated from like the top 4 or 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's it like? Like, you're out there in the main event, you're trying to win, you're trying to battle, and you're going on the left side to triple, and then you're like, I felt like a drug a little bit. I got to go on the right now. Like, that must just be so harrowing as a racer to be like, oh, well, I guess I have to try this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the track's only so wide. It's about 12 feet wide. So eventually, pretty soon, every inch of that track gets covered in something, ruts, whatever's popping through. So plywood in some spots. Obviously, we haven't seen a ton of that. I think they've done a better job with that. But yeah, just the ruts and trying to navigate lappers, the ruts getting deeper lap by lap. I mean, you gotta have
It's-
you gotta have
it-
eyes all around you at all times.
It's so fucking impressive because like I just rode at Paula, and I had ruts that
How
were
was it?
I had ruts that were this deep,
Oh.
and I'm like, oh my god, do you know what I mean?
Well, I
like-
thought you were a Mesquite guy.
I like Mesquite when it's vet
It's
prep,
not,
dude.
It's not like when you guys went. It's not like that for him when he goes.
Yeah, no, but no, I'm just anybody out there in the audience that rides. It's just if they were to take their dirt bike on Seattle and
Oh,
try
yeah.
to double things.
That's not.
Oh, it's tough. It's
I don't think people understand like the casual guys that ride. If you move 8 inches over from left to right, the bike feels totally different going off of a jump versus your main line. That's what I think people don't really
That's
grasp.
what I'm talking about. How do you know when to switch and how do you know what's good? And that's the part where I'm like, that's got to be just
So-
incredible.
Do you guys? I'm saying you guys as elite guys, okay? Rushmore guys.
He
that better?
Easy,
Rushmore.
easy on
I
Rushmore.
like
Rushmore
that.
guy.
Easy
Yep,
on
yep.
Rushmore.
I saw the man this weekend. I'm Rushmoreing his ass.
He is not Rushmore.
Dude,
There's McGrath.
listen.
There's Timmy.
Tell him,
There's
Keefer.
There's RC.
He doesn't ride. I saw what I saw this weekend.
Oh,
Okay. Look,
stock bike too.
what
It's that good.
for you guys that are elite, do you guys know exactly what it's going to feel like when you move 3 ruts over? You just like don't give a fuck.
I think sometimes, yeah, there's times where you're like, I have to make a move and I have to move lapper, this, that, and
What was the race you just cartwheeled and broke your leg? That one.
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
So was that something you moved over?
No, I was really tired.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out of shape and tired. Yeah, that ended the night just because of that.
It's just impressive that you guys and on that level can figure that shit out. Like Chase is doing that long rhythm.
I think it's repetition, though. I think it's riding that all the time and knowing it like the back of your hand and know exactly what the bike's going to do, too.
Mm-hmm.
And as the ruts are getting deeper, not charging into takeoffs as hard as you would have in practice. Actually giving up a little bit before the takeoff and applying throttle as you get into the rut so that the foot pegs aren't dragging. There's multiple tracks. Indy's always a bad one, typically for ruts, where you have to do that, where you're actually just waiting till you get to the bottom of the takeoff and then getting on the gas and giving it everything it has so that you don't drag the foot pegs. Because if you come in super fast, you're going to drag the foot pegs like you typically would.
Do you ever notice when you watch Cooper when he's during qualifier and practice, and in Seattle he did this too, is like he'll purposely do different rhythms because he's already forecasting the faces are going to be fucked on this one, so I'm going to jump over. I see him do that a lot. Do you see that?
Yeah, I think he does. It's something that I didn't do, like we had but we would go to Indy and we're just what we're talking about, dragging foot pegs and the track dramatically changing from the night show or from practice to the night show and then even to the main event. I think that they've gotten. I wouldn't say they're smarter racers than we were. I just think that they look at the longevity of the season and 17 rounds, where the guys I was racing and the way I was brought up and the way James was brought up, it was like every single time you're on the track, you are trying to win. And I think that's what you see in Europe too. They have such a long season in Europe. Like they'll go to Russia, they'll go to China, they'll go to all these different places, and they're like, "Hey, this weekend, my weekend. I'm out. I'm just gonna get
Not
third. I'm gonna
comfortable,
get
whatever,
fourth.
yeah,
It's this, that.
yeah.
This is one place I don't want to get hurt at. So they deal with a lot of that, and I think that's kind of what I see a little bit of coming in, like with guys like Coop and some of the older guys, Kenny. I think some of the lights guys need to adapt to that. Knowing even though their series is shorter, like they're on the mat all the time. Jordan Smith. There's a lot of guys. Faulkner, there's a lot of guys that just send it and not putting it into looking at it as a whole season and be like, okay, well, tonight's not my night. I just need to be on the podium.
So we saw Chase Sexton reel off a win in Birmingham, rode great. Before that, the narrative on the Title 2-4 show or Pulp show or whatever, it's just been like, I don't know, man, about Chase, right? So he pulls it together for Birmingham, closes that gap up to 8. This weekend, he loses the lead. I think 2 laps to go to Cooper Webb. I didn't talk to Chase, but Lewis did. Lewis Phillips did, and Lewis said he was great, and mood was fine. And Ian Harrison after the race was very positive. He said we got to tip our hat to Cooper and the way he rode. And I agree. This is not a Chase blew it thing.
We talked about it this morning on the show.
I didn't listen.
Well, you should have.
Okay.
But we talked about that same thing.
Okay.
Me and Ricky just said the same exact thing. It wasn't a mistake race that he lost.
Yeah.
Why he
lost. Yeah, it wasn't a holy shit. Yeah.
Nope. He rode solid. Coming off Birmingham, going 1-1-2, and then coming into Seattle, like, yeah, he was in a position to win. And I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, if he wouldn't have tagged the wheel on that 5-footer and he was able to 3 onto the table and then off into the sweeper,
maybe,
right? Like that could have changed a little bit. He would have been much closer.
Yeah.
And he still ran it in. Like,
dude,
if
I
Coop
thought
would have not gone to the inside.
Were we going to see another Marv Tomac at Foxborough?
I mean, something was going to happen because the amount of speed and drive that Chase had on the outside and his angle that he was coming in at. I mean, if Coop would have gave up an inch on the inside.
I feel like Cooper didn't respect it that much.
Oh,
like,
I thought Cooper did a great job.
Like he did, but I thought it was too slow. Like it was so slow. I was like, oh my God, he's going to go around the outside of him. Yeah. And it almost happened.
I mean, that was a wide turn, but I'm just saying he did a good job. Yeah. That's one thing we talked about is how good Coop's racecraft is and knowing where the rider's at.
And that was so as much as Chase gave up 3 points and now it's 11 instead of 8, great race for both of them. And I think both of them, like I said, Chase can leave with his head held high, and he just made a small mistake or whatever. And fucking Cooper Webb is so good at adapting to these tracks, man. That flat left after the big triple in the middle, I thought JT and I were differing a little bit on the review show, but I thought Sexton first, because of a lapper, realized to go tight left, double 3-3-1, and it was quick and it was fast. And I thought that it was almost a mistake that Sexton did that because of a lapper, because instead he was going outside and going 2-3-3.
After the finish?
No, after the middle triple in the center, after the flat left. Not the
triple left flat, and then they're
so, but anyways, so that's working for Sexton, and here comes Coop, and he just starts doing it, and then starts matching Chase perfectly right there. You know what I mean? Just watching this and being that repetition
on the motorcycle, being able to adapt that quick. Oh, you see one guy do it? Okay, well, if he does it, I can do it.
Yeah. Although Coop wanted no part of that big rhythm.
No.
But that's the part that he's talking about. Like he understands, like, hey, it's not worth it for me. Yeah. I'm just going to do this. I know I can do this all night.
That thing, and there's an example of Sexton and how good he is because, dude, he's nailing that thing in these ruts, and it's getting late in the main event. You know, Ferrandis, I talked to Ferrandis after. He's like, I asked him about the rhythm, and he was just like, no way, man. Like, this is the guy who got 5th or 6th or whatever. Dylan's like, I don't want anything to do with that.
Well, I think anytime Chase gets a second or he's close to Cooper, at least now he's not crashing a lap or two before the damn checkers is good.
Yep.
Yeah, solid race.
Yeah.
Solid race.
He can match Cooper. He knows he can have that speed. You know, he won the week before. Like,
and Kenny spent 10 minutes on track walk telling me he's fucked because of his shoulder. He can't ride during the week. Like he's got
leads half the race.
Yeah. He's just
he wrote. I like I said this morning, he either blew his wad or the shoulder.
I think the shoulder. He said
playing apart.
He said just late and pulling up and slapping down. Have you ever had an AC?
Track.
Have you had
no?
an AC?
So I've never dealt with any shoulder injuries. It's always my left knee. Always a left knee.
So when you crash more on your left or your right? Do you ever have that like side, like always fuck up this side?
No, it was both.
Okay.
It's this wrist, this knee, right leg. Both collarbones. I don't know. You know,
I did notice too. I don't know if I pay attention to the bikes when they're riding, and like Cooper's really good. Everyone knows he's really far inside. He tightens the corner up. But what is really good about that Yamaha, at least in Seattle, what I noticed, it's really spongy. And you guys saying the bike hooks everywhere, right? He could make those tight transitions and then get out of that and get over obstacles better than Chase could. Chase needed to open his corner up a little bit to get his bottom in to kind of get over some of those rhythms, and I think Cooper had a little bit of advantage in that area.
Always when the track gets like that, like we've been talking about it all season, where it's like when we get back east, he can cut under everybody else. Always.
But I think it's not even just about cutting under; it's about how much low end you have to get out of that. And I think that.
But he did the same thing on the KTM.
Yeah, I just see more if he can really tighten it up and then he can triple out.
Well, that's the Yamaha power.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you can build a KTM factory engine, but I still think it's long and linear and just built that way, where the Yamaha has a lot of
bottom.
Yeah,
a lot of face on it.
Yeah. You know all about that, don't you, with that Paula bottom end?
I don't want to talk about it, okay?
Give us the full rundown right now. How was Paula today?
Well, I've never ridden Paula before. Ever, which is kind of surprising, but I rode every other track, right? I rode Verona Oaks. I've ridden El Cajon Speedway.
You've never ridden Paula?
I've never ridden Paula. It's my first time.
That.
Yes. Rode Cahia, Paris, everything. So I was a little...
well, considering he didn't do bad, right? Honestly, like...
Dave caught me from like 2 minutes back. Like,
no, it wasn't 2 minutes. Everyone,
2 minutes.
we started... he actually did a block of training today. He's never done this.
Of course I've done this. What are you talking about? I do motos.
Before we left, we go, hey, Steve, we're going to do, hey, we're going to time it out. Steve, you're going to go first. Dave, okay, we're going to do this thing, right?
Little carrot.
And we're going to have a parade lap. Steve just fucking takes off. He doesn't do anything.
I thought he was kidding about a parade lap. I'm like, what? Like, I thought, he's like, yeah, we'll do a parade lap. And I go like this. Like, like I'm like before a main event.
So he had 20 seconds on another guy that's in his class. He caught him. It wasn't 2 minutes. So you're fine.
Yeah.
First time there, you're good.
Joke.
How'd we do it, the area? We made it in, right?
Yeah, we're fine. We sucked at the area. It was too ruddy. That place was nuts.
Loretta's not going to be ready at all, so he's
no.
Listen, I just got to get to Loretta's. We'll worry about it then. But I'm going to ride Paula again. I'll come down again and ride again. I mean, that's where
Cal
the regional
Classic
is.
this weekend. I'm sure
Yeah.
Myron will let you in.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll check it out. By the way, Kris Keefer brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. He uses Decal Works on him and Aiden's bike. Big day for Aiden tomorrow, back on the bike.
Big day, yep.
PulpMX 25 is the code to save with Decal Works. Thank you to those guys. Red Bull KTM using their graphics, Husqvarna Off-Road as well. And in typical PulpMX show fashion, I forgot all my sponsor reads at home. Didn't bring them.
You don't know them by heart?
I know some of them. It'll be a loose show.
Didn't we just do...
Well, that one I got on top of my head.
That vomit right there?
No, but then I got to do the reads, like 80 words or whatever. So
okay.
This is going to be, if you sponsor us, if you're a partner of ours, be a loose show that way for your reads.
We apologize.
We apologize.
Your listeners probably be much happier.
Well, maybe so, but then, how do I afford to keep paying you? So, Ryan Villopoto here. Also, Mitch Payton coming in. Cameron McAdoo should be here somewhere. Oh, speak of the devil. We're going to get Cameron McAdoo in. Adam Cianciarulo, Nick Way, Vincent Way. Aiden didn't stick around.
It's a pro circuit.
It is a pro circuit.
Right
Bones
now.
Bacon.
I mean,
Bones is coming in.
That's nice.
The legend that Bones. Obviously, Keefer, the Juju Hayden thing. They both got fined.
Do we know how much?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Was it worthy of a fine?
Yeah, because there's a precedent of Jet and Anderson last year.
No, I didn't ask about.
Oh.
Last year, I asked, was that worthy of a fine?
Yeah, because you can't have physical contact with another racer.
That's not physical.
Oh, stop it! You sound like a libtard.
I'm just saying, buddy. You just you find.
No, it should have been a warning.
Okay, whatever. Either way, I don't care.
I asked you, and
here's what I'm all for it. I don't know about you.
You just got to have precedent. You got to have a precedent and then stick to it. So the precedent of Jet and Jason.
I hate to bash on AMA, but that's what we don't have.
No, but they're trying to do that, and they're
once again bad call in my opinion.
For what?
For finding them, it should have been a warning.
Anytime you lay your hand on another racer, I'm just
Lord.
telling you what their.
Did you ever get fined?
Their point is no. He was in the loose area of rules.
You ever got fined for anything?
Probably once or twice.
He should have lost St. Louis Supercross, but Monster helped him win it when he jumped on the.
I didn't jump on a Red Cross.
Whatever. Remember that? Stu, poor Stu.
I passed him after the Red Cross flag.
I don't know. Listen, what did you make of that whole thing? Like just kids being kids?
Look, that turn was a culprit all night. It happened.
I had no problem with Deegs' move.
Yeah, that's fine.
No problem.
Yeah.
Right.
What I don't like about the situation is just how much of the social media is building that up.
Yeah, kids being kids.
Exactly. Yeah, they're young. There's a lot of money on the line. I thought the pass was totally fair. It happened it happened in the 450 class probably once or twice, and I know it happened in the 250 class. It happened with with Shimoda.
Yeah, Shimoda was out of hand. Someone needs to ban Shimoda.
We're going to talk about Shimoda.
Dude, where did that come from?
But here's the thing.
I don't know. He's getting very
Did still
aggressive.
Steal Shimoda's chick? Do we know?
Listen.
What was going on?
The Juju Deegan thing, I think it's great for all of us fans. Why? Because we get to see this cat and mouse bullshit on the track. They're at each other's throats. The cameras are in their faces after the race. I like it. Otherwise, I don't want to hear a robot. Yeah, thanks, Muzma. It's boring.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm out. So give me some heat. I like that. If these dudes are beefing over their chicks because they're tunnel buddies, I don't know what's going on. But either way, I'm here for it.
Okay.
Let it all happen.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I had no problem with Deegs' pass or anything else and all that. It's fine.
No, and I thought the words afterwards were fine. And Juju grabbed his chin bar, and then Hayden gave him a little bitch slap.
Yeah,
that was so bad.
Like it wasn't even a good one.
Hey,
you know,
man, hi.
Yeah, like it was. So that's why I think it wasn't.
You should do that.
Hi. It's like I don't think it was worthy of a fine.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't care.
It was worthy of maybe a talking to and a warning.
Yeah. But Cole Davies qualified 11th. After the race, he told me that he wasn't happy with his bike all day long, and they made changes every single time. And I said, "What'd they change?" And he goes, "I don't know. I just told them what the bike was doing. They changed it."
That's a good rider.
Yep. And then took
Not
off.
an engineer. He's a rider.
17 years old, seventh career Supercross race, and he wins.
Dude, it's insane.
Yeah.
18 years since Townley.
Really?
I think it's 18 years since Ben won.
That's right. They said something on the broadcast.
But
about
what
that.
does Ben got to do with this?
Well, Ben developed him.
Kiwi.
Oh,
New Zealander.
18 years since a Kiwi won. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes,
I
yes,
wasn't getting
yes,
that. Yes.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
got it. So was Townley the last Kiwi then? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
Yeah, and it was 18 years ago.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah.
So
Well,
pretty cool because
Canada's
Ben.
still waiting.
Well,
Yeah.
jeez.
We ever going to see it?
No.
No, I don't think so.
No. I gotta get T-Dags somewhere.
Oh
T-Dags.
yeah.
T-Dags.
Does he look like Jet a little bit?
No, he looks like. I keep saying this. He looks like Ernesto Fonseca.
Well, that's because of the number.
I think the number, the smaller stature, the blue bike. I don't know, but he rides.
Yeah,
He's
I
very
mean-
technically great. He's technically awesome.
Yes. He's
Ernie
very
could
good.
put that thing wherever he needed to.
Yeah, Ernie
I
was
don't
really
know,
smooth.
man.
Yeah.
He is
Yep,
Ernie
but
to me.
I think the difference between Ernie and Cole is I think Cole's willing to push that limit maybe farther than Ernie was. Because I was
Yeah,
always an Ernie. I
yeah.
was always an Ernie fan.
Yeah.
You know, when he was racing, but wouldn't also take I don't think a ton of risks. He ended up making some big mistakes, big crashes.
Mhm.
I remember him. I think it was an Anaheim race one time. They had these massive rollers that were like almost whoops. They were on two strokes. Chad ended up blitzing him, and he was factory Honda at the time. Ernie was, and he spun the bitch backwards and
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, yeah.
like literally backwards and they were these big rollers. They weren't really whoops.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he spun out and spun around.
yeah, like complete 180.
But it's impressive to just see a kid that has come from the
New
future,
Zealand.
New Zealand,
Yeah.
and then come in, have that much confidence, and just win
Yeah.
that quick. It's pretty.
Coppins, from what I understand, Coppins and Townley really believed in him, right? They
Yep.
really got him here. They gave him the money to get here to ride the futures. Daniel got him after that. Daniel did a great job also, but yeah, really they saw something in Davies.
What's crazy is Aiden and I are on these amateur races. He was
Oh,
out.
so was that gentleman right
well,
there.
he wasn't there last year. So
Yeah,
last
yeah,
year
okay.
we were at these races watching him race, and he wasn't winning.
Yeah.
Like normal motocross amateur races.
Yeah,
and I was
well,
like, okay, whatever. What's the hype?
yeah.
And then all of a sudden, a following year,
He
he's
did
winning.
he won a moto at Loretta's right last year. He
Yeah,
won
but
a
it
moto.
wasn't like
Yeah.
crazy.
I think the hype was Ben called me when he was coming over to get ready for futures. Just had a stock bike.
Yeah.
Ben's like, hey,
Stock bike,
he's
stock bike.
he's coming over.
stock bike.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Blue Crew.
Would you go out to the Supercross track with him? So I went out with I'm drawing a blank on
Davies?
yeah, Cole.
Okay.
Cole. So I go out to
Jeez,
the
take
go out
that
to the
then.
Yamaha track with Cole, and hit technically then though we were talking about whoops and we had a Dragon's back, and I'm like you might and this is before they ixnayed the Dragon's back,
Mhm.
but I'm like let's work on the whoops and it's into a 180 into a Dragon's back, and I said you can either hop up and hop out, or I said that's kind of the bitch way out of doing the Dragon's back.
kind of
and
the bitch
also,
way.
it's also the slow way. I said, but but he got it right away when
So
I
you
started.
skimmed right off?
Yep, like literally like fourth, fifth time. I said, now we can come into it, and then you can start building that speed up. And I said, you just always have to remember, like I can tell anybody, but it's also, don't miss a whoop, right? Like don't miss. But that's obviously a lot harder said,
Yes.
or a lot harder done than said.
Yeah.
But he technically got it super, like really, and he was a bit smaller than he is now.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was like a little dude.
Yeah, his motocross skills aren't as par with the supercross skills, but if he can, the way he's improved even indoors from last year to this year, if his motocross skills have improved that much, dude, watch out for this kid. Like 17 years old.
I think the environment he's in too, like every day, man, you watch those guys, it's a race, even in practice. Like they're training, they're racing, they're measuring up every day. And I think there's something to be said when you're in that environment all the time. And if you can handle that, that will reward you on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Because it's just like you have 20 guys, you're like, yeah, whatever.
But then there's some people that can't.
That's
like,
what I'm saying. If you can handle that, I think it really helps.
Yeah, no,
I think I've heard Jake say it on the show when I've been on with Jake. He's like, dude, I just would show up to the track with RV and it would be 3 seconds off, and I'm like, I just fucking hate my life. I'm going back home.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah. No, and RJ's getting a beat down there now on a 250F, and he's okay. Like it's making him tougher, right? RJ's like, oh fuck, I just eat dirt for 20 minutes, every time. But yeah, you got to be able to handle it, and certainly at the farm, it's pretty much dog eat dog. But going back to Hayden, look, he's got a nice points lead. He's probably going to win this thing. More mistakes, though. Like, he's only won 2 of these things. He's the fastest guy by far in qualifying. I think he had almost a second on everybody. And then he wins the heat and then just makes mistakes. Like, I don't know. I'm going to come across as a Hayden hater. But to me, like, dude, he should have won that thing. He was that good. He rode great to come from where he did to third. he rode awesome. But man, he just 2 big mistakes, 1 crash and 1 almost crash.
Some of it's like you look at the mistakes that he's making. It's a little lapse of judgment, and it's a little
aggressiveness.
Yeah,
yeah.
But I think he knows that he can win, and he knows he has that second in his pocket.
Yeah.
And you lose a little bit of concentration at times because you're not always on the edge, and I think you get a little bit loose and you make those mistakes.
I think he came into this season thinking that it was just going to be kind of a walk in the park. And he started off a bit slow. Let's be honest. Like it wasn't. I expected him to come out. With just the program and knowing Brian and how they've raised him and coming up through the field and all of that. Like, but yeah, and let's be honest. Like, there's a lot of noise in that camp around Hayden.
Of course,
eventually, that has to stop, in my opinion. When you go 450, yeah, maybe he'll be one that can do it, but like eventually you kind of want to
tighten it up.
You want to become more of a recluse in that regard and just have your close knit people around.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting when he moves up because first of all, you don't play the games that you do with 450 guys. You can't. You can't win titles and play games. You also can't play games and not get parked by some guy. And then you also need to be there.
I mean, good buddy Damon Bradshaw, teammates with Blue Crew, right? Like we can go back and talk stories all day with the chicken and Damon and how many championships and this and that and races lost and all of that by just screwing around.
Yeah. Or also just not being that smart on the track, not
and making enemies.
Yes, making enemies and all of that. So Ryan Villopoto, by the way, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Check out Wiseco if you can. Pulp25 is the code to save with them. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons. Also, that code works with Recluse as well. A factory HRC Honda using Wiseco pistons, doing pretty big things. So Pulp25, Ryan Villopoto, brought to you by the Wiseco folks. Also, I want to thank the folks at Works Connection. We are giving away a Pro Launch start device because they won both classes. Those guys
best in the business.
90 millimeter, you think?
Yeah,
down?
90. Yeah, run it at 70.
That's what I have on my bikes.
Works Connection.
PulpMX 20 is the code
down?
to save.
I don't know.
Oh. That's right. You don't do that.
No.
Right.
Who does that?
But I got him on
Eddie?
the Cobras.
No, Eddie's out now. He's too far away.
Oh, Eddie's too far away?
Yeah, he's too far away.
Okay.
Kyle Defoe.
Oh, Kyle. Oh,
yep.
Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, yeah.
What does he know about working on bikes?
Only a little bit.
But no, listen, Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save. We're going to give one away. Contest at PulpMX.com. Contest at PulpMX.com. Give me a random number.
22.
22 gets the email. 22 gets the Works Connection Pro Launch start device. Thank you to those guys. Let's bring in our first guest of the night. This gentleman, unfortunately, had surgery and is out for a little while. But Cameron McAdoo, where are you at, Cam? Let's bring him in here. Let's give him a hand, everybody. Monster Energy Pro Circuit rider. And, looking forward to talking to Cam about Seattle and his recovery. And I don't know. Sometimes, you never know with guys, does he want to talk about the injury or does he want to talk about Seattle? Does he hate Seattle?
He's an open guy. He's really good.
You know
what
I mean? What's his attitude like? You never quite know how these guys are
You ever
going to
see him
be.
get down?
No, that's a great point too, Chris, as usual.
Very positive human being.
It's a great point, Chris. Yeah, he is a positive
He
human
is.
being. Let's grab any one of those headsets if you can there, McAdoo. And by the way, Cameron is brought to you by the folks at
Come on,
Cardo Systems. Let's do Cardo Systems. Love the Cardo, the Edge Talk.
Ran it this
Talk.
weekend.
Oh, you got Cardo?
Yeah.
Were you yelling at your kids?
No, actually, me and Damon were supposed to link up.
Oh, okay.
It didn't happen, but it was on the helmet. They got the footage anyway.
Cardo's
got the
great.
Photos.
Cardo's great. Remember when you were yelling at me in the trail ride?
Oh, it was
Cardo?
awesome.
Yeah, not good. Cardo Systems, PulpMX 25 is the code. PulpMX25 is the code to save with Cardo Systems. What's up, McAdoo? How are you, buddy?
Doing good.
Yeah? Bring that microphone a little closer if you can. Thank you. So,
Am I good?
yeah, you're good now.
Okay.
Bummer. Needed surgery. Tried to fight this thing out, right?
Yeah.
Going in, Cameron, and we know what happened. You tore up your knee, crashed, bike malfunction. Going in, though, honestly, what were the odds you thought you could make it through? What were you thinking? Were you I'm good? Or 50-50?
I knew I was going to be able to race in Tampa.
Okay.
Because I rode Tuesday. I went to K1.
Right.
Obviously, it's far different. I rode how many laps on that track?
Yeah.
It's pretty smooth. But I knew that I was going to be able to do that. I did know that what I couldn't have happen was it to dislocate or whatever that be. So I guess I wasn't really thinking about how can I make it all the way through, or I was thinking about that obviously, but I wasn't man, I don't think I can make it through, or I think I can.
Okay.
I planned on it and I thought I could.
Okay.
Yes, or else I wouldn't have started it.
Yeah.
My plan was, and our plan was with the team, was to make it through Supercross and then go get fixed after there.
Right.
Just because obviously if you race through September, I knew it wasn't something that I'm going to try and race the rest of my career with.
Yeah.
So that was kind of where it was at. It was still so fresh though, which was probably one of the toughest parts because I was still dealing with like just the actual injury itself rather than just the instability of the ACL. So it was tough. But
Well, yeah, unfortunately, we saw what happened.
yeah,
and
it was.
I mean, I guess you going to come back for outdoors? Do we hope? Where are we at?
No.
No?
I'm 3 weeks out of surgery, and
Yeah, 6 months.
yeah, where's that put me?
Puts you at where does it put you at?
End of September.
Yeah.
March, April, May, June,
SMX.
July. Yeah, you're probably not going to make it. Yeah,
no.
probably not.
I mean, I've seen a lot of these guys are like coming back in.
Yeah,
3
RJ
and
came
4
back in
months.
2 weeks, so yeah.
he got like super unique surgery.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Yeah, he did get a different mesh surgery, it's called, or something.
Yeah,
Keefer,
almost.
Hayden, the same
Yeah.
thing, right? Yeah.
What's
There's a little controversy about it from what I read. Seems to be working for some guys, so yeah.
just depends what I talked to Mac a little bit when Aiden did his, and props to him. He very humble. He called me and walked me through some things about his knee and what doctors, and then we talked about surgery. And Aiden went to the same doctor, I think Greenbaum, that you did, and he had a consultation and he talked, and Greenbaum wanted him to maybe just kind of like do therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's option for some guys, kind of like where Cam's like some guys can ride without one, and then some guys can't. And
Yeah.
being Aiden, that's being a younger kid, I just wanted to get it fixed. So we went to Bowman and RJ Chance. So basically, they take your IT band from your femur,
Hamstring or whatever.
and then they wrap that around your patella, your ACL, and that reinforces it. So that's something new that they're doing over there.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah.
But you think about it, it's who you're comfortable with, right?
Right.
So he's comfortable with Greenbaum, and then you know a timeline like you already have. Like for me, I would like to know mentally when you know like, shit, this happened. I'm there at the test track. This just happened to me again. Do you ever just go, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I just want to do something different. Or do you just
like retire?
No, just like you constantly get beat down by injuries. Do you ever have that thought? Or are you just like, you know what? I'm getting it fixed. We're going to do it. Or I'm just going to go racing. I'm not thinking about that. Because that's hard mentally as a rider at your level.
It is hard. I guess I kind of have a bit of a different perspective than probably a lot of even my competitors, just because I kind of just did normal life until I was like 16. So my dad works construction, and I just come from like that. So like this, I love this so much. Obviously, when I was laying on the track when this happened, I was like,
what else?
Serious?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, what? Like, how, but I've been there before with multiple other things. What happened to me in Nashville last year, or just anything, even things that I've put my own self in. And I was kind of like, I knew I tore my ACL right when it happened. You kind of know, I'm sure, RV, you know. I was like, I knew it wasn't right. But I was kind of like, well, what could I do to maybe race? Because I knew that, I mean, it was 1 week before I raced, and we'd done this whole entire offseason. I'm like, man, I might as well give it a try, because if I go get it fixed now, I still can't race for the whole season pretty much. And that was kind of right where I went immediately. And I have in the past, like even when I was younger, I think I've matured a little bit and lived through different struggles, and I know that like these struggles are not going to be the biggest struggles that I'm going to have in my life. They feel like the biggest at the moment, and they are, but yeah, not so much. Like I just try to take my next best step.
Because I talk to guys like that have several injuries, and especially on guys like at his level, and the first thing they come is like, that's it, I'm done. And then a week or two goes by, and then you kind of mellow out, and it changes. But that's why I wanted to ask you, because I feel like you would never even have that thought. Like you just be like, nope, we're going to handle it, or I'm going to do this. You have a plan.
Yeah, I've truly never been there. Some of my close family has, just in these last couple, like the last 2 years. It's been and my mom specifically has always been like all for it. Like she's into it. But there's been a couple times where she's like, man, I'm over this. Like, you know, she's like, she's okay with not going to the races, and you know, which fair enough. I understand it's hard to see like someone super close to you go through that. I remember when I was a kid, my sister raced. She was always like, much better than me. I was always guaranteeing that we were going to go to Loretta's each year, and I was going to be able to play in the creek because I knew my sister would qualify.
Yeah.
But when I would see her get hurt, it was like the hardest thing ever.
Yeah.
So I understand it from that aspect, but I've never actually felt that. I've talked to a lot of friends that I have that race, or people who are like, you know, people I know, and I get hurt, and they're like, I'm done, I'm over it, and then everything settles down, you know.
Yeah.
And I've never been there.
Well, it's good. No, it's
Luckily.
good. I mean, I figured that, like you said, like there were times where you didn't have a ride, and we knew you were driving Christian's motorhome for a little bit. You were filling in at Troy Lee, right?
Filling in at PulpMX.
Yeah. PulpMX helped
That's
you.
right, yeah.
PulpMX helped
That's
him out a
right.
little bit.
Yeah.
But so I knew you wouldn't have that attitude because now you're at the pinnacle of the mountain in your class, and yeah, I mean shit happens, but it's always worse. People always have it worse. You know what I mean?
Well,
I knew that would be your attitude.
And
bit.
he's fast.
Well, yeah.
It's not like he's getting injured and he's a 10th place dude. He can win.
I feel bad for Payton. He's coming in here. His fucking riders. I mean, like, I don't know what's going on. Like, it is rough. We saw Levi in Daytona,
Easy,
right?
he might get kicked out of here.
I mean, I feel bad for Mitch. I really do. I've asked him this. I'm just like, what is going on? Yourself and Drew Adams and Ty Masterpool, and it seems like, none of his guys can stay together to win a series, because you guys can all win races and win championships, but it is unbelievable. Like, I've been in the sport a long time, and I'm just like, wow. I don't know if it's like he used to win everything with anybody. He could grab Goose, Sorby, Darcy Lange, put him on a bike, and they'd win. He'd grab anybody out of the stands. Hey, you want to ride the bike? You can win.
And he's a winner.
And I almost think it's like motocross karma getting back at him or something. It's unbelievable. I've never seen a team so ravaged. So,
Yeah, it'll swing back.
It has to. It has to.
If I'm down, if I'm ever down, I know who I'm calling, dude. I'm calling Cameron.
Attitude-wise, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm not in a good spot.
I need help today.
5 minutes with Cameron, I'm like, woo! Let's go back.
I need help. I need help today after Paula, because that was pathetic.
Yeah.
That was pathetic.
We were at Paula today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Regional coming up.
At Paula.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
We'll be there.
We need more than just because the only place I've ever seen you is Glen Helen.
Yeah,
Right.
I know. I'm good at the Helen. I know the Helen. I'm comfortable with the Helen.
Oh yeah.
RV, you battled with me.
Yeah,
the Helen.
Yeah. You're good at Glen Helen.
He had to rub you to get around
He
you.
did.
remember?
Yeah. Messed up my fork lug. Mike was pissed at me when I turned the bike in.
Do you want to talk some Seattle?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What'd you think? What'd you make of that thing? I
It
mean,
was actually
we broke it down a little bit.
yeah.
But,
It was actually kind of it was the first race that I tuned back in.
oh, it
and
was?
watched the night
Okay.
show,
Yeah.
That's one thing that I struggle with a little bit at the beginning. I'm a little bit bitter, and it's hard for me to.
Yep.
It was harder for me to watch, obviously, the Eastern region.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, man, I should be
Yeah,
there or
yeah.
whatever. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Man, that track was gnarly.
Dude.
I was telling Maddie, she's like making dinner or whatever, and she could care less and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wish anyone could ever understand what this track really is.
That's
right
what I was telling
now.
these
Because
guys. Like
on TV,
yeah.
it's just like, like it's easy for anyone to be like, why are the best dudes doubling? Why are they doubling? But seriously, that track was insane.
So I heard a couple of riders, not the elite level guys, but I heard a couple of guys tell me, like, why are we going here to Seattle? Like it's always so ruddy, so shitty. There's no dome, Why are we here? It's gonna rain. It didn't rain this year, but generally, or let's say half the time it rains. And I thought to myself, it's like we go to these nationals and we do Southwick, and you know what Southwick is, and there's going to be a mutter at the national. You know what Seattle's going to be. I like it. I like it. I like the difference.
One thing I've raced Seattle. I've raced Seattle a few times, and I've always felt like no matter what, the fans show out.
Oh,
at
they
Seattle.
do. Yeah.
Like, because I guess when you live in Seattle, that's just life.
That's what it
rain.
does. It
It's
rains.
whatever.
Yeah,
If you want to
yeah.
go to any sporting
Yeah.
events
Ask
or
RV.
whatever,
He knows. Yeah.
like be ready for the rain.
Right.
But like it's the indoor pits and it is packed.
Yeah.
It is pretty
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Like,
I was
they
telling.
like it.
I get stopped for more photos / talking to fans at Seattle than any other race. I really do.
Well, that's because they're cooped up for 9 months.
Yeah.
In the basement.
I just don't think they like the Title 24 pod, so they switch over to mine. I
maybe.
don't know, but
Like
Maybe.
Birmingham last year.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Yeah.
we knew it was going to be raining.
Yeah.
And it was raining before. It was almost like COVID year. There was
Yeah.
nobody in
yeah,
the stands.
yeah. No, so
So,
you're right.
but,
I'm
yeah.
not going to out the guys that were bitching, but I'm like, yeah, man, I like it because I don't have to ride the
I
track.
mean, look, as a
but-
racer,
yeah,
I hated going to because the weather
'Cause of
plays
that.
a massive factor
Yeah,
in especially Supercross, right?
Right.
So like anytime you go there, open stadium, you have a massive chance of getting rain. but it also, as I'm sitting on this side of the table now, you go there and we have open air stadiums, and you're like, dude, this is gonna throw a big wrench in the program if it is.
Yeah.
And if it's not raining, it's still gonna be a very technical, treacherous track.
Yeah.
So who's gonna show up tonight?
Yeah. Yeah.
So as a fan, it really is it's very exciting.
Yeah.
But in RV's position, most of his career, like when you go to Seattle and there's gonna possibly be a lot of rain or whatever, he was always kind of the guy who felt like he had everything to lose because he was, right?
Yeah.
So if
First
you
ever
were
win in Seattle.
if you were kind of he was pretty sure that if it wasn't gonna rain, he was gonna be able to be like first or second or whatever. But if it rains, he could very easily be ninth.
Yeah.
Totally. It wasn't a good mud race.
So he was
Yeah,
never wanting a mud race. You know, there are guys who are like, let's do this.
Yeah,
Except for later in the season too. It's always later in the season, and it's always it's kind of at a critical point. You know,
Cam
tore my ACL there too.
Yeah, and then
That's
your team
right.
told everybody you didn't tear an ACL. Your team told the media he's fine.
Well,
That was a nasty one, wasn't it?
it wasn't.
No,
Yeah,
it's-
it was.
it's
What
a
I just came
loser
into a turn
class.
and just
Oh,
I
jabbed it.
I
grabbed
was
the front
thinking of
brake too
when you
hard.
Broke your leg.
Oh,
No,
jumped off
yeah,
at St.
that
Louis.
was
Yeah,
nasty.
yeah.
That
Anyway.
Dunge was pushing him too hard there.
I-
Seattle was a sea
He said he was
rider
tired.
mistake.
He was
I was
tired.
tired,
Yeah.
man. I was out of shape, overweight, and
Overweight?
I was as big or bigger than I am right now.
When was the Hawaii photo that's so infamous that Timmy showed? Was that later that year?
That was
Or was that the
no. That
off-season?
would have been right before that ish.
Was that
time.
coming
I
into
did.
that
I just
season?
did a knee at that
Oh,
point
okay,
and
all
had
right.
knee surgery.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was big. I
Did
was
you
big.
function better when you were skinny or had a little bit of?
I think
juice
my
on
well, not 180.
Were you 155
So the lowest I ever got was 148.
Oh.
on 450?
Yeah,
Wow.
coming in very first year, or no, sorry, first year with Eldon. So I think would have been 2011.
And you were strong at 148.
I felt okay. I felt best at 152, 153.
Hmm.
That was like the
That's
sweet
small.
spot I felt.
That's the weight of my left leg.
Not anymore.
Yeah, it still is. McAdoo, do you look? You're on that level. You're one of the elite guys in your class. But do you look at Webb and just his race, the shit he's pulling off? And you wouldn't ever be like, oh my God, look at Cooper Webb, look what he jumped, look how amazing he is. Like he did qualify quickest in the first qualifier for the first time all year, so he does have speed. I'm not saying he doesn't have speed. The dude's gnarly, but his speed never stands out. But his
That's
race,
not what makes him win
no,
races.
his racecraft, Cam. Yeah,
And it's funny because I think I heard a couple guys say that like last weekend Webb had mentioned something, I think to a couple guys, media or whatever, that was like, I'm so sick of everyone talking about how my speed's not there.
yeah, he has
And
said
I
that.
think like there's times where he qualifies like really well. And when you watch a jet lap or when you watch Chase do a lap,
Yeah.
you're like, holy crap, as a dirt bike rider,
Yeah.
right? And it doesn't look that like that when Webb does it, but he does it like that fast. But further into the race, like,
Yeah.
when at the beginning when Roxon passed him, I was obviously just sitting on my couch, low heart rate. You know everything that's going on. You know how it's gonna go on, and it's all easy, right? But I'm like,
Or in
man,
the press box every
it's-
Saturday.
yeah,
really easy
right,
for me.
exactly.
Super easy.
and on Monday to talk about it.
yeah,
But
wow,
like,
I was jabbed.
it was I'm fine.
No, but like when Ken passed Webb,
Yeah.
Webb's not. He's like,
Yeah.
I'll see you here in a bit. Like,
Yeah.
and he's
crazy.
like, no matter what happens, he's like, we're gonna party the last 4 laps. I don't care who you
That's
are.
a good way to
what
put
this
it. Yeah,
is,
yeah.
how
I'll
bad my,
see you, man.
I don't care about my arm, whatever it is. He's like, see you guys in the last
Yeah.
4 laps. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
And like, he can lock in.
Mhm.
The way he can lock in when he got Chase behind him, where Chase like had some speed, like you're saying, and he had that one rhythm lane that he was going 3 and 3
Yep.
on. And if Chase could have executed that the last 4 laps in a row, Chase wins. But there's all these if.
Yeah.
But Webb just dogged it out, and he does. Like,
Yeah.
wow,
It's a
I
rare thing.
like
to get,
that what you said. I'll see you for the last 4 laps, dude. I'll be there.
It's on.
yeah,
Yeah.
like everyone with their like fast twitch and their sprint speed and all this.
Well, like, I
he
kinda-
doesn't care.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like that, like to reference that a little bit with like Dunge. Like I could all out smash Dunge early in the race,
Mhm.
but later in the race, I would eventually get slower, and either that's the track or whatever it was. And Dunge was still clicking off the same laps that he
I'll be here.
started with.
Yeah.
And then I'd turn around and off a triple and be like, God, there he is. If I don't hold at least where I'm at right now, he's closing the gap.
Yeah.
Which made it hard, like as a guy leading at that particular time. But then you have like, Kenny passed Coop.
2 guys.
Like literally, he dropped a couple spots like that, and then he was cool with it though. He just sat there.
Chilling.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Last part of this race, I'll be there." And that's typically what he does very, very well.
Yeah.
It's just rare that
he doesn't
you
get
passed.
overexcited.
Yeah, it's rare that you get passed by not only 1 but 2 guys and mentally still be okay and be like, I'm still going to be all right.
Yeah.
As a racer, that's so
That
hard
spins
to
a
do.
lot of guys out.
But then the other thing to add to that is, what if Chase would have went on a run, or the leader would have went on a run and just started clicking off laps and pulled away?
But Chase did. When he nailed that rhythm 1 lap, he was 2 seconds ahead of Webb.
But how do you bridge that gap to bring it back?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what I think is like as a racer so hard is as Webb, at one point Chase was I think every time Chase was leading, Webb was in second, right? But regardless, when Webb was in 4th, it's not like he was in 4th and he had 2 guys who he felt were 6th, 7th place guys, and then maybe a contender in front of him. No, he had all the guys that he feels like he needs to race in front of him, and to just be like, I'm gonna do me. That's so hard to do in that position, and just know what you're gonna be able to do and what's gonna happen.
And no slam on J. Coop or Kenny. Kenny's got the shoulder going on, and J. Coop's still he's not
J.
there yet.
Coop's riding really well.
He is.
Wow, he was.
But
he's riding really well.
In a 20-minute main event, who sort of pushed through? Who showed Kenny led? J. Coop was second. J. Coop was like. In the end, those guys pulled.
If you're Cooper Webb, don't you already kind of know, like, okay, I'm Cooper Webb. Chase, if he's leading, he might wash out. He might mess up. Kenny's in front of me. Don't worry, I'll pass him in 2 lap board.
I think it's what Cam was saying. He
just knows. Like, I already know how everyone. I know that guy. I know that guy.
But these guys, you too, you guys are nut jobs in your head. You're like you get. It's hard not to get spun out. It's hard not to think about this and that and how do I pick it. Like Webb's mental maturity, his mental strength is
he
something
also
else.
knows how and who maybe spins out a little bit, and all of the little stuff that he does, he's so specific with just like off track stuff. Kind of what you guys were talking about earlier with the lights guys. What he does over the finish line, what he says to his mechanic when he's got a camera right in his face and he's taking his helmet off. Like, he knows that his competitors are gonna hear that on these media sources, and like, I'm sure you guys have all saw that clip of what he said to Peanut, and just all of that is so on purpose. He is a competitor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't forget, a few years ago, he's on the starting line saying, "Let's race, motherfuckers!" to Tomac.
You guys ready to do this?
Yeah, you guys ready to do it?
Pitboard.
Yeah.
Pitboard thing.
Yeah. So he's definitely, it's something else, man. It's really impressive, and I mean, he's got an 11-point lead. Chase can still win this thing. There's no way it's over yet. There's a lot to happen, but. Man, this weekend was impressive for sure.
I don't put Chase out of it, man.
No, absolutely.
Like,
not.
I know we're all talking about Cooper and how strong mentally he is, but like, I feel like, yes, we see Chase consistently do something not good.
Yeah.
But I still think he's locked in, like you would say. I think he's still there. Like, I still think, hey, I'm not going to make that mistake. I know what Cooper's going to be about. I can be better. Like, we saw that.
Yeah.
I think it's still there.
And
Chase was exceptional.
Yeah.
Like, for him to get the pressure that he got and do what he did, come from behind and to the lead, and then to like just get second right on Webb's wheel. Like, if you count him out, that's
it was a perfect encapsulation of those 2 guys. Chase is doing a rhythm that really no one else is doing, longer and more often, and Webb won with grittiness, and that's perfect. Those 2, they're exactly what you think of when you think of those 2, right? Listen, Aaron Plessinger, time to give him some love too. 4 podiums in the last 5 races for AP. Really turned his season around. So the Cowboys doing pretty well. Those 4 guys, they dropped him. He was 5th and sort of by himself. Like, I looked at him, I watched him. I'm like, oh, okay, like, whatever. And sure enough, J. Coop goes down, Kenny goes backwards, AP moves up. Good job for Aaron, man.
Yeah, he rode well.
Yeah.
His starts are better too. I think that's going to help.
Starts have been great. Yeah.
Getting off the gate better.
Yeah. Where do you think he stays there next year? Think they re-sign him?
I think he's going to stay there.
Yeah.
I think if this rumor is true, like we're hearing, like Chase may go somewhere else.
Yeah.
I think KTM's going to really try hard.
You think Chase goes to Cowie? If he goes,
I don't know. I heard that. I heard that today.
Yeah.
As a rider, do you think that's kind of not a good move?
We can't ask McAdoo, but RV, they really like them to stay in that box.
I'll tell you how much I know. I was at physical therapy this morning in Menifee at Pacific Pro, and some guy came up to me. He has a pickleball injury.
Okay.
And he said, "Hey, is it true the rumors I'm hearing that Chase is at Cowie?" I'm like,
yeah.
this is the first I heard of it. So,
Well, he's definitely talking to him, and nothing's done, nothing is signed. He's talking to them. Of course he is. Everyone would want.
Is it the right move? I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd call it probably middle to late middle of his career. Let's call it. Do you switch a manufacturer again? I think he's very specific.
Yeah, he's not at the end.
No, he's not at the end, but he's a very specific. I think he wants something very specific.
Well, I just think that the chassis is not changing next year, right? He knows this bike. It's improved.
Yes, but
He's
you can
winning.
still get better on that. Even if the chassis is not going to change or the bike's not going to change, you can learn it more. You get more familiar with it.
Where does he ride the bike? When? When does he ride it? This is what I want to know.
The Cowie or the
Yes, the Cowie. Like, because he's not going to like negotiate and do
I don't
that.
know. We can go to We1. I don't know. Go to go in the hills. I don't know.
But have you done that?
What?
Have you rode another
No,
brand?
he
while
never
you're-
left anywhere.
I know, but I'm just asking. Did you ride another
no,
brand?
he didn't. No.
No, I mean I rode Stu's 450 before I ever did a 450 deal
Okay.
at my house in Menifee on the Supercross track. But yes, privately, like something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. But I just don't know, like where he's at. I think he's jiving really well with the motorcycle since his
Right.
112 since Birmingham.
Yeah.
Like it seems like all the Austrian brands were pretty damn good.
I
Like,
know
Mookie
he's
did
still
good.
he's still not stoked on the shock. Still getting some fading on the shock from what I hear. They're working on that.
Every bike has
Okay,
an
man.
issue.
Okay, man.
of
Just
some
don't
sort.
get mad.
You move to a Cowie, you're gonna expose another issue.
Mhm.
You move to a Yamaha,
Yeah.
you're gonna expose an issue there that he
No,
doesn't
there's
like.
no issues at Yamaha.
Well, my point is
Blue
I'm
Crew.
just saying. Well, I'm just saying at that level,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
you don't expose an issue, Steve, but Chase will probably expose an issue
It's
here or there
impossible.
that they need to fix.
Mhm.
So he's already 2 years down the road,
Yeah.
And then also you look at the longevity of staying. I do think it's best to stay with a brand.
Yes. And they're
for
giving-
longevity.
And look they're working with them.
Yeah.
Hey, you want some KYB inserts? We don't like that, but we're going to do that
Yeah,
for you.
yeah.
We're
Oh,
doing
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
that they normally don't
Yeah.
do.
So you got to think if he moves, he's got 12 months of a learning year. Period.
Yeah.
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 At that level.
And with the
I
reason-
don't think he's not adaptable to be like, okay, I'm switching brands, and he comes out wins Anaheim 1.
Yeah.
Sure, anything can happen, and it's a long season of Supercross and a long
Mhm.
season of outdoors. So that's just me. Like
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
for his career if it's the
Yeah.
the right move.
Yeah,
maybe.
well, the reason I said it's not the end of his career because at the end of your career, you want to switch for more money, whatever. You got a few years left. Go ahead. He's going to run out of manufacturers because he's still in the prime of his career. In my mind, he's going to run out of because he's not going back to Honda, and if he doesn't go back to KTM, and if he doesn't like Cowie, he's
Yeah.
running out of
You're done.
manufacturers. I mean, Ducati's coming in, Triumph's coming in, but
he's really good.
Suzuki.
Right now. Chase,
Chase, yeah,
like on that bike.
yeah.
He's
Right.
I
He's
think
really
they've
good.
made some good progress.
Yeah.
I think like I said, Mook
Mhm.
rode really good at Birmingham. AP rode well. I think that they've maybe found something just from the comfortable side, giving the rider, making them comfortable on the motorcycle.
Yep.
So I just think long term wise, it's working. He can win on it. Why the mistakes are happening? To me, that's on him.
Thank
Mhm.
you.
That is
He
totally
had the
on
same
him.
mistakes at Honda.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He had the same mistakes at Honda. He stalled his KTM. He stalled the Honda. He's fallen on the KTM.
Washed
he's
out the
fallen on
Honda. He washed out on the KTM.
exactly. So
Oh, don't think the Honda guys haven't noticed.
so if they're willing to pay,
Yeah.
right? If KTM's willing to pay to keep him,
Mhm.
does he move? Does he not?
Mhm.
I think from my standpoint, I think he stays. I
Yeah.
mean, that's
do
what
too.
I would do.
We did talk a lot about Kenny going to Ducati next year. It definitely looked like a move that he might move over here to the Troy Lee Ducati team. But I talked to Dustin Pipes. I did an interview today. It's up on my website now, and the Kenny's representative asked for a new deal. So looks like he's happy there. Looks like he wants to stay there. So.
I think that where Kenny's at with Dustin and the program that they're running, it's very low stress.
Mhm.
Ken's got 2 kids. He's later in his career. He's making good money. He's able to go do
World
World
Supercross.
Supercross and make this money.
And bike's not
Um,
changing.
And bike's not going to change.
Bike's not going anywhere.
Like it's working well.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
is it the best machine?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe it's not the best machine, but it's the best for him right now that fits him.
Well-
So if he goes to Ducati, Ducati's going to want results. Like
Wow.
they're going to
And
want.
not only that, do you want to get on a bike, brand new bike for
Yeah.
Supercross?
Well,
You don't
do
wanna
you
be
want
a
to
your
guinea
age,
pig,
do
at
yeah.
you
that
want to
age?
develop a bike?
yeah,
You know,
like-
everybody knows that we have electronic issues every now and then.
Yeah.
We have transmission issues. Whatever the case may
Yeah.
be. you're developing a whole new motorcycle
Yeah.
on a Supercross track.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's the last fucking place I want
agree.
to be developing a motorcycle.
No, I agree. Wygant's always got this theory that Kenny is so good on a Suzuki. And look, the Suzuki's a good bike. No hate comms. Like I think.
Dude, I rode Kenny's bike. It's fucking great.
I did too. I
Yeah.
rode it at
Yeah,
Pet
it's right.
Strip.
It's great.
People want to shit on it because it's a little heavy and it's got the kickstart. It is a good bike, but I do think there are better bikes. So Wygant's theory is Kenny is this good on that bike and he's leading laps and winning races. Would he be so much better on another bike?
I'm
What
a
about the
Kenny.
Honda?
I'm a Kenny fan. I like Kenny. Brought him in to train. Like early in 450 years.
Mm-hmm.
I love what he's doing, but I also think that when you're in a position with pressure of a manufacturer, like to me, and I'm not bashing on Kenny at all, but like there's a different set of expectations being where he's at right now, and then being
and being happy
Ducati or Honda or anything else.
I think you're totally right. Yeah. No, for sure. He's got a works transmission.
He has longevity where he's at right now, and then also freedom to go and make the money other places that he's maybe not making by not racing outdoors.
Maybe Keefer with your bullshit.
Probably making more
with your bullshit Triumph test you did on YouTube. Maybe you could get Kenny on a Triumph and you could work the
2 seconds right there.
2 seconds.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Unbelievable. The Triumph R&D guy says the Triumph is better than a Yamaha.
I didn't say that.
Shocking.
I didn't say. See,
well, I rode Kiefer's 450. I don't like the setup. The
This
bars
is
and
5
the
years ago.
suspension, and
He
it's
was,
like
he was
a year
mad.
ago. This thing's a piece
Jeez.
of shit.
It's your setup.
You're not even a good test rider. This thing's horrible. This is what he does.
Like
RV rides Kiefer's bike, comes back and just destroys it.
Yeah, it's just this
Destroys
fork's
it.
too soft. This thing's this thing sucks.
I'm just telling you, it wasn't very good because of the way you set it up.
It wasn't even my bike. It was just a test bike.
It's in your garage. It's your bike.
Oh my god!
I was
Speaking of-
actually just at Cowie the other day, and one of his championship bikes was in the showroom, and they literally pull it off must pull it off the track and leave and I mean the shock was like I could not imagine just
Did you run
steering
it
my
that well?
motorcycle
Was
with my rear
yeah.
only.
Yeah,
steering
no,
with the
that's.
rear.
I mean, he's one
I
of the.
was standing there with Bruce, and I was like, man,
What's
he
going on
really
here?
turned his bike with the rear, and he was like,
Yeah.
Well, if you would have
Oh,
saw
yeah.
what I saw on Saturday steering around Talladega, it would have
Yeah.
made
was
sense.
like this.
Yeah.
Talladega. I almost hit the Glen Helen sign.
His riding style was so unique back then, and still is.
yeah.
Like in 2025, people don't ride like that.
I'm still running the tall bars, as Nick would say, old school style.
I was
tall
just gonna
bars.
say Nick obviously spent a lot of time with him, and
Yeah.
now I've worked with him ever since I've been at Pro Circuit 2020.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about him like dude, like when RV would steer, like he's like
Mhm.
he would land steering like with the rear and do like that,
Yeah. No, it was definitely you watch Jed or Eli, and you're like, that guy doesn't look anything like this guy. Like they still won championships.
When
Like,
you
I'd
raced,
like to
when you raced, did you feel like it was so rutted already? Like at that point, like I guess when I watch say like Carmichael time and whatnot, like on Supercross, it wasn't rutted like it is now.
We had
We had-
times,
we had
right? Like
lime.
we had
we had lime.
Yeah, oh yeah.
we
we
used
did
lime.
use some lime, but like
we
Indy,
lost
for
that.
example,
We lost
I
that. You,
I
bunch of
think
guys got their balls burned. Oh,
I was there.
yeah.
that's right.
What'd you
Yeah.
get burned?
Everything.
Everything.
neck.
Yep. I was there by
chest.
myself, and we had a free practice. I don't mean to get off topic,
Yeah.
but we had only a free practice, one qualifying practice or whatever, and then the night show. And actually, my sister was there. She had come to San Diego, so she was like the only person I had there with me, and I was just filling at Geico. And I came off, and I was like, man, I got something wrong. And so I went
Yeah,
to
you
the
do.
bathroom, and I'm like, I really got something wrong, and
Dang.
it can't be anything other than something from right now.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is not
yeah.
stuff's not lining up, right? So I made a bandage and got through the night. And my sister, her friend was with her, and she was a Navy medic. 'Cause my sister's in the Navy. And I called my sister, and I'm like, hey, you guys need to come down here, and I either need to
You need
go
to get your
the
friend.
doctor,
Your friend needs
or
to see something.
if Kinsey's comfortable, which her friend's name is
Oh,
Kinsey
I
too.
was gonna say, wait.
I
wait.
need
No,
her
no,
to
no,
look
no,
at my
no.
balls
Yeah,
again.
I need her to take. And
Yeah, right.
she told me right there. She's like, that's a chemical burn.
Oh no way,
And I'm
really?
like, what?
Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't know
Yeah, yeah,
anything.
yeah.
Next morning, everything
Yeah,
came
everything
out,
came out right.
So
but
anyway,
anyways,
back to the dirt.
yes, we had some more lime then back in those days. Yes.
Because when we were talking about RV and how he would steer with the rear so much, that's not quite as available. And I mean, there would be super rutted tracks and he's still winning, right?
Yeah.
But
So I
did you
think
struggle with that? Or did you just change the way you
so. I
approach
think
that?
stock bike this weekend.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Right.
we go.
So my YZ450s can bone stock. I put bars on it and have a PC pipe on it.
So
But
it's
I
not bone
couldn't.
stock. It's got a
Well,
PC
my
pipe
point
on it.
is
PC pipe
I
makes a big
couldn't
difference.
take.
You're allowed 3 things to be still called stock.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. I couldn't take a stock Cowie back in the day without cutting the subframe, shortening the shock. Like
Yeah.
the geometry on the motorcycle was not good. We had to do a lot of Band-Aids to fix it. And we fought with the shock. I can remember when Nick was a fill-in rider at Cowie. Well, I had either 1 or 2 of my knees. He was always in and out there. We trained together. We rode together. And he would change. He'd run 1 shock in the first moto and a second shock in the second moto. And we all know that Nick's kind of notorious for doing, maybe a little too many things in that direction. But we were always trying to fix something back then. So we got a Yamaha. I was getting ready for OzX Open, and I went to the Yamaha track, and I think it was he's at Honda now. Engineer.
Oh,
No, engineer.
Drew?
Yes. We were there, and he goes, "Well, fuck! I thought you could only ride a Cowie like that." And I'm just riding a Yamaha that same way. So, and Glen Helen this weekend, I rode
Shane Drew, not an engineer, by the way.
I rode Shane Drew.
Not
That's
an
what it was.
engineer, though.
Okay, yes, but my point
Chassis
is
guy.
Chassis guy, yes. And he goes, "I thought you could only ride a Cowie that way." Well,
Yeah.
I rode the Yamaha the same way. I rode the Yamaha
yeah.
this weekend the same way. It's just my riding style. I'm just heavy on the throttle, getting the tire spinning early so that I can then negotiate with what's coming up based under power. I'm not worried. I'm not trying to steer with the front.
Mhm.
I always felt more comfortable having the weight transition towards the back.
At what time in your life did you notice that's who you are?
I honestly don't know.
Like when Alessi was kicking your ass.
Because our bikes were great here,
Were
right?
you like, when Alessi was just beating
Amateurs?
you down? Yeah. Were you that way?
800 just
No,
killing
we weren't
you.
that way
Okay.
on a KX85, no. And
Okay.
or a YZ85
Okay.
because I rode those
Yeah.
early too.
What'd you do? Run 110 on the Yami this weekend? What'd you have?
I haven't even checked the sag.
Yeah. Fucking guy.
I swear to God, I ain't
I
checked
know.
the
I
sag.
believe you. It just makes me mad. Go ahead.
Kyle's
Sorry.
like, we need to check the sag. And I was like, hey, he goes, we should probably do the suspension for Mammoth because that shit's way too soft.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's a bit soft. And I was like, should I race Cal Classic this week? So you might see me at Cal Classic.
I was just gonna say, are you gonna because you're gonna be at all of these amateur
Well,
events coming up?
I had
Yeah.
fun
And
this weekend.
I saw Alessi was racing Daytona.
Yeah. Daytona Arena
Amateur
Cross.
days. So no, and
Oh,
amateur
oh,
day.
They
Yeah.
bit him.
He
bit
got
him.
hurt. He got hurt.
So
Yeah.
I think maybe
Do
next
we-
year Daytona we run it back.
Do we see?
Yeah.
Do we see the rivalry
It's back.
come back?
I don't know. I mean, look, I'm very lucky to have Kyle helping with the boys' bikes and mine because if not, it's
a lot.
we're not even in it.
Kyle's
And
my guy.
it's a
He's
lot.
awesome.
Yep.
Yes.
Got my first one with Kyle.
Yep.
So yeah.
Okay, back to Supercross here. And I'm going to throw this, guys, with no prep on you, but who's in the 450 class, who has been the biggest surprise to you 3 guys? Think about that for a second. Your biggest surprise through the series. And it could be anybody.
Surprise
Factory guy,
as in
private
good?
t- Yeah, biggest surprise where you're like, oh, okay, goddamn.
J Coop.
J. Coop?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Towards the end of the season,
Yeah.
right now with the way he's riding.
Yeah.
Um,
Brayton helped him with some whoops a couple weeks ago because the whoops on the East Coast aren't as big, but he's got an issue with the whoops. But Brayton's apparently working with him. So, JB, the great JB.
Yeah.
You know that guy?
Oh yeah.
What about you, Cameron?
Same. That's where I was at.
J.
too.
Coop?
J. Coop. Yeah, because I guess Chase, we expected him to be up
Yeah.
there winning.
Yeah.
When Jet was racing, Tomac, Webb, there's 6 guys who you're not surprised that they win.
Mhm.
or
and
that are up
then-
front.
Yeah, and even Ken, But J. Coop's he's qualified in the front
Yeah.
quite often in the past years, but he's racing really well. And
Mhm.
I raced him a few years ago.
Yeah.
So as one of the other riders who I've never raced Webb. I've never fought for a regional title with Webb. So I
Yeah.
don't really have. But J. Coop, it's not
Yeah.
super easy for me to be yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Because I'm still thinking back to 2021.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's riding really well.
I'll go off the board a little bit. I'll tell you what. Jerry Robin, dude.
That's what I was going to say, but
Jerry's crushing it. And he's making every main.
wow.
You got
Yeah, I know that.
No, I know
that's
the
don't-
name.
Hey,
Elite guys don't
so-
even pay attention.
Wow.
Dude.
No, for
Elite
example,
guys don't even pay attention to 15th. They're out.
like I told you, I haven't watched.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a race.
Yeah.
The first 2 weekends since I got hurt.
Jerry's made almost every
Um,
main event, and he doesn't crash anymore.
It
He
Oh,
like
do
they
that
don't
to him.
show that. I don't really. You
We
know
did
what I
have
mean?
Tampa.
I raced Jerry a lot growing up.
Yeah,
at
yes,
Millville.
right. Yeah, that would
Yeah.
have been Jerry. Well, the Tampa Heat race wasn't good for Jerry.
No, but he
But-
is crashing less.
Yes,
Let's
he's
say
crashing
that.
less.
He's less.
Yes,
I'm-
Jerry's solid.
I'm gonna say Drew Hill. I think.
Justin
Oh,
Hill,
yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
riding well. I mean,
I would say, even though the results maybe aren't consistent, just
so
him being up there, watching him ride, it looks way better than it has in a long
I
time.
have mixed feelings about Justin
Okay.
because he's probably one of the most talented riders. Him, Josh, and him.
Yeah.
Like they're amazing on a motorcycle.
Yep.
I grew up with Josh, racing Josh. Never obviously raced Justin because he's a little bit younger than I was. But the things that they can do on the motorcycle, retiring, become a cop, come back,
It's
racing, like it shows you the talent that
Like he has like the lifestyle of an average human, but he's an elite racer.
It's so frustrating and
Yeah.
hard to watch as a guy like me. You don't even know.
McAdoo's like,
but
what the hell?
could you imagine, right? There's a recipe for everything, right? Like you can't bake a cake without having the right ingredients. And that's what you look at. Okay, well, he's missing some ingredients because if he had the work ethic or the training or the this or the that, whatever he's missing, dude, he could be an elite.
But
Yeah.
if he does do 20 hours a week like
May
we
not
do
work.
or like you did,
Yeah.
maybe he's way worse
Yeah,
because that's
yeah.
not what works for him.
No, absolutely,
You
no,
know?
for sure. All right, everybody. I do want to give a thanks out to motorcycleindustrykjobs.com. Job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. The job of the week is regional sales manager. I did this last week, actually. Same job. Regional sales manager for WPS in Texas. Keefer.
Wow. WPS.
This is a job. It says here, salary range 135 to 160.
What?
Yeah. Regional sales manager.
In Texas?
Well, I think you got a bunch of states, but you're based in Texas.
That's good money.
WPS, Fly Racing, of course, Cooper Webb as well. The W regional manager reports to this VP of sales and directly responsible for performance of all inside sales reps and statutory sales reps, 25 to 35 in the defined sales category.
You know who didn't budge when he said 135?
Oh, these two?
This guy.
Yeah, no. Don't.
The
135.
VP fuels.
135. He's like,
He doesn't roll out of bed for anything less than 200. But that's a job of the week. Motorcycleindustrykjobs.com. Job of the week. Upload your resume for free today if you're looking for a job. Go on there and check it out, man. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. And again, Cameron McAdoo brought to you by Cardo Systems. RV brought to you by the folks at Wiseco and Kris Keefer, DecalWorks.com. McAdoo, thank you, man. Appreciate coming in and stepping in. So good luck in the recovery as always. And
hold on before you go.
okay.
And I got one more thing too.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
You first.
This is more of this, like, because I've seen this for a little while. You find out who stole your fridge. Did you ever get the bottom of it?
I didn't.
Somebody stole your fridge.
What
No,
happened?
so okay.
What?
So
Yeah, listen to this.
So, it honestly shouldn't have even just been for the holidays because I tell you, like Maddie has 15 boxes a day show up at our house. So anyway, for the holidays, like she gets all these PR boxes with like LaCroix, for example, all these different companies, these bars, whatever. So I'm breaking down boxes, trying to make them fit in my recycling nonstop. Anyway, so holidays come around and she's like, I want to do something nice for the delivery drivers. We should put a fridge out.
Little mini fridge.
A little mini fridge
Yeah.
out on our porch, and then like she made a little basket with some treats, and then she had like
Kinda like
waters.
Pookie does.
Obviously,
Yeah. Pookie does that
waters,
too.
a bunch of Monster
Yeah.
Energies in there.
Yeah.
So we were like
Oh,
hooking
that's-
up the
that's
delivery
awesome.
drivers, right? And
J-Mart?
I had a
J-Mart?
J-Mart. Oh no, he didn't. You know,
He-
he's never delivered here.
Okay, all
He's
right.
more Minnesota.
Yeah,
guy, I
more
think.
yeah.
Anyway, so I had an extension cord run into my garage because I think I had a GFI broken or something, and so none of my exterior outlets worked. So I had an extension cord running into the garage, and like all the delivery drivers were stoked, right? So one night on our Ring camera, this guy rolls up and he tries to steal the fridge. Well, mind you, the mini Monster fridges are like 100 pounds.
Yeah, they're heavy.
They're heavy.
Yeah.
And
Quality
he grabs it,
product.
and he lifts it up, and then he like kind of backtracks the cord and realizes like it's not just a grab and go type
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
and he bounces.
Yeah.
And it's like
Was this on your
pretty-
story? Did you put this on your story?
Yeah.
so I
Oh,
did.
I
so
missed
not
it.
the
Yeah.
first night. So
Okay.
and it's like super violating when someone comes onto your porch and
Yeah.
is like trying to steal
Yeah.
something. Like it's pretty gnarly feeling. And I grew up on an acreage out in the country, so it's like really weird for me to like. I'm like, what? That's pretty wild. That's so bold. And then I didn't think anything of it. Like I wasn't like
Mm-hmm.
freaking out about my fridge being gone. It was just like one of the mini fridges that
Yeah.
I think was up at my mom's house. And so like a couple nights goes by, and sure enough, I come out in the next morning, and Maddie gets up at like 4. She does like Bible study and she does all this stuff. She's up for an hour and a half before I get up. So I get up and I come out, and she's like, he came back. got the fridge.
No way.
And there's a whole. I mean, and he doesn't even have his face covered. Nothing. He was just like. But I was like, that's so crazy. He just rolled up, yanked the cord out, and just like manhandled the fridge and bounced. I'm like, that's
So trash.
Yeah, that's
so then like there's all these like Facebook groups like in the Audie Murphy Ranch and then Lake Elsinore and all around. He got caught at like 5 different other places. This dude wearing Raiders stuff. He was always wearing Raiders stuff.
Raider fans.
Everyone,
Exactly.
Listen,
I
man.
can't tell you how many people replied to my story. I just did it as in like, is this guy serious? I mean, I knew he wasn't gonna get caught. Like, it's not like I called the police. What are they gonna do?
Yeah.
But I was just like, man.
Yeah.
It was more of a thing to be like, it's a bummer what some people do.
Human beings.
You're
just
right.
like
It would
that.
never happen to RV
Dang it,
because
man.
RV's house. I mean, there's gated. There's guards. There, you know,
There's a
where
pistol coming out the door.
Where he lives, like, you're not getting into RV's neighborhood unless you got business there.
I don't know. I think that's not true though because they know where to go.
Hey.
Like Mahomes got broken into.
Yeah.
If Mahomes can get broken into, RV can.
Good point. Good point. All
Just
right.
saying, he might end up with a bullet in him though.
Yeah.
If I'm
exactly.
there.
Or a monster fridge. That ain't good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You got one more.
Yeah,
thing you
my
wanna go?
point.
Yeah,
So
your point.
you said something about a regional.
Yeah.
Loretta's.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We're
It's Paula.
we're in. Okay.
Wow. I mean, I don't know.
He's
if we're in.
trying.
Well, no, we're locked in. Like we are locked in.
We're trying to lock him in.
I don't know, man.
So
What class
This
are we
is-
racing?
this-
Number 1, explain.
Plus
explain for-
45 and plus 50.
Okay, plus
Yeah.
45, plus 50.
Yeah, I turned 50 this year.
Oh
Wow.
Yeah.
Boss is rolling up.
Yeah. So
the
So
man.
we turned 50.
Yeah.
And we're qualifying in.
and Mitch gave me a slip-on. I don't even have a whole system.
Jeez.
You
I
gotta
wasn't talking
earn
about
that.
Mitch,
You
boss.
gotta earn it,
Yeah,
dude.
you have to
I wasn't-
qualify before he gives you the
Didn't I earn it through the
titanium
area?
system.
Through the area?
No, that's
Doesn't
a
it-
gimme.
I wasn't talking about Mitch, boss. Kristen's here.
Oh, okay.
Boss is here.
Boss is here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get you. We'll get you on. No, go over there.
There's a-
Right here,
Mitch.
Mitch.
Have a headset.
No, so
So, yeah,
but I feel like
we're
maybe
trying.
1 or 2 years ago you were like amateur racing is nothing. What even is
Yes.
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, very down on
But
it.
now you are gonna go spend a week in Tennessee. at the
well,
beginning
we'll
of August.
try.
Are we
will
renting
try.
a trailer?
You know
or How
what,
are we doing
Cameron?
this?
You can appreciate this. It is good in life to have goals and be driven and try to
It's
do
like a new
something.
human. This is a new
So
human being.
I've lost some weight. I like bicycling now. And then my friend Kris told me that I was pretty close to his buddy Dave, and Dave made it in pretty easy. So you should be
Just
Kris,
Dave.
no Dave, fireman Dave.
Okay,
Dave-
now
so-
I don't know.
Dave Chase?
No,
Oh, all right.
R.I.P. Great guy. Kiefer told me you should be close.
Yeah, he's
you're,
close to
You're going to
Dave.
be in the battle. And then fucking Dave today was at Paula and worked me.
But
So
Dave
now
also
I'm
goes to Paula a
reevaluating
lot.
everything.
Yeah.
So
Because the plus 45 and plus 50, that's the one where you can't have been of like a top pro or
no,
whatever,
anybody
right?
can. No.
So
yeah.
hold on.
Oh.
50, you can have a brownie. You can have a
Oof.
brownie in 50, and 45, you can't
or
have
fro.
a brownie.
Or fro.
Okay,
So
40 so
45
45 is like the
45, you can't have any points. 50, you can have points.
what class is harder?
I honestly think in our region, Southwest, he's going to be fine in 50 because there's not a lot of guys. I think 9 to 10 guys show up.
If I get that whole system,
So
if I get that system,
you
You
got
have
to
to
earn
qualify first before you get a titanium system.
Yeah.
what shouldn't I?
Oh, we promised him he might get one tonight if he showed up.
Oh,
I
there you
mean,
go.
I mean, a slip on.
I'm just saying.
So
Didn't
yeah,
think you were
we're
ready for
going
that.
for it. We're trying.
I'm here for it.
But Paula is the regional is the week of Hangtown, so stay tuned.
Hanny tried to take him out today.
Yeah, Hanny
at
tried
Paula.
to take me out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he DM'd me and said, "I didn't even know you rode a dirt bike." Thanks, Hanny. But he said that's rad. He's like, but yeah, and he was very surprised.
He's if I wanted to take you down, there'd be sparks. Just
Yeah,
let you know
yeah.
that.
So, anyways, thank you, Cameron McAdoo. Good luck in the recovery as always, and I'm sure we'll see you at the races at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe when you're a little happier.
He's
Oh, I'm
he's happy right now.
No, but he said he just finally started watching Seattle. He
So
just
what did we
watched
end up? What
Seattle.
did we end up doing? What did we use? What ligament?
Patella.
Patella.
Yeah, because
Patella.
he actually got me pretty good this time.
Yep, I got
This-
one of them.
I did this knee in 21.
Mm-hmm.
And he did the same surgery, but he just did it like all arthroscopic.
Okay.
And then this time I just got a different cut. Like once I unwrapped it, I realized.
I
it.
got that one up front too.
Yep. But yeah.
Okay.
That's
All right.
so
What's he saying? 4 to 5 months?
he's
Yeah.
more 5.
Six.
he
Mitch
said
says
my-
6. Let's,
yeah,
let's
exactly.
pump
Yeah,
the brakes.
yeah.
So here's word for word from Greenbaum. He said 5 months, and he always likes to be like
Safe.
safe. Like so,
Mhm.
easy corner track, so on.
Right.
In my timeline situation, it's not like I'm still wearing my brace because they want me to be in my brace for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Knowing me, I definitely am very sure that I shouldn't be in my brace.
Yeah.
But I'm like,
You're-
I'm doing everything
You
right.
do it.
I'm gonna do it. Like, you know what I
Checking
mean?
the boxes.
Until you twist it.
Exa-
Like-
That's exactly so.
so like
that's,
you wear the brace.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
The
so
one
yeah.
thing about
I'd wear a brace.
Yeah.
If I could walk again, I'd wear a brace.
one thing about the one bright light for me in this injury is I don't have to hear you talk about the SMX LCQs to me ever again this year.
You like basically lobbed that up for me last year when you
Dude.
were so mad about Phil.
Yeah.
And like I know Phil pretty well, and it's just all banter between you
I
guys.
know. I was just like
And
these.
I had
these
only
guys
been to one
bitching.
LCQ
Why am I in the
prior.
LCQ? I don't get. It's just
Hey.
like, hey man.
I want
Rules are
one last
rules.
little point.
Okay.
So the last race.
Yeah.
So there was not enough guys going to be in the LCQ
Yeah.
to where all of us qualified.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. Yeah.
And prior, I had texted. I don't remember who it was.
Mewey?
Mewey.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
might not have been Mewey. Anyway, and I was like, hey, so are we still going to do this LCQ? Or
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. The way the rule is set up, that's how it's going to be, but we're going to adjust it for next year. And I was like, but they ended up calling, like I think like Wageman, a couple guys from
Yeah.
like local
Yeah, 'cause
came
it was
and raced.
Vegas, right?
So
yeah.
it made sense to do the LCQ. It ended
Yeah.
up, but they were going to do the LCQ. And 4 guys make it, 4 guys were in the LCQ.
All right.
But it was, I knew I needed to say that to you because I knew that would be something
Spark
to get
'em
you
up,
fired
yeah.
up. Yeah.
I
and
just
as someone who like all they kind of do is talk crap, Steve.
Yep.
I mean,
This is what I
100%.
like about the
mean,
riders. That's what they think. You just talk shit all the time. This
Yeah.
is what I love.
Well, he does.
I got
He
to
does.
the
He does.
Right.
But a lot of it,
Yeah.
he's right about.
So, thank you. I do this pod, the
And a lot wrong.
Re-Raceables. You've been on it, I think. We do a Re-Raceables pod. Robbie Renard won't come on it.
He's pissed.
He's pissed.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, because Wygant's trying to get him on. I mean, Renard had some great rides. And Robbie said to Benny, Robbie told Weege, I'm not coming on with Matthes. F that guy. So then I said to Benny Bloss, find out what I did to Robbie, because Benny rides it with Robbie. Robbie said, he talked shit in 2013. And I said, what
You
did I say?
You didn't even. Did you have a podcast?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I said, well, what did I say? And Robbie said, I don't know what he said.
He quoted it.
No, Robbie's like, I don't know. He just talks shit. So that's where I'm at, man. That's where I'm at. In 2013, I talked shit on Robbie Renard. No idea what.
You might have been going hard back then to shock jock value to get your stuff bumping running.
maybe.
man.
I don't know.
You have
but-
to agree though. Like if someone talks crap to you, you got it coming.
Yeah, but
Because like
but
you,
can we?
you'll get.
But can you?
No, you avoid it for a while.
yeah.
Yeah. Can
You're
you-
like, I'm not answering that,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden you're like, fucking going.
Anyways, thank you, Cameron McAdoo.
Thanks,
Thanks for
Cam.
coming and give him a hand, everybody.
Thank you guys for having me.
And good to see him on the rebound. And let's bring in icons of the sport. Mitch Payton here. Give him a hand, everybody. Pro Circuit owner. And Bones Bacon. Come on in, Bones. Long-time suspension guy for, for just about everybody. in the
75
sport.
years here
Yeah,
at Pro Circuit.
I don't know if his books are still here, but he used to have this. Where you go? You got? Oh, okay. Good, thanks. Good talking. I don't know if he Bones had these
Like
notebooks. These notebooks in his cabinet back there.
Yeah.
And he was going through them one time to me, and he went and he looked through and he saw McGrath from like I don't know 88. He's like, oh, this is McGrath in 88 Honda. He had it all written down.
You still have all that stuff, Bones?
He has like stuff from like Jeff Hicks,
Wow.
85.
Yeah.
He
yeah.
has Danny Storbeck,
Right.
86.
If you need some 85 CR settings,
That's where to go.
you still have those books.
I need to post some baseline settings for 85 CRs on
Yeah.
my website. That's
Do
what
you
I
have
need.
those books still? You're all like
back there.
Yeah, they're all back there. Okay.
we
Wow.
lost a little bit of
Wow.
history. What year was that? Probably.
Oof. Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but it was. It
It's
was,
probably
So
Okay.
I always took
10
notebooks to the races with me from the previous years.
Yeah.
Previous
Yeah.
years,
Yep.
all the tracks we went to, I brought them, and I had them. I was late at the shop one night, putting all the stuff in the back of my truck, just stacking it back there, trying to get out of the shop, lock it up. Forgot to put them in my truck.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
on the 91 freeway.
Yep.
So for the next month, we had Google mapped and gridded everything out. We knocked off at 5 o'clock. We had guys just
Did you really? Yeah.
going up and down
No
the
way.
freeway, going looking.
You find
for
any?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you did find some. Okay.
Wow.
Along with some cigarette butts.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hey, thanks for coming on, guys. Appreciate it. Garrett Marchbanks, second place, rode really well. Good job, right? What?
Right over there.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh, good job for Garrett. Yeah.
Yeah, he rode really well. Like it was like I told him tonight. We watched video earlier, and I said that's what we expected. You know,
Yeah.
like that's what we think we can get.
Yeah.
But he got good starts. He rode the track really well. He was really good in the whoops. Most of the time, there was some where everybody messed up. He did too. But there was a couple obstacles where he was struggling here and there. But like he rode really good, and that's what we kind of really expect and thought he could do.
Yeah. It was nice to see that you get some reward. It's been a tough year again.
Yep, it is. They're all fast.
Yeah.
They're all good. You know, Cameron, they all can win.
And a
So,
tough
like-
year for a lot of people.
Yeah, and
exactly.
even not just us. I mean,
Yeah.
how would
Right.
you like to be Honda right now? Like,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I do feel like it is. I had Mike Mewey. I interviewed Mike Mewey from Supercross. Obviously, we got the 9 whoops. We got no dragon backs. They want to keep these guys healthy. And last year they did. And the guys that failed, and no offense to any of them, they're good guys, but they were like, look, see, we had a whole field of healthy guys. See? And I'm like, okay, fair. And now this year we got a lot of people hurt. And I'm just like, I just think, Mike, I told him, I said, I just think it's
random.
It's random. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything you can point to, bikes or horsepower or track obstacles. It's, I remember in my Birdwell days, 97.
Ty Birdwell.
Ty Birdwell. I was his mechanic. By the end of Vegas, there was like 2 factory trucks in it because back then they didn't even go to the races. If you were hurt, the factory truck didn't even go to the race. We had like, I think 3 factory riders in Vegas, 97, 98, one of those years, like the field was just done. And that was 2 strokes. So you can't talk about the 4-stroke hurting people and all of that, So,
I
there we
think it's
go.
a sign of the times. I think
Yeah.
you get a bike that advances, gets a little bit better.
Yeah.
People are going to ride harder. They're going to be more confident, and just shit happens.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, absolutely. Mitch, we were talking about this at the race a little bit. May as well bring it into the front of the people here and in the live show, PulpMX show.
It's a good crowd here tonight.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thanks for showing up, everybody.
Yeah.
We forgot to tell you, every one of you has to buy a complete tie system. That was.
welcome to the show, everybody.
Yeah. So before you leave, Camilla will cash you out. And right, Mitch, was that the deal?
$1,000 a piece.
Oh, that's a deal.
By the way, I got some ideas before you leave on how to market PC better.
Can't
So
wait.
I'm gonna throw.
Don't even start.
No,
Dude.
I'm
I
already
have-
ahead of you.
I have some ideas. Okay, anyways, how much longer you want to do this for? I mean, racing's your passion. Well, you raced yourself in cars and dirt bikes back in the day, but like how much longer like Bones over here? He's fishing. He's fishing.
No, he's not.
He's
He's
still
running
here.
He's
Yeah,
running
he-
an off-road
Yeah,
team.
he's in the off road.
Oh, I didn't know
Yes.
that.
So
Well,
basically,
and basically, I've been at Glen Helen
Right.
my wife and I have been at Glen Helen for the past 6 days.
Okay,
Every day.
I didn't know this.
So,
Okay,
There's no fishing at Glen Helen.
no. But anyways, Mitch, yeah, how?
I don't know. Like I said a long time ago, I'm like, I don't know. Like we'll see where it goes or whatever. And like it's still like I love it
Mm-hmm.
and I enjoy it. I don't see me quitting. Like
Yeah.
I say we just keep going until like I get hit by a car or something like that, and then and RV said I'll take it over.
Oh
I'll
God!
take
Oh
this thing
yeah,
over.
yeah. Business acumen. This gentleman, for years you had, well, not for years, but Jimmy Perry, Mike Hooker, Dave Osterman. You had a manager per se. You had a guy that I think you were car racing more often back then.
Dave Chase.
I don't know if Dave was
No,
ever the manager,
Dave
but
was kind of like
Service guy right here at this
Yeah.
desk.
yeah, he
Yeah.
was
Dave
was
saved me, by the way, in 02. Dave saved me.
he was a great guy, and
Yep.
like we
But he
And-
came in at the beginning of the 4-strokes
Y-
also. with
well,
it.
but it was
with
just
us, it
kind of
kinda
like
helped
with
a little
all
bit.
of us, like like there was never like in the beginning, like God, the peak team, like I guess I was team manager, but like really
Yeah.
most of the time I was working on stuff in the back.
Yeah.
And then we went to the races, and then
Cutting graphics out in the motel room.
really like Hooker kind of helped a lot because he was really organized and a smart kid, and then Jimmy helped me. Jimmy was grinding cylinders with me, and then when Hooker left.
Mhm.
Jimmy kind of picked up that role a little bit. Bones was there doing suspension, and they helped a ton.
Mhm.
Because the workload, we all wore 4 or 5 hats, and even to this day, like now Ian is kind of the main guy,
Right.
and Ian does everything from management to like what we're doing, but he's also working with me, and we're doing R&D.
Yeah.
Because I think I
So
don't
you-
mean this bad, but I think that a lot of the big teams they can afford this big management staff and everybody's got this little role.
Uh-huh.
But like when you have a small team, you can't do that. So like everybody has to help do everything.
Mhm.
So like we're, I got Ian, I got Schneike and me are dynoing all the time,
Yep.
and we're going on one thing, and I'm trying something they don't have time to do, and I'm like, hey, this is really good. You should need to try this real quick. And then we do that, and they're like, yeah, it's pretty good. And then now we got Brandon Zimmerman's back, so Brandon's helping dyno everything, and Ollie's back, and like we got now we've got a little more staff to help develop the bike, and the bike's really good.
Yeah.
And I think we still got a couple more steps. I think quickly that we can do.
Do you have everything you need for the new bike? Everything that you've wanted parts wise and everything, or are you still waiting on things?
It's a brand new bike, so
Yeah.
like you just learn, and then
Yeah.
when something that you have is brand new and you come up with it, then you build a couple of those,
Mhm.
and then you got to manufacture it. So that takes time.
Yeah.
And then all the old stuff, you want to take that to the practice bike or you just throw
Yeah,
it away.
yeah.
So like it's an expensive proposition
So-
to do.
Not stepping back anytime soon.
I don't see that.
I personally, for me, from my standpoint, like Mitch can't go anywhere because he's the
Oh.
face of this brand,
Okay.
right? So
Yeah.
if somebody comes in and takes it over, like, I mean, until he's actually gone, and hopefully that's a long time away, like he's always going to be involved,
And then I will go fishing.
right? So, and I think that's the thing, like it's
And
not.
I'll go with you.
This like family here that's at Pro Circuit
Yeah.
has to be whoever is going to come in at that role
Uh-huh.
has to
Be an extension of him, right?
exactly
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
there's so much history here. He's always going to be a part of it. There's
Yeah.
always going to be a space.
I know,
right?
but RV,
Like,
I come in here once in a while, and this guy's got a KX80 cylinder, and
he was just grinding one
he's
when I walked
grinding
in.
away, and I'm just like, what are you doing?
Guess what's on the dyno?
What? KX80
Yep.
Super mini.
Super Mini.
No,
yeah.
I
Off of
enjoy this.
PCCs.
I enjoy the stuff we do, and like even like tomorrow or the next day, we got a KTM 85.
Yeah.
And we'll put that on there because we have some new stuff, and like we have a really good KTM 65 and 85 setup and Super Mini.
Yep.
But like you think of something, and I'm like, we should do that.
Yeah.
Like and try it. Like if it fails, we
Yeah.
won't go there, and if it is, it shows you something else you can do, and you just slowly evolve.
Mhm.
And like anybody that thinks they have it dialed, like
Yeah.
anymore, like and it's funny because all the two-stroke guys that are out there that are selling all this stuff, and they sell it for like $5,000 for a motor, and I'm like, well, what are you doing for $5,000? And the first thing they want to do, like, and I don't mean this bad, but
yeah.
like when Nick Way's kid was riding here, we did his bikes, and Schneike and me bought a bunch of stuff for a 65, and I said, I'm going to make the best 65, and we just went through all the stuff, and most of it was garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And we did just what we would do for any factory bike that we would do. Cases were standard. We didn't even fluff them. And now you send it away, and they want to split the cases, and that's $1,000. And then they want to polish the tranny. And I've polished trannies, and I've tumbled trannies, and I've done that. And like, oh, it's less friction.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if I can't see it, it's hard to believe.
Yeah.
So like on the mini bikes, I don't recommend that for kids. You
Yeah.
know, like don't spend that money on that. I'd rather see the parents save their money and buy a tire or a piston or a clutch, and don't overdo it and give some guy in wherever he's at all this
What-
money to give you this super duper nothing.
What percent of your day, Mitch, at this point is race team stuff, yelling at riders, sending them running shoes, things like that? And what percent is the business of Pro Circuit and customers and, staff and things like that? Like what's the percent? Can you break that down at all? Is it possible?
No, because it always varies.
It does? Okay. Yeah. So whichever way, it's whatever takes up your day. I mean, you come in every morning and you're like, I don't know what's going to happen today. I
No,
guess.
you have an idea, but
Yeah.
like if something happens where like, say Jeff in the back is doing heads on a 4-stroke, then he can't do 2-strokes. So then I can do 2-strokes. So
Mhm.
like I help him do those.
Yep.
For customers.
Yeah.
So it's super easy.
Yeah.
So like why not do that, and we get them out the door, get them out the door, get them out the door.
Right. And Bones, yourself, it's been, like you said, 6 days at Glen Helen. And I do see you at World Vets every year and all that. But like how's semi-retired life?
No, it's good. I still take
He's
care of the
still involved.
Supercross track a little bit. And then
Yeah, he's still involved.
we were there with Garrett Wednesday. We had an epic day. We pumped some water into the track on Tuesday.
Wait, did you
and
pay
then,
him hourly or like what are we doing? What?
He
iced
actually
teas.
Pay him in beer.
Iced teas.
he actually just does his own thing, and like I told him, I said, we'll pay you. You
Just
track your hours and invoice me.
okay.
So I don't.
But yeah,
He doesn't have a time card.
Yeah,
like-
yeah, nothing like that. Okay.
Old school.
Yeah.
we had a great day Wednesday at the track with Garrett.
Yep.
It was overcast, misty a little bit.
Yeah.
It was one of those days where you don't have to do much, and
Yeah.
then we cleaned it up at the end of the day. And then Ryan and I were there for the Blue Crew event.
Yeah.
Yamaha took care of the grandkids, and it was a really cool event. The
So
Blue
you
Crew
enjoy-
event was awesome.
Do you enjoy not being, like you're doing track maintenance and you are taking the guys out and all that, but
Yeah.
you're not like hands-on suspension stuff as much anymore? You like,
No, but
it's-
I kind of
No,
Mitch
you
and I'll talk. I'll keep an eye
you-
on
Okay,
it. And if
yeah.
I
has
see
insight.
anything,
Like we
yeah.
have him come in, and
Yeah.
every once in a while, like we'll just do a set down,
okay.
and we'll get there's a show guy, and we got our guys,
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
and Bones is there, and I'm like, open up. What do we got? What are
Mhm.
we running, and what? And like I get kind of mad because sometimes they have egos, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck what it is. I don't care who came up with it.
Yeah.
You're supposedly the smartest guys. Let's figure out the next step,
Yeah.
next 2 steps, and let's work together because we can go there quicker. And you guys think about it, and I want to know where we're going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like let's move.
Yeah.
Like quit. And sometimes they're that guy don't know he doesn't know. I'm like,
But I'll work with Luke really good.
Okay.
Luke used to work for me back in the day.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he's doing an awesome job. So he and I'll talk about new settings or different concepts or different
Boy,
things. And
it's come a long way since Anaheim Husky.
yeah.
It's probably a blur now thinking about it going that far back. You probably can't remember.
I did suspension in the beginning.
Yeah.
You
here we
did?
go.
I thought Mike Guerra did.
I did, and I
I
didn't.
took over for Garrett.
Yeah.
I had
Were you at Anaheim Husky or did you come in Anaheim the other shop?
La Palma.
Oh, La Palma. Okay.
the
Yeah,
old one- the
yeah.
old La
I've been to La Palma as a
Yeah.
kid back in the day with
Yeah.
my family. Yeah. We walked in.
84.
Malachi was there.
we had
Oh,
a,
shit.
there was a really smart
He's still
guy
there.
Yeah, he was
that,
there.
that was the Olin's guy at that point when I sponsored Jeff Jennings on a Husky.
Yeah.
And it was a guy
Bruce
named Bruce
Burness.
Burness. And I think his wife married Kent O'Lean's sister or something
okay.
like that. So
Yep.
like a very brilliant guy, worked
Mhm.
on McLaren race cars, and like anybody that knows suspension would know his name. He's very brilliant. And like he was helping with suspension. He goes, "Well, you should just do it." And I'm like, "Dude, I've never done it." Like, and I still have it. I showed Bones this handwritten sketch of how to pull apart the shock and the shims and everything,
Oh, yeah.
and put it back together.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'm gonna leave something out, right?
Mitch Payton, suspension guy.
That's awesome.
And we had a vise at the shop on this little bench, and I would do it, but I hated it because when I did it, we didn't even have an oil tray.
Oh, it dripped off
So it
onto a
dripped
pan on the
off-
floor.
It dripped around rags, and my pants were oily, my hands were oily, and I'm like,
Then it went over the fence, which is Santa Ana River Lakes.
not the real Santa Ana
Yeah,
Lakes.
yeah.
That's what we called it. Anyway,
Yeah.
I just said I don't want to do suspension anymore.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
all I'm going to do motors.
Right.
And like so Mike Garrett did suspension, and he was going to Yamaha, and then Bones started doing it, and I was happy as a clam. Like
Yeah.
just all day
Oil,
oil.
yeah.
And then I'm rolling around, and it's like all over me. And I'm like, and I'm like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Don't want to do it.
Nope.
And yeah, who would have thought all these years later you got this massive place, and I mean you're such an icon in the industry. I told you at the race we were talking about it. I think the biggest compliment that you can get is, and I know this from other people, is you don't even people who haven't even ridden for you, or maybe got some support back in the day. And RV knows this too. So many people call you or come in here and want your opinion on a contract, a parent situation, a wife situation.
Get rid of him.
Anyways,
sounds like a family discussion that I have.
but like you are literally the person that people seek out, like the Yoda on the mountaintop, right, RV? I mean,
Yes.
and you don't have to have ridden for you for people to know what you're not talking about, and that's a pretty cool spot to be in as an industry person,
It's good. There's a lot of guys that like even like what you said maybe didn't ride for me, but they're like, "Hey, dude, I got this thing.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think?" And I'm like,
Right.
and then like I was lucky when I was young because I had a good mentor down in the Anaheim shop Jack Jory, and my parents were really good too. So between my parents and this guy, like he would just say, just do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, don't cheat, don't steal, don't try to take the cheap way out because it's never going to pan out. You know, like, so it sounds nerdy, but like just living that way seems a little bit better to do. And it's more patient. You're not, you don't have anxiety about your decision.
Right.
And you make the decision that's the right one. And it seems like most of the time it's the right decision.
I just think it's such a great compliment to you to have that kind of status in the industry, you know. And if you go by at the races, there's a lot of people who go by your truck to talk to you, or a lot of people come in here. Bones, you've probably seen them over the years, you know, and they want to sit down. They want to, and then other guys want rides, and they come in and they show up every single day hoping that you pay attention to them. But, you know, who's the guy? Was it Matt Walker came in every day?
Matt Walker was in Georgia, and
they flew here, and then
he just wouldn't quit coming.
Finally,
I'm like, dude, for real? And finally I said, all right, I'll let you ride the bike.
Give you a bike, yeah.
And we had a guy hurt, and we did him. And, like, Matt was...
Yeah, he rode well.
He was really good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
he tried hard.
Stories over the years.
He tried hard. Sometimes he
Overtried, a little bit.
crashed a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. And then who knew all those years later after helping RV, he would have a shop here and be the biggest pain in your ass.
Well, RV was like one of those kids, like, he was kind of like a Ricky kid. So, like, we helped Ricky when he was just a kid, and same with RV. And to know him as a kid, you knew the parents more than the kid almost.
Right.
And then just as they grow up, you know him, and then you just watch him come up. And those were both amazing guys. And then to be around Danny and Kris and see him do what he did was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then he goes to the 450 team, and then you don't deal with him as much, you know. And then, you know, like he grows up, he gets married and all these things, and like all kinds of things come up.
Yeah.
But it all works out in the end. And like,
and now his kids are going to
like
be the next great ones.
His kids are racing, and I'm like, oh my God. Like,
right?
Here we go.
And he's balls deep in it. Like,
no, he's already switched bikes like 2 or 3 times, and he's talking about next move. What do I do? What do I do? And I'm like, let's just
subframes.
Pump the brake. We're gonna cut some subframes.
We were talking about something the other day. He's like, I got a bay at Pro Circuit. I got a bay at Pro Circuit, and something about my bike. You know, bring a bike. I got a bay. I'm just like,
it's in the back.
Yeah.
Like, okay, man, you got a bay.
He was afraid with the Cowie deal. You know, like he decided that's it. He's moving, and I said, I don't care. Like, you do what you got to do.
Right.
And I said,
yeah.
But I told him, you're gonna finish your contract with Kawasaki.
Yeah.
And you're gonna ride a Cowie until the last day. And then when that day's done, I don't care where you go, I'm good with it.
Right.
And then he did deal with Yamaha, and I said, bring it down.
Yeah.
We got room for you in here. And we did some fun stuff.
Yeah,
right
125 Dream Race.
Yeah,
those
Dream
things,
Race was awesome. That thing was so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, RV, you were into that for a while.
Yeah, it was super fun.
Yeah.
If they still had it, I'd probably still race it.
Yeah.
We showed up with an okay bike, and then the year 2, Mitch is like, all right, bring that thing down early. We're gonna build a really good 125, and that's probably Ping rode it. Like that 125 that Mitch built, we built a special pipe for it. I think you can actually order it. It's the RV pipe.
Spec, yep.
Spec
People
pipe
still ask
now.
me about it all the time. Can you still get it? Yeah.
Yes, you can get it. Like the bike was really, really good, and it was just a lot of fun.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And like it goes
and
back
we
to
did straight rhythm.
Yeah, we did straight rhythm. We've done straight rhythm multiple times. And then two-stroke world championship last year. Pulled the whole shot on a 250, not a 300.
I won't build.
Just saying.
Yeah. No, we don't do that. Are we doing Fox Hill? Are we going back?
No, I'm out.
What? Whoa!
Yeah, I'm
breaking
out.
news. What happened?
Yeah, I told Wobbs I'm out. It's mini
Probably
bike.
a mini bike.
Mini
race that
bike
weekend.
racing is
That's why. That's what I'm saying. It's
yeah,
balls deep, dude.
is
So
taking
I don't have to
taking
be
up my
I don't
time.
have to be the team manager then?
Nope.
Okay.
Wow. So
No.
you're in?
I guess so. Doug asked me the other day.
Is that why Doug asked him to come?
Maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the backup for the backup for the backup.
Okay. Okay. How's your representative like in plus 45, plus 50 Loretta's? Like, do you have enough reps there? Do you have enough sponsored riders?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what this guy wants to do. Like if he does it, like Ricky did
Well, I
it
was
one
thinking
year.
more me, but
Well, we
you
could
know.
get you the pipe.
the whole thing?
What about a cylinder? Maybe
No,
some.
no,
too much.
Too much.
Yeah,
too
you
much.
can't-
Too much.
You
Too much.
don't
My-
got the arms for that.
Hard
Yeah,
on.
thank you. My
Yeah.
advisor says don't do that.
You just need
smooth
something
smooth that thing out.
rideable.
Yeah. I got it's already a lot of bike for me.
Imagine like RV comes and goes with the kids and races these vet races and all the shit that Brownie gets for racing these things. Can you imagine what he's going to get when
Yeah,
he shows up
yeah.
on the line to a 30 plus or a 40 plus at the time? These guys are going to be like totally stoked that they get to race with RV, or like, fuck it, I'm never coming back again. I don't even want to touch this.
Yeah.
But
I
they
would,
don't.
I would
they-
be that way if I raced Brownie. Brownie's amazing.
He is. He's crazy.
Like
He's a machine.
Yeah.
he's in such phenomenal shape.
Yeah.
And then like I watch him race these races, and he rides the, what does he ride? 25 and the 45 class.
Well, yeah.
And
I
I'm
was
like,
just gonna ask, do they have a 40+ class? No, they don't.
Yes.
They do at
So the
Loretto's.
40 plus is where if you scored points, you can ride 40. 45 is you can't have any points.
I have no
Oh,
points.
so I have to then go to 50 at that
You
point.
have to right now. If you went to go race, you have to ride 25. You're not 30 yet, are you? I don't know. How old are you?
I'll be 37
Oh
in
shit!
August.
Are you that old?
Yeah.
God dang.
Fuck,
okay.
I look like you, man. I got gray coming
No,
in.
you're not that great. So yeah, so 25, and you'd have to run 25 in Open Pro Sport until you turn 40.
I'm not racing pro sport.
So then you can ride 40.
Okay, 3 more years.
he'll wait it out.
Or
Yeah,
3
we'll
and a
wait
half.
it out. Yeah, we'll,
Yeah.
we'll do it. By the way, everybody, thank you to Mitch Payton for coming on. Brought to you by the folks at Chairby's, at Chairby's USA on social media. I love the guys at Chairby's. They got a real cool website as well. And so thanks to those guys for coming on.
I got a question for him.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, who? For Mitch?
For Mitch.
Okay.
So the race team, how much can you contribute to sales here, to directly from race team? Because I think about it like
I could get those YZ450 sales going.
like
Pipes.
when you think about Kawasaki, like everyone that I talk to, the kids, I want a pro circuit pipe. Yeah, I think that has a direct reflection from race team. And then you remove yourself from that a little bit to Yamaha. You know, you can't say Suzuki because Roxon's on one, but I just
Yeah, what
always
about
wondered
that?
about that. Yeah,
Kenny.
Yeah.
I
Crazy,
got,
huh?
I got wrangled into that
Why? How'd you get wrangled into that?
because I said, well, I didn't think they had enough bike sales to like warrant giving them a bunch
Yeah.
of pipes.
Well, you sold them pipes,
Did it
no?
pan out?
It's been awesome.
Yeah.
The only reason I decided to do it is 'cause Kenny was there. I love the guy.
Yeah,
Right. So
right.
like, if Kenny's there, I'm in.
Yeah.
And they're like, and I said, but you guys got to do that promo, and they've done phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, cool.
I love
Yeah,
being
yeah.
involved with them.
I saw that. Yeah, you get a free
And the
system.
pipes are super cool. The
Yeah.
dad, Dustin.
Yeah, if you get
Yeah.
a free system when you
Yeah.
buy an RMZ 450 or something, right? Something
and
like that.
250. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been really good for us. The Suzuki relationship has been, and like we weren't like Yoshimura owned that market.
Yeah.
And then they said, no, we want you to do it. And I'm like, you guys lost your minds. Like, why? And then they just said, no,
Yeah.
we're not going to run their stuff. And I'm like, I don't think it's enough. And then pretty soon it turned into something that I could make sense of, and I'm glad we do it.
Yeah.
I dig it.
Right. No, it's been awesome. Okay, go ahead, Keefer.
So you can actually see being a part like Kawasaki for years, having pro circuit involved. You see a direct reflection from that in sales here.
Yes, and I do. And the other thing I think guy like Schneike could answer that is like everything we learn, and even in the two-stroke days, everything I learned on a two-stroke pipe or an engine, it cross translates to something else. You can't put the same pipe on there, but you learn something, right? So like, especially with all the sound stuff, you're trying to make something run good, but it's got to be quiet. And then we come up with this different core. We come up with something and it's good. And you're like, we should put that on the Suzuki. We should try that on the Honda. So like we've came up with our Honda system's been upgraded. The KTMs are upgraded. And like we wind up finding stuff by spending so much time on one. And then and same with, I think every pipe company at Kropovich, and I think FMF, they do a good job too. And like they learn from doing one, and you take it and you carry that over, and it helps you stay at the front of the pack instead of just like, a lot of times if you weren't in racing, you just make a pipe and you're like, oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
Or like
Right.
your own guys are like, dude, isn't there something else? We've got a boatload of stuff that wasn't any better, but we just got to keep going. So
And I think it would be hard to evolve as well because obviously the sound regulations are getting stricter and stricter. And as a pipe manufacturer, it's probably tougher to make horsepower through an aftermarket muffler with those sound constraints.
but it'll be when and it's a dumb idea in my opinion. Like, and I
Yeah.
told her all of them. So like, I'm gonna say this. I'm probably gonna get crucified.
Nobody
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Nobody listens to this show anyways. They all listen to Title 24.
Yeah, they all listen to my show, not
Yes.
yours.
But
Steve.
there's only like there's less than 500 professional
Yes.
AMA licensed guys, and nobody no amateur guy wants a 109 DB bike.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like none of their amateur bikes are 109. They're like probably if you tested an amateur spec bike with the amateur spec muffler, because it's a different sound regulation. It's at like partial throttle. If they did 2 meter max on theirs, they're going to be 117. Well, we're like 114 max. Now they want to go to like 109 plus 2 is 111. So then you're going to choke it down more. So I say,
which then build heat. It builds heat.
a ton of heat, and when you build up that heat, the muffler blows out quicker because the packing burns out. And then an amateur, they don't want to rebuild their muffler all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So then they're going to run it until it's empty, and the core is going to break.
It's even louder.
And it's louder.
Yeah. I got some questions we got some questions from Twitter, and then I have some ideas on how to market Pro Circuit better. Should we go with that now?
Cannot
Listen,
wait.
I can't because I don't know these,
What?
so I can't wait to hear.
No,
these.
The Canadian.
What does that got to do with anything?
Well, we know where you stand.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we don't need to talk about that.
I was on a bicycle ride, and I was like, I'm going to come up with. There's some things that I think you could do better. There's some things I think that would help you take the next step up. You know, and I'm
Jeez.
and so I just want to run some of these through
Yeah,
with
let's hear 'em.
Okay, Bones, are you ready too?
I am.
You can get involved in this also.
Yep.
So these are some great ideas I came up with. Okay, so we're going to start slow first of all.
Ease it in slow.
We're gonna ease it in.
Okay.
It drives me crazy that your Pro Circuit sticker on your mufflers are at the same angle on every muffler. I think you should make different stickers to line up with the arc of whatever OEM number plate has. So, you know, they're kind of on an angle. It says Pro Circuit, right?
Yep.
And then, so say a KTM is like this, you'll have Pro Circuit like this.
Yep.
It should be like this and match it should flow with the
plastic.
bottom of the plastic of that OEM.
But I've talked to the OEMs about changing their plastic.
No, you got to change your sticker. So I think you should change your sticker for each OEM to line up to their number plate. I think that would look so much more bitchin'. Okay, so that's one.
That was easy. Okay.
Easy, yeah.
That was
Even though
Two.
it's crooked on the muffler.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, no matter how. Just
And it's not at 45 degrees. Sometimes it's 30 degrees.
Yeah, just line it up.
All right.
Make different stickers for different OEMs is all you would need to do. That's how you would.
Why
do
don't we just send the sticker in the package and we let them put
it.
it on?
Yeah, we can do that too. Okay, so second one, carbon end caps. I want to see those in different colors. You're doing the green.
I'm for this one.
You're doing the green, and that's awesome. But there's Blue Crew guys, and we got Red Crew, and
I'm for this one.
we got everything. So we need different colors.
Vet guys will eat this shit
They
up.
will buy the shit out of that.
And you know why we haven't done that was like
These are great ideas so far, right, everybody? Great
I
ideas.
think you've
Yeah.
done a few, right?
Okay.
Like you've done some.
we have, and honestly, like it's the green material. At first, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, you can get it." Well, then as carbon fibers got more popular, they won't do colored carbon unless you do like 5,000 yards, and that's like a
I don't know what that means.
You
That's a
gotta
lot.
get a lot of shit.
20
Okay.
years supply.
But how do you do the green ones then?
We finally got somebody to split a batch, and we could dye it, and we're trying to do that again.
Okay.
It's
okay.
just, it's the vendor plus a carbon fiber end cap. Like it's ridiculous what it takes to do it.
Yeah,
not good for the consumer.
No, the Keefers, consumers don't. They'll buy the shit out of that.
No, they love it,
Yeah.
and if it cracks, they don't care.
No, they don't
like
care.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like we understand that.
Yep.
But
Okay.
this year for the coming up this 109 DB, we went to a titanium end cap,
Mm-hmm.
and a Akrapovic does the same, but it was so that we
Does
could
that
actually
help? That helps then. Yeah.
a little bit because you can put packing in the end cap
Oh, okay.
and it won't blow out.
Got it.
So there's a reason for doing it, and it's also a bigger canister, so
Mhm.
it's got more packing around the core and all that stuff.
Okay.
So we're gonna make a carbon cap for that, but we got to see if we can get the noise down to where it has to be, and so
Yeah.
it still looks good.
Ready
So
for
the
next
race
one?
team pipes right now that we see on the guy's bike is a titanium end cap now. Okay, because a lot of these guys are asking me, is it stainless? Because it looks stainless from the outside.
Yeah, you can't
Right.
tell. Like they just look the
Yeah.
same, but
Can I get a race system too? Not just a regular one, not a rack one. Can I get a race one? Okay.
You got to earn
Anyways,
it. Earn
I
it.
got more ideas. Okay. So
My bike's mine has a production pipe on it.
yeah, but dude,
He does.
Yeah, but you don't care. I care. I need that mental edge.
This is the vet guy right here.
All right, ready for the next idea?
Mhm.
So we mentioned earlier I would come in here and you're porting away on cylinders and all of that. This is fucking printing money right here. You charge extra for the Mitch port job. Personally, you pay 100, 200, 300. I don't know. But if you want Mitch to personally port your cylinder, you pay extra, and he does it. And that, vet guys, hey.
What sucks about this is it's not a fucking bad idea. That's
Dude,
what sucks about this.
Mitch poured it, and then you put a little MP in the intake, a little MP.
The problem is,
does that affect the fuel?
That's the only idea I like. This is the only idea I like
more.
so
No,
far.
I got more. I don't know if the MP will affect the tumbling, but put it somewhere where it doesn't. And you sign it.
But that will require, he'll get a, doesn't matter. Here's the problem. People will buy, if you mark it up $2,000,
you could ask anything.
it will happen, and then he will be forced to do those all the time.
Well, whatever. He likes it. He says he likes it.
Price will just keep rising.
He used to grind cylinders for me, and he was really good at it.
Jimmy says he was the best.
Jimmy was really good. If you do enough of them,
Okay.
it is amazing. To do repetitive of something, you get down to where it's really good. So if I take a couple weeks off,
Yeah.
like I'll tell you one story.
So you can't. The idea is if
No,
I'm
no,
paying extra, you can't
it's
fuck
not
these
a bad
up.
idea, but I've had guys like him and even Jeff, when they grind a cylinder, I'm like, damn, that's good. Come on. I don't know if mine looks that good. Because to me, what I focus on is the dimension only, and the cleanup work to me is
Dude.
I'm wasting my day.
Dude, people will pay. MP. Okay, you ready?
It's a good idea.
Next one?
That's not a bad
Not
idea.
a bad idea.
Okay, so
Well,
so
wait,
far.
before you go on to the next
Okay,
one, so
yeah.
this isn't the same scenario because he actually is really good at it. But I used to have people call me all the time. I want you to do my suspension.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I'm like, no, you don't. I
Wow.
said I go testing. I work in the box fan.
Yeah.
I come up with the settings
Yeah.
along with help from other people. But the day-to-day grind of doing the suspension, including the race team, I don't do it. My
Yeah.
guys in the back are really good.
Yeah,
you want the guys that do
That
it
do it all the
every
time.
day
Yeah, but
But I think it's
to
the
do it.
people would pay, dude.
it's the face. You're the face of the
Uh,
suspension. You're
yeah.
the face of the company. They want part of the face.
Hey,
That's
bro, what
why
you
Bones
got?
hasn't gone anywhere, and that's why
Hey,
Mitch is
hey,
never going
hey,
anywhere.
imagine this at the track. Hey, what you got? Got Mitch cylinder.
Yeah.
What? Mitch himself.
Here's an example.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Here's an
you know?
example.
Like
The RV pipe.
Did
Once you put that
we
stamp
sell
on
a
it,
lot of those?
the CR
really good.
YZ250 pipe.
there's-
The CR
YZ125s, I still
Yeah.
have people coming up to me to races. I want the Villopoto pipe.
exactly.
Don't put fill his head.
It's on the rack in the back.
Okay. Next one?
Sometimes I ask them why, but no. It's good.
Well, and even
Okay.
on the new Yamaha, when they came out with the new one, we had it kind of sucked because we had RV's spec, and we were dynoing against that.
That's the baseline.
Oh, Ulrich is here somewhere. He's
No, I
pissed.
know, but I couldn't beat it for
Oh, I see. Yeah.
3 or 4 weeks.
Mhm.
And I'm like, I don't get it. It's a different cylinder and the rod's
A
longer.
little
and
bit
stuff.
different, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, I just couldn't do it. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh my God. And then finally I said, all right, so when we do it now, we do basically the exact same porting spec that we do to his, same pipe spec. And what really made a difference for us was, we catenary reed cage on it, the V-Force, that helps.
Mhm.
RV like
Single ring piston.
a piston with a single ring on there, but it's also it's a Vertex different shape piston,
Mhm.
Mm.
and it's almost a horsepower. And then it's you got to do everything to it. And then we found out we're last thing, and I hate fucking doing this. Let's get a get ignition. We're gonna map that thing. And when we mapped
Mhm.
it, pretty soon I'm like, this thing's pretty sick. And we actually were able to beat the old spec.
Oh, I haven't rode the new spec.
No.
It's-
Well, listen, you can get
It's really
You
good.
can email us. use
And
the
the
contact
heavier
form on
flywheel.
Pulp and-
We
okay,
always
cool, man.
I ran
Hey,
the heavier
You
flywheel.
ran the heavier flywheel, but now they come with a heavier flywheel. So
Oh,
we don't
okay.
have to do that, but
Alright.
you got to run
Moving on.
all the shit.
Moving on. Next idea. You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. So we've already talked about how McGrath, Carmichael, Villopoto. I mean, you have so many greats that are so loyal to you and are so appreciative of what you've done for them that I think what would be a great promotion, and I think these guys would do it, and I think you could, just once. Okay, so there's 52 weeks in a year. Pick your favorite 52 ex-riders that you helped. Maybe get Jimmy Hawley even in for 1 week. But basically, when you call down to order, okay, you have a bunch of sales guys. They call in to order. If you place an order of, I don't know, $500, $1,000, I don't know, whatever amount you want to do, you get transferred to a rider of the day. And that rider is working here for a week. Maybe not 8 hours.
This is a bad one.
Maybe not 8 hours.
That one's out.
But so
Well,
if you
I take it
soon as you
over,
put
if I
rider
take the
and
shop
work.
over,
No.
then I will be
so
here.
then if you place this order, Camilla or the sales guy puts you through and it's, hey, it's Ryan Villopoto. What's up, man? And that guy gets 20 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever amount of time you want to talk to an ex-pro circuit rider.
And that 20 minutes, I'd be like, cut it. Let's move on. Get another.
I'm gonna have to have a little more in the stake here if I'm gonna be answering phones.
Don't you love the man?
I do.
Well,
I do.
Do it for the love.
I will.
He
Okay.
will.
If he
will.
told
See?
me
that's what I'm saying.
I had to do,
These
I will
guys
do
would-
it.
These guys would do it. Carmike. So this week it's Ryan Villopoto week, everybody. With $1,000
Every week?
purchase. With $1,000 purchase, you can talk to RV for 10 minutes.
That's not gonna work.
Okay, all right.
When I have an office in the back, I can do that.
Okay.
You were going all right.
I was going fine.
And this one,
Okay. Like,
It
Swapped
started
out.
off good.
look.
Yeah.
Got a
look.
little rough there.
You know, they don't. I mean, look. You get Ricky, you get McGrath, you get RV, but at some point, Weimer's got to be here, and at some point, Shea Bentley shows up, and at some point, Nick Way's here. Like, sorry guys.
Nick Way is here.
Nick Way is
Oh, he
here.
is. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Some way. We'll ask Nick Way about it.
You need to put Nick up here, too.
We are. We're gonna put him up here.
Oh, good.
He's next.
Oh, I thought we were the cleanup crew. Good.
Oh no.
All right.
So
Oh, Bones is waiting to have another beer.
okay. So
He's empty.
not good.
no.
No,
I
that
think-
one sucks.
Think
That
unanimously
one I'm
we're-
out on. I'd rather grind a couple cylinders and
Okay.
save their
Okay.
life.
Okay. All right. Okay. So my last idea that I thought of is this kind of came off like Feld is selling the shit out of everything. You can clean a porta potty at a Supercross for $200, like whatever it is. They are selling all these experiences at the races, right?
And they want us to do that. And they want us to do a pit experience. And the only problem I got with it is, like, I don't know. They're saying like, well, maybe you could make $1,000 a week.
Yeah. You're like, huh?
Well,
Yeah.
then why would you do it?
Yeah,
if
what's
that's
the
all
point?
you're gonna
Yeah,
make.
And I'm like,
no.
So
It's a lot of fucking headache
Yeah, and
already.
and you've got
with-
these guys and they're in your pits, and then
Yeah.
like you're.
I'm already there in your
You're-
pits.
Well, that's the point.
I don't even pay you.
You know, the girlfriend brings somebody and this and that,
Yeah.
and they have the
Yeah.
hospitality area for the
Family.
close family,
Okay.
friends, and
All right.
people that get
So
in.
my next idea. So they're selling these experiences, everything else. You are maybe the most successful race team in our sport has ever seen. And again, you can set the amount wherever you want. I just came up with $1,000, but you can certainly, and maybe now you guys are talking shit on $1,000. It needs to be more than that.
For what?
Hold on.
VIP service?
Hold on.
It's taking a while to get this out.
Yeah.
Building it up.
For $5,000.
Ooh.
No, for $2,500, you will make a fan a #1 plate and put it on the door with everybody else.
No chance.
And you get to be Steve Matthes, pro circuit super fan.
That only plate that goes on there, I'm just telling you now that
I'm just-
nope.
It's
doesn't
a way to
happen.
make an
I
out.
would.
The way you get on that door is by winning one, man.
Dude, like
You're paying to get the-
Ricky would throw up. He would throw up. Like Jeremy would be like, I ain't doing that. Like I'm not gonna be there when embrace this
Come
guy when he's
on.
duct taping it up there. Like
That's like, come on. That's like some silly
Listen,
shit there.
I didn't say they were all home run ideas. They're just things I thought about.
Well, we had a couple good ones.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
3 out of 5 or 2 out of 4.
They
Would
started
you
off
guys pay
good.
for #1 plate on the door? Who
No.
would pay for that?
No.
Anybody?
You
Yeah,
gotta-
see, they don't
right
want
here,
it.
Right here. Yeah, this guy would do it.
How long does it stay up there?
A race. One race.
I put the TTR
then all
one.
of a sudden there you'll have like 5 guys and the thing's all full and somebody's like, who are those guys?
I did tape the Motocross of Nations TTR 110.
110 race up there.
Oh, the one where Canada got
but,
third? The one I managed?
Yes, at Budds
Canada?
Creek.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
We won the Motocross of Nations for that. And I
okay,
taped
so-
up there.
I am down with the carbon.
Yeah.
I'm down with Mitch grinding.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
What about, are you down with the sticker? The sticker on the...
Nah, I don't really
on-
care about
on the
that.
muffler?
That
No.
doesn't bother me.
Nope.
That doesn't bother me.
Okay, well, listen, 2 out of 5 ain't bad. Meatloaf,
Because when you pull
Meatloaf sang a song
that
about
silencer out of the package, you're gonna be like, fuck, some idiot put this sticker on sideways.
Yeah, but you
I
put it
will-
on your bike and it matches your
You know
number
what-
plate
you know what
perfectly.
I thought of?
but
And somebody brought it up to me and
Okay.
they said, what you should do, and this was like, it was a story. Well, it was an idea that was brought to me from a IndyCar team.
Okay.
And very famous one. And they said, why don't you think about selling like a little bit of the team to these really rich guys where they can be a part of it, and if they buy into this, and they're talking about some good money.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they showed up at any race, you'd get them a hard card, and then they
Yeah.
could be part of it
Yep.
and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but then they'd have different hard cards where you'd got to talk to Feld, and that could be your pit experience. But it would be an expensive pit experience to where you would know that they're not like, just
Yeah.
walking off the street. Because
Right.
like if you invite them into your truck,
Mhm.
our day at the race, in my opinion, is not to entertain too many people.
You're there to- you're
Because it takes away from what I'm supposed to do
Sure.
with the guys, because you're supposed to watch video with them, you're supposed to talk to them, then you're watching practice with them, and you're trying to motivate them.
Mhm.
And like, I don't want to get it to where it's like a clown show. Like my opinion,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah,
just
yeah.
my opinion.
Right.
And like I don't care who likes it.
Mhm.
And some people might think, oh well, he should just wake up. And I'm like, you know what? Then take your money, like where your mouth is, and go buy a semi
Yeah.
and put
do
in
it.
a fucking couple $1 million and have your own team, and you can do whatever you want. So
So
like, you can't let it affect the results, because the only reason I mean, I could race arena cross for half the money. I
Mhm.
don't want to race. I want to race where the best competition in the world is,
Mhm.
and Feld has the best series in the world. I want to be part of that.
okay, so back to the idea of RV and MC working the phones. What if you didn't get 10 minutes with them? They just took sales orders, and it was random. So if you just called to order a muffler, you might get John in sales, but you might also get Jeremy fucking McGrath taking your order. What about that?
I don't think enough people would want to talk on the phone.
Who? The riders? Mitch would personally ask him?
No, like
Oh.
consumers.
Oh,
I think you're
They might get like
right.
See,
and-
I would.
and
so how
honestly-
about this? I better like. Why don't we do?
I know you don't know what it's like to work for a living, but like it
no,
would be nice
but
to see.
look at this showroom, right? Like we're
Yeah.
sitting in this showroom right
Yeah.
now doing the PulpMX live show
Yeah.
Monday night.
Great show.
Like I would say, it's not as good as ours, but
Some say
I
better.
would say that
second
why don't?
best.
Yeah, he's maybe second best. Yeah, he's second best. I'll give him second best. I like Steve. Or first.
I give it, and then I told him this a while ago. Told him a couple times. I give him a little. I mean, it's like this
smidge.
much,
It's a smidge.
a smidge
Smidge.
of respect, and because he's talked shit
Smidge.
even kind of on our team a little bit every once in a while. I'm like, but everybody's like, aren't you pissed? I'm like, nah. And I'm like, I kind of let it roll because kind of respect his opinion because he was a mechanic.
Yep, he's been around a long
He
time.
was in the
shit.
Oh,
He's,
And,
he's
I brought that up to
seen
him,
all
and I said
roles,
a lot of
kinda.
people have, like, he was in a box van.
Right.
He had a privateer. He was a factory mechanic.
He was in
hybrid
it.
well.
You know, he got to win some races, and
Yeah.
like so.
Not
he's,
many. But
no,
yeah.
but
Tim
the,
Ferry.
the point of it is
Yeah.
you were at the bottom of it,
Yeah.
and you saw the top, and it maybe it didn't stay there the whole. And that's even tougher when you get a couple wins, and you're like, gotta fucking win again, and you're like, what are we doing?
honestly, I want a
But
lot
I
of
would
semi
say
races.
this showroom right here, right?
Yeah.
Anaheim.
Yeah.
We have two Anaheims. We have San Diego.
Yeah.
I would host open houses here for those 3 rounds.
Okay.
Okay.
Paula
Listen,
also.
I have an idea.
Oh.
We
See,
pitched this to
we
him.
come in here. We have a taco guy out front.
That's a good
Mitch
idea.
doesn't have to do
Tacos.
fuck all other than
Right.
just drink some beer
Right.
and hanging out. He's already here till 6 o'clock
Yeah,
anyways.
it doesn't matter.
Open
right?
house.
Yeah.
Open house. We have product out. We hopefully sell a bunch of product. I'm here. MC's here. Jake's here.
That's a great
Boom.
idea.
Boom. Then you have this. You have a reason for them to come here to the showroom, right? And he's hopefully slanging product. We also
Okay.
do a specific shirt or hat.
I could wear a rubber
sweatshirt.
nose.
Yep. Shirt, hat, sweatshirt, and hat. And then you only get that product when you come here. Right?
Is this
And
an
when we
RV
come out-
capsule,
merch
the
drop?
It's
capsule.
a capsule,
Or-
right?
okay.
Capsule.
We
Capsule.
almost did 20 grand into that capsule.
Really?
Yeah. What,
And you know what you could do? Like,
what did
why?
he get you into with this merch shit?
Oh, I want to. Well, I got an idea.
Oh,
Let me.
okay.
I got. This is making. So we had the pleasure of going upstairs.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I
Okay.
just went and got a 65 from
Okay,
upstairs.
so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know what lives up there, right?
Oh yeah,
It's
that's the
phenomenal.
archive. I
Why-
told Richie Lane up here, this side of the building, that's the archive section.
Right. Why can't we have a paid tour?
Oh. There,
Just
okay.
private, super private, yet expensive, for memorabilia of
Is
all
Mitch
the
take-
stuff
Is Mitch
that
taking you on the tour or?
Mitch doesn't have to.
Okay.
I mean, I think
There's stairs
looking
that go
look-
up there right behind Nick Way.
looking at what is up there,
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal.
You could charge a lot of money, and there'd be a lot of people that would love
That's
to go.
part of that
You know
open
what?
house. That's
Okay.
the VIP.
You know what?
Okay.
That's funny you
section
say
Tell you
that.
what,
the open
I'll
house.
I will sell. I will sell. Well, I'd have to check with Davey first, but I have Davey Millsap's 105 RM cylinder in the porting room, and I could sell that.
That was a
as-
good one.
But for him, it was really good. Yeah.
Mm.
So
Uh,
I mean, like I have so much old crap,
Yeah.
and like it
feel
doesn't
like
mean a
I'm-
lot to some people. And I'm like, we better save that.
Dude, that means
I
a lot
just
to
put a
lot of people.
1974
Yeah,
strap
actually,
tank, another one upstairs.
That's really funny you
Really?
say that
Yeah,
because
a 125.
I
I have
had
the
someone-
matching.
I had someone 2 months ago ish say, "Hey, I love that video you guys did from upstairs in the
Yes.
pro circuit, like
Yes.
out of randomly out of nowhere."
Like, I'm a big-
Remember we
I-
did a Racer X video. You took us
Yeah.
around there
Yeah.
up there. Yeah,
His
2 months
old,
ago.
his
Some,
old desk from the old Anaheim shop.
Yeah.
Like I'm a
Wait,
big
wait,
off-road guy.
Yeah.
Like come from I raced desert when I was small, and like there's a lot of like Danny Hamill stuff up there. Like I was just like, that was it for me.
There's a set of Superbike wheels over in the far corner
Yeah,
from
there's
McAdoo Road.
Yeah, just stuff like that. Stuff like
Why
that.
we have them, I can't tell you.
Not that I know exactly where they
Magoo's
are. or
Super
anything.
Bikers
Yeah.
wheels. Everybody. Well, listen, your idea is not bad, but mine are better.
Okay.
I think mine's the best.
What we're getting at is we're going to make him a lot of
Yeah,
money.
we're trying to make you more money. For-
RV, that's a good
I'd
idea.
rather have
That's
a number one
actually
player.
good.
Like I've had the open house. We need 4 of them, right? Paula's here,
Perfect.
and then we have 2 Anaheims, and then what?
I'll help
3
work.
of them.
I'll help
3 of
work.
them.
Okay.
I guess 3 of them. 2
Uh,
Anaheims and a Paula.
Yeah,
Right. That's all we have.
I'll work them
3
too.
open houses,
Yeah.
right? We could do a show.
Yeah.
Boom, and you make special merch around that.
Yep.
You have to
Capsules.
do nothing. I'm here. You know, you have people that do that. You're just here drinking beer, rolling around.
Yep.
Same with you, Bones.
Iced tea.
Okay, before we get the tweets,
You don't
Kellen,
have,
you got the
come
tweets
on,
ready?
Bones.
So
What-
so trivia.
Yeah.
Who has the most number 1 plates on her door?
Villopoto,
Oh.
4.
No.
I heard that, but
Carmichael's got 3. Carmichael's got 4. You got 4. I don't know.
so it's a tie.
Huh?
And you're right.
Okay.
4 and 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's next?
MC.
Well, it'd be whoever buys one.
MC had 2.
2.
Somebody have 3?
Tedesco, 3.
Ivan.
IT.
Yeah,
Ivan's
Ivan's got
got
3. 3 unlikely
Forgot
ones
about the
too.
outdoor,
Like
yeah.
you know, you just never ever thought of Ivan
Now,
as.
there's a few with 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring Kellen in for you real quick to ask Mitch some tweets if we can. And Bones, I want to ask you some questions right now. Rider you never worked with that you wish you did.
Bradshaw.
Oh wow, you already knew that. Okay.
Hung out with him this weekend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome guy.
Yeah, he's a legend.
We worked with, or well, I guess I did
But
on
not,
mini
not on
bikes.
suspension though.
Yeah,
Um,
never a suspension.
No.
Well, then you did his
Bradshaw.
250 for
Actually,
Rain
we
Cross.
hung out last week at a year ago at
Yeah.
Blue Crew, and he told me that randomly I did a bike that he rode. I
Mhm.
don't know if I did it specifically for him, and we were talking
he-
about it, but I never got to work with
He
him. and I
ran the
wish I had.
shorty. He ran the shorty PC
Yeah.
silencer on his YZ250. The thing sounded sick.
Yeah.
We did his mini bikes when he rode a YZ80.
Okay.
For all of the big races, Yamaha they wanted to build the bike. They had us do it for
Yep,
them.
yep.
But he was sponsored by somebody else.
Bars. Bars
And they
competition.
had to run the seat cover and stuff.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then Randy talked to me. He says, "We can't. Like he's close to
Randy's
the house."
dad. His dad.
Randy's his
yeah.
dad. And I said,
Randy and Marcia.
"I'm okay with it." So like, we just did it because it was
Yeah.
Damon.
It's the right thing to do.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Okay, Mitch. So before we let you two guys go, we do have questions on Twitter to @PulpMX Show. Kellen, our producer here, is picked the best ones. And should I do the intro, Kellen, or should I not?
If you want, yeah.
No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Talon segment.
Tweets at Kellen. Motorsport.com. Thank you to those guys. They sell Pro Circuit. Go there and motorsport.com. Pacific Northwest place as well. Great prices. Motorsport.com. Free shipping over $79. So these tweets are submitted to @PulpMX Show for Mitch Payton.
Yeah, tons for Mitch. I
Okay.
had a couple actually picked out for Keefer, but that's okay.
No, we'll do more later.
yeah,
But
yeah, okay.
It's before we let him go.
Yeah, it's a 4-hour show.
Yeah.
Fuck.
All right, from Darkside's Old Shovel, we have, is there any rider you had the chance to sign, passed on, and then they went on to exceed expectations of what you thought they could do?
Well, I bring that up a lot. I think that was like we should have had Kevin Windham.
So
Like-
that's
Kevin was living with me, and
Like when High Point, when he led High Point and all that, he was.
he was an
yeah.
amateur then. But
Well,
he
we
was,
did that bike because he
we
was an amateur.
we did
We
that
helped him
bike,
as an
Yeah.
and we
amateur.
did his amateur bike.
Right.
And then he was gonna alley work for me.
Yeah.
And he rode Gaddis's bike, and it's like, oh, this thing's awesome. Like the next year or whatever it was,
Yeah.
he was gonna come here. And
Actually won the giveaway bike at Ponca City.
That was a weird deal too. Like they thought it was a setup, but he won.
Like a drawing of a name?
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin Windham, come on down.
2 or 3 people weren't there to pick it up, and then they picked a third ticket, and it was Kevin. He's like, "Can't believe it! I won this bike." So
Come on down.
anyway, so Kevin and Allie lived with me at the time, and then Kevin was going to turn pro, and his mom and dad said he's going to have to live with you because we live in Louisiana.
Yeah.
So Kevin lived with me, and Callie wouldn't allow me to sign him.
Like just Roy, they wanted him on a factory team or okay.
Nope. Just said it's a long story. but
Okay.
it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
And Honda had just fired me, and he was going to go to Honda, and I said I can't see this happening.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way. Like.
Yeah.
So I called McCarty and I said, hey.
Oh,
I
you
need-
set this up.
I'm like, you got to hire this kid. If you don't hire him, he's going to Honda. I don't want to see that happen. He goes, are you crazy? Why are you calling me? And I'm like, because that's the truth. Like,
Yeah.
if you don't hire him, he's going there. So they hired him, and then Kevin. Then I had to lose Allie to go with him, and they're living with me. So then they lived there for 2 years when he was riding for Yamaha against me,
I might
and it was hilarious.
when we turn the mics off, I gotta get the whole story between Turner and Cowie because like maybe they just love Renard more. I don't know. Like
It was-
yeah.
Yeah, it was just we couldn't like. I think
Okay.
he was afraid of like fighting in between. So like they hired Robbie, and I couldn't have Kevin.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I said, I'll pay the salary. He's like,
Yeah.
nope, can't have him. Can't
Yeah.
have him. That was all there was to it, and he wasn't going to change.
Right.
So I lost Kevin over that deal. So I would say Kevin.
And then GL, of course, you really tried to get Grant
Yeah, I tried to get.
first when he first came over.
I
Yeah.
thought I was going to get GL, and I didn't. And then
and we couldn't run your pipes anymore.
I know, like,
Yeah.
and then so
They
GL.
were so mad because I was at KTM then.
GL came later.
Yeah.
And then the other one that I really wanted was when Suzuki dissolved. I thought I had a deal with Roxon,
Oh,
and it didn't happen. And Roger already had him signed to KTM.
okay.
All right, good one. From Cross-Rutted, what factors go into signing a fill-in rider? What do you look for, and why don't you use fill-in riders much anymore?
Yeah, the whole sport doesn't use fill-in riders anymore.
Well,
like
I
we
think-
used to.
I think the biggest thing is like, do you have to have a guy out there? A, and then you kind of look at the results, and like if you think he's going to get 10th, nobody's really concerned about that. But if you think he can be in the top 5 or get a podium, it's probably worth doing. And I think the one that I picked one time was Gannon Audette.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like, who is that? I'm like, I need a guy. And he wound up getting a podium.
Yeah.
His only podium. And like, it was so good for him.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
But
Like,
you could use Masterpool as a good example,
and,
right?
And
Running,
Master Pool
yeah.
now.
you know, and I think the fill-in rider doesn't happen as much anymore either because there's more money being funded in from the privateer sector too. That Masterpool was in a truck and he had
Yeah.
bikes, and I think you were doing the motors.
Harder to get
and
out of your privateer
it's
deals.
harder to get out
Yeah.
of those deals
Sure.
because of what the expectation is there. Obviously, it worked out. He ends up winning High Point, and look, he's
Yeah.
still around,
300th
right?
win,
So
yeah.
yeah, 300th win.
But back in the early 4-stroke days, I think you guys could have pulled anybody out of the stands and they would have won.
What about your guy,
My guy.
Darcy Lange?
Yeah,
Came
exactly.
out of Arena
yeah.
Cross.
You put
Was a fill-in
yeah,
guy with Townley.
I mean,
I was there at that time.
I mean-
Those were good because I grew up watching Darcy ride Arena Cross
Darcy
coming
was
down.
amazing.
Yeah.
He was so
yeah,
good. and
RV got dominated by Brady Sharon, by Fossiati, by Darcy. All the Canadians used to beat him down.
for a second.
From LAX Defense Coach, is there another form of motorcycle racing, flat track, enduro, street bike racing, that Mitch ever contemplated dabbling in, but it just didn't work out?
Mm,
It'd take like 3 more of them. To
yeah,
do any of
I think I had. It was funny. Kenny Roberts' kids tried to get me to like do a road race team
Oh yeah.
because they're like, yeah, you could build this like cool bike, you know, and I'm like, I didn't know enough about it, so I don't want that. Flat track to me was Harley's.
Yeah.
So I'm out.
Although
And-
they're
We've helped a couple of those teams.
But
Yeah,
now
'cause
there's
there's dirt bikes,
there's
there's moto guys, yeah.
well, now they got 450s.
Yeah,
It's a little more
Yeah.
realistic. If I wanted to do it, I think I could build a good one. You
Yep.
would have to learn chassis and setup, but engine wise, I'm confident I could build something to win in that.
in road race when
arena.
when Team Green and Mark Johnson had the Kinko's team.
Oh, okay. I
I
don't remember
dabbled
that.
in
Yep.
suspension a little bit with that.
Yep.
And got involved a little bit, but and then the Troy's Supermoto team.
Troy's Supermoto
Yeah.
team we always sponsored, which
Right.
was fun to do. But probably I would say, like, because I was an off-road guy, so now we have this off-road team.
Yep.
And, like, I'd like to focus, like, to me, that's
What off-road team? What are we talking about? What?
Bones is the team
I
manager.
know, but you said that at the beginning, but I don't know what we're talking about. Are we doing? What are we doing?
GPC series with
Bill Fulmer.
yeah, Billy Fulmer runs the team, owns the team basically.
Billy Fulmer.
He used to be an off-road rider. He was Team Green's
Okay.
first ever contracted rider when they came out with a 4-stroke.
Are we doing works? Are we doing the?
It's
NGPC
yes.
series?
Okay.
It's the West
I
Coast.
don't know what
Yeah.
that is.
Deer in headlights.
Like
Hare and Hound.
no,
Kinda
it's
Grand
like
Prix.
it's like
It's the
GNCC, but
biggest
it's the
West
West
Coast
Coast.
series
Okay,
out here.
okay,
It's
all
not
right.
as big as GNCC, but
But
it's
no,
the biggest
so
thing we
it's
have
t-
going on
it's
here in the
past,
West Coast.
It's past works or whatever, and then Keefer does some weird one too, but I don't know. Okay.
He's been there, and
Okay.
the Dante brothers.
Okay, so
or
you're the
Oliveira
manager.
brothers,
You're the manager.
They have the #1 plate for a while.
Oh, okay.
Suspension. He does the suspension. He's the team manager. You
Yeah.
know, he's a coordinator. Like,
Are you gonna do one? Are you gonna do a race?
am I?
Yeah.
Oh,
So there was one. There
They
was
raced
one at-
too
there-
long.
There was one at Glen Helen not too long ago.
Okay.
And our rider got second.
Okay.
They led for a while, battled for a little
Debbie's
bit.
over
but-
here saying, "Now we're out. We're out.
Yeah.
It's too much time.
Yeah.
We're going fishing."
Can I?
And I got into it because the grandkids go to these races, so
Yeah.
we offered to help Billy a little bit, and then the rider's doing better, and we're
Okay.
we're building the team a little bit, and Kawhi's involved, and
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good, like that. Like, I was an off-road kid.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like, so, like,
Originally, yeah.
it'd be kind of cool to be still involved in that.
Mhm.
And, like, just,
Yeah.
it's a good balance of that.
Yep.
And those are good people. And their sport seems to be growing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a big off-road market out here. The GNCC is big back east.
Yeah,
huge.
crushing it.
But it's
yeah.
hard for us. We always sponsored Fred Andrews.
Yep.
And Fred and Joey ran the team
Yeah.
back there.
Yep. Right.
And it was good to be involved in that. But it's like still like it's hard to do too many things.
Mhm.
And like I think it's good to just have focus on motocross and supercross. And then if we can do something else, but it's easy to do this now that like Bones is around to kind of like because he's done it before, so he knows the right and the wrong, and then we can help. But then they have to do it, where you don't have to hold their hand the whole time.
Yeah.
So I think they have a very promising situation to be a good team over here for off road.
Did you ever make anything for jet skis? Did you ever do that?
I did
Anything?
some jet ski cylinders,
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
but I didn't like grinding them.
He bought some.
But if
he-
someone paid extra, would you
He
grind
bought
their
the
Pro
boys,
Circuit?
like,
would you
what-
grind their
what-
Superjet if you could?
I don't like grinding them.
What'd you buy the boys? What are they? 86.
Oh yeah, I got the kids some
stand-ups.
85 stand-ups.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
550.
Norm went
Yeah,
through all of them.
550?
550 or 440s
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
like that.
Oh sweet.
All right, from Woodrow 303, Mitch, many know you like to help your old riders post-career. Is it a discount or pro bono? There's a certain multi-millionaire who deals with you a lot. Should you charge him double, or does RV have a tab the size of a house?
RV gets what he wants because like I always kind of think like if they succeeded for me, I'm in for the long run.
Yeah.
And like for him, like I'm in.
Yeah.
Like so it's not a question whether what we're going to do, it's like what do we
Well,
got?
does he have a budget? Like, does he get an X amount?
Yeah, but you got to remember, I don't ask for a lot either. Like, I'm just saying that from my
Hey,
point.
it's kind of like back in the day, Timmy Ferry, when he wanted to get his first set of work suspension.
Yeah.
Mitch made him a deal.
Yeah.
We'll give you a set. You sell a set, and we'll give you another one.
Oh,
Then
okay.
you got to sell two
You got to
sets.
sell.
Yeah.
yeah.
like
Yeah.
we'll give you a
You-
set.
you-
You sell a couple sets for me and
You
get
know
me
he
out of
credits
this.
you with saving his career, right? He's said it many times in many
Yeah,
interviews.
he was always
In
awesome to deal with.
2006 at Moto Triple X, he wasn't riding well, couldn't figure it out. He got A-kit stuff from you,
Yeah.
done up, started riding it halfway through the Nationals, and got a Cowie ride the next year. He said the first time he got on that stuff, he was like, holy shit. He went from like 10th place guy to 6th place guy and got a factory Cowie ride.
Yeah, he
but
was
back
awesome
to
deal
that, I
with.
think
Credit
it's like
phones.
like I was walking around this shop when I was 12 years old, 13 years old. I think it was with Yamaha 85s, but then it was with the Team Green. I've been walking around this shop for forever. You know, it hasn't changed.
I bought a pipe, a silencer, and a stand in 1989.
Okay, I was born in '88.
Yeah,
I was
Mitch,
one.
You really screwed me on
But
that.
so, like, I've been
Chipping.
here for a long time, and
Is that your
yes, I
Kowalski bike?
ask for a lot of help when I need help, but I also don't over ask.
Right.
You know, so
Yeah.
there's a fine line in that, and I want to see the team and the business succeed. If I can help with that, then hopefully I can do that.
Yeah, 1989, Bones. I've told this story before, but I had an 89 KX 125, and I placed an order from Canada. Got pipe, silencer, cylinder,
How's
and
the
head.
exchange rate?
Probably not good. Cylinder and head. So if you pay for that, cylinder and head work, pipe and silencer, you got a free jersey and a free stand from thrown in. Great deal. So I send my 89 KX stuff down here, get it back. It's really not good. That's a slow bike, and that you did a cylinder for me in 91 that ripped. So I do know you know what you're doing with cylinders, but in 89 wasn't great.
Maybe you were running the wrong fuel.
I don't think so. I don't know. But here's what I was really pissed about. I got the stand, and it was the aluminum stand after, the factory Honda copy ones, and it was straight across the bottom. And
it didn't have the hump.
No, but Bones, the next month, the little hump comes up.
Yeah,
And
we found out they warped when you welded them, and then we used to have Ted jump on them.
Yeah. So I had a faulty, warpy stand.
So we did bike stands and
I wanted the
tire
old-
hoops all at the same time back in the day.
And
we-
subframes.
I just
And
picked
we
up
had,
like
we
Yeah,
had
you did
like
subframes,
hundreds
yeah.
of them at a time. And they
Subframes,
were
yeah.
all upstairs.
Didn't you
in the
swing
rafters.
arms? Did you swing arms
Yeah.
back in the mid
Foot
80s?
In the
pegs,
beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
Rocket.
Did you make those, or someone did them? Like,
Another friend of ours was a fabricator. And
Okay.
he wanted to do I can build a subframe for you.
Yeah.
So we started with a subframe. I'm like, what about like a
the swing arms. were
a
trick.
swing arm was
Yeah.
like a copy of the HRC one with the weld all
Yeah,
the way down.
weld
it.
down the middle. It was cool. Oh, all right.
From Bradstreet Racing, has there ever been a time where Kawasaki or Mitch has entertained the thought of having PCB in charge of both 250 and 450 factory teams, kind of like Star?
I would say that there was a little bit of talk of that one year when RV was at Cowie. And at that time, they lost their mind thinking I was trying to steal the team.
Oh,
And it went counterproductive, and they hated us. And I'm like, what?
was that the same
Yes.
FMF year?
yeah.
And so they switched pipes to FMF, and
Yeah.
it's like they just hated me. And I basically got to a point where we had a meeting, and I said, if you guys fucking hate me, I'll leave. I can get a
Right.
deal somewhere else. And then like they made it work out, and like
Yeah.
I'm really loyal to what I do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have left Cowie, but if they don't want me, screw them.
Yeah.
I'll leave.
Yeah.
So
Crazy it ever got to that point, right? Like,
but I said that, and like we made it work, and like I wouldn't ever leave him. Like I've been offered, from probably every manufacturer and a couple of them a couple times, but like I'm happy where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I like dealing with them, and they're good people, and like their bikes are good. Sometimes they're not as good as I think they should be,
mm-hmm.
but I always think that's my job to make it good.
Better.
Yeah. So like I'm not afraid of the task. So
And we had a 450 team for a little bit.
And I did, honestly, as much as that sounds fun, I don't know. That gave me anxiety. I didn't like it
Mhm.
because I felt like I wasn't doing a good job with either group.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't watching all their practices because I felt like I should be back talking to them.
Same with me. Yeah.
And then you're not watching their heat race. And it's like, I don't know how Roger can even consider doing that.
Yeah.
Because somebody is suffering. The 250 guys are suffering, or the 450 guys.
Sure.
And I think most of the time it's the 250 guys when you ride for a multiple team that suffers a little bit. And I don't want to do that. Like I think I found my niche. I need to stick where I'm at, and Cowie can run the 450 team, and I'll do the 250 team, and I'm really happy with that.
All right.
From Peter McPhail, Mitch, as an engine builder, what would you think of the series going to a spec fuel? Would be an easy way to reduce teams' cost by limiting compression, might also help racing by reducing power.
We kind of already have spec fuel.
Yeah.
They put the regulation out there, and then ETS, VP, and those guys have to work within that boundary. Same in Europe. There's a regulation, and ELF makes a fuel, ETS makes a fuel, VP makes a fuel, Panta makes a fuel. So like
Renegade Race Fuels, official sponsor of PulpMX Show. PulpMX 25.
We're VP guys, bro.
We're
Okay.
VP.
Sorry.
Well, I'm Renegade.
Yeah, no, but we're
Will
VP.
my system work
That's
with
why your
Renegade?
bike doesn't run very good.
My bike runs great.
No, our bike runs better.
Okay.
Good ping.
And it's been regulated for a
Yeah,
while.
it's probably
Fuel.
detonating.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I think we're kind of there, and
Yeah.
we don't want it to be like to where everything is so locked down
Mhm.
that it's terrible. Like you make the rule, and
Yep.
you got to like sound. Where are you going to have a spec muffler, and then I'm a pipe manufacturer.
Yeah.
What about Donnie? Does he want to be involved in the spec series where you got to run the stock muffler? Then pretty soon what they'll do is they'll figure out how to go in a stock muffler and cut stuff out and put it back together.
Why
like
not? Let's
stock.
just make some better calls on
Safety.
You know, that or
Track.
What about a-
finding them
what about a
when they
bomb
touch
on the
each other's
header?
helmet or
What about
you
a
know, like
bomb
let's
on
do
the
some
header?
better things, better calls, and better rule making when it comes to we're gonna do 9
listen,
whoops. Like
I-
why are we talking about fuel? You know, I know it's a question from a fan. I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
it, I get it. But like
I've old enough, and so is Mitch and Bones, that I've seen some horrific officiating from the AMA over the years.
100%.
Absolutely.
So I am actually supportive of the current regime and what they're trying to do and how it is. They've been better. Are they perfect? No. But sweet Jesus, back in the White Lock days,
I've had
Duke days,
3 shows already where I've had a issue with what
Well,
AMA's
you should
called.
talk to Pelletier.
Well, it's just my
and,
point
and
of
honestly,
view.
and you know what's really sad
They're always the scapegoat over the
Is-
years.
is they miss so much shit.
Mm.
And when we're watching a race and we're videoing our rider and watching our rider. And then when I come home on Sunday and I watch the race, I'm like, holy shit, that they should have called that.
It was
And I'm like,
Paula, like with Vial.
Oh,
they
Vial, yeah.
docked. They
Deeks.
docked.
Deeks.
No, they docked.
Doc Vial?
They
No,
docked
didn't dock
Vial
Deeks.
and
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
dock.
that's it, yeah.
Hayden. Hayden
Right.
went off the track 3 times that moto, right?
Yeah.
Like so. That's my point. Is like stop touching the sound. Stop touching this. Stop
They're-
change. Like
yeah.
let's
No,
make better calls.
They're working on it, and they're making improvements. So I'm with you.
Yeah, but by
All
the
right,
time
no,
you're done
one
doing
more.
It's over.
Sure,
Yeah.
one more.
Yeah,
Okay, for the last one, from Brandon Lineberger. Thinking back to Austin Stroop, what was your biggest reason for signing him? And have you heard anything about him recently? Seems like he's fallen off the earth a bit.
I'll start that one. So Mitch sent me to Loretta's. One of the years I probably went anyways, but was to scout out Trey Kennard and Austin Stroop to see which
Amazing
one had
rider.
both of them.
Yeah,
both were
especially
really fast.
Stroop.
yeah.
To see which one had the most potential.
Uh-huh.
And Stroop shined. And then we had a trial ride with both of them. And I think it was Comp Edge. And I think Kennard broke his collarbone that day
Oh, wow.
on
Okay.
the bike.
Yeah, yeah.
Fell and broke his collarbone.
Yeah.
And then that was kind of
Stroop,
the path that we went down. But man,
Stroop was
loaded
good.
full of talent.
Yeah, no, he had a lot of talent, man. Absolutely.
He was a very talented kid, and actually, I've told this to Trey before. I picked him over Trey because I thought he was faster.
Yeah.
And he proved to me he was really fast. I didn't know the kid very well. And he had some demons that I didn't know about, and that cost him kind of his career.
Mhm.
But as far as a rider, he was amazingly fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
And I think I saw him a few years ago at, I think it was, I don't remember what race, but he was riding just for fun, and he seemed like he was doing better. He has great parents.
Mhm.
He just needed to be away from bad stuff.
Yeah.
And he's a good kid. But as far as speed-wise, the kid was amazing.
No, absolutely. I agree. All right, it's the motorsport.com tweet at Kellen segment. Thanks, Kellen. Appreciate it. Let's get Keefer back in here. And then
Well, hang on.
oh,
We're
wait.
gonna touch base
Oh.
just because you don't know anything about it. We're gonna touch base on the off-road team just a little bit.
Okay.
So that's a flyer we're
Okay.
gonna have
Uh,
next
okay.
weekend at
Um,
the NGPC in Mesquite,
So see,
Nevada.
the sticker doesn't line up with the
So that's
with the plastic.
Giacomo Redondi's bike right
Okay.
there.
Kiefer.
He
Kiefer, do you
won
know
the
anything about this?
Havasu round last year of the NGPC
Okay.
series,
Yeah.
Okay.
We call him Guacamole. He's gnarly. He
Yeah.
Yeah.
and he almost won Glen Helen. I know
So-
almost doesn't count, but that's
Yeah.
that's kind of what we're.
We
talking
sent him
about
to
right there.
Europe, and he's training over there right now, currently.
Did he go
He's-
back?
Yeah,
He's coming
he's
back.
in Italy or whatever.
Yeah, he's coming back.
He's a
couple
wild
days.
man. Like
Yeah.
he's great. He's a nice guy though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's awesome.
Okay. Well, I'll keep this, Bones, and now I feel like a
cheers.
little more educated.
Yeah, there you go.
He was the guy at the Vet National that was almost beating Phil, like getting
Yeah.
on Phil's ass.
No, Phil ran that thing. He dominated
stop
that
it.
race. All right, everybody. We're gonna bring in our next bunch of guests, but let's give Mitch Payton and Bones Bacon a hand. Thank you for letting us do this, Mitch. Thank you. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. A couple of icons in the sport. And RV, are you sticking around? Oh wait. Oh, hold on.
Oh yeah, turn me back on.
Yeah.
I might as well.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thanks to Mitch for letting us do this, and thanks to Camilla, also huge part of letting us do this. Really appreciate it. Let's bring in a next group of guests here tonight on the show. I worked for this gentleman in 2002, top privateer. Now his kid is out there, one of the top amateurs as well.
Yep.
And he rode for Mitch Payton for a little while, and RV's leaving. Let's bring Nick and Vincent Way in. Come on in, guys. PulpMX show. Where'd RV go, you think?
Is either beer or pee.
Peeing, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in those gentlemen here. We're going to get Mike Ulrich and Adam Cianciarulo up as well. So appreciate it. Grab the headset down there. Yeah, grab that chair if you can. Great to have. Let's give these guys a hand, everybody, if you can. Appreciate it. Also, too, Nick Way brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. PulpMX 25 is the code to save with Renegade. Appreciate that. And it's great to have the great Nick Way and Vincent Way in. What's up, guys? How are you?
Good, how are
What's
you?
happening? Thanks for coming in.
It's a pleasure.
Father, son.
I like this because it
What?
reminds me a lot of home.
Yeah?
Yeah, just Aiden and I. And
Right,
then, yeah, it's
right.
awesome.
How's Team Green? How's big bike life, Vince?
It's sick. The big wheels are awesome.
I can't even imagine, because you rode, well, they're super minis.
Yeah.
So they got the bigger wheels, right?
Well, bigger than 80s.
Bigger, yeah.
Bigger than 80s.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with 80s. We got super minis in it, but still, right? A lot better.
A lot better.
So, Nick, you're all in with the kid, amateur dad. Take us through this. And Keefer, you can join us. Take us through this. So you're all in, Team Green. You drive across the country. You got a Texas thing. You got Daytona. Is there something else I'm missing?
Yeah, there's
Is there another one?
futures or
Okay.
for him. Yeah, he's doing it all.
You drive across the country. You're getting ready. The first day the kid rides back east, he hurts his shoulder. He crashes and hurts his shoulder. After you just drove for 3 hours, pounding Mountain Dews,
More than 3 hours. I wish it was.
I'm sorry, 30 hours.
Yeah,
30 hours.
30 plus.
What's going through your mind?
Well, I mean, it's amateur racing, right? So it's really not that big a deal. But then I have to really kind of lay it in there about the decision making.
Pull your mic a little closer if you can. Yeah.
The decision making is
Yeah.
what kills me.
Right.
But again,
Well, I don't know what happened in the crash, so I don't know.
Yeah,
anything.
what happened? to
I don't
him?
know. Crashes happen. I'm not coming down on Vince for crashing. Shit happens. I just mean you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, I have some friends back there at South Georgia. Went to Josh Woods's, and then
Yep.
we went to another track that Graysick trains at. That the Yamaha guys went and rode it during the week, kind of a Daytona replica track.
Okay.
And so we rode. We hadn't, as I drove, 3 days of driving, so
Yeah.
he hadn't ridden for a week.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, let's get a day of riding in before we go race the first Supercross. So I had a Daytona replica, and then we had a great day of it. Did plenty of laps, and then I made a little change to the shock, made the sag a little higher to help it turn a little bit, because obviously it's so grippy, and the fact that he the
Okay.
scoop tire,
Yeah.
which was obviously tricky for Supercross, and then he did one more lap and jumped to the whoops and went over the bars, and the bike hit him,
Oh.
Mm.
and I'm like, oh no.
Oh yeah.
So it was a big one.
Pull that mic a little closer because the noise thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big
Bend
one.
it,
It was a
bend
big
it.
one. It was a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. I'm not coming down on Vince, but you're just Vince. You're probably going, this is not good.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Immediately, I thought I broke my collarbone, but
Right.
luckily it was just an AC separation,
Yeah.
which is not as severe, but
yeah. Because literally, I'm at Daytona. I'm like, where's Vince? Where's practice? Practice has started. I knew you were ready to race, and then I'm just like, there's nothing you can do. It's motocross.
Yeah, totally. And to be fair, at
Yeah.
his level right now, being 15 in the futures thing, it's about learning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, and really going all the way across the country, there's a lesson that you couldn't have learned here.
Okay.
So certainly it's different conditions. The track was aggressive. So I mean, it feels in the moment like you wasted a lot of time and money.
Yeah.
But to be fair,
Well, no, you did. You did.
No, I did, but it's also I know enough to know, and
Yeah.
RV's learning it. It doesn't matter what you know.
Yeah.
It matters what your kid knows.
Uh-huh.
And so the experience it doesn't come from practice.
I feel like I'm not as good as a parent
Why?
as Nick
Well, you got a place
because
in Georgia for
I
your
put
kid.
myself in that situation.
Yeah.
And I would have been like, "What the fuck were you thinking?"
No, that happened. I picked the bike up and then dropped it.
Okay. Because when Hayden did his ACL, we were just on a parade lap. He did. I'm like, "Hey, we're gonna ride this turn track from the house."
Just coming back from shoulder.
Just coming back from a shoulder, like a month back. I go, hey, we'll meet back here. We'll tell what we're doing. One lap, then I have my 2 friends around in this corner. I'm like, what are they doing? Aiden's on the ground, and I come around. I go, what the fuck is going on? My ACL, my knee. I'm done, Dad. I'm done. Freaking out. I go, what the fuck did you just do? I didn't. And he starts yelling. I didn't do anything. So I just, he's a better parent than me.
Yeah.
I would have freaked out too.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But we're back riding. We're back.
Yeah, we're back. We've been back.
Yeah.
We raced Birmingham.
Right.
It was a little bit of a struggle, but
Little bit.
got the nerves out. So
Did you have the Pulp sticker on?
absolutely.
Okay, I wasn't because we're this is a deal. We're done. Check is cashed. So you're the athlete. So make sure that there's stickers on there at all times.
Yeah, it's on
Okay.
on every helmet.
Yeah, Birmingham went not bad. I mean, whatever.
Not
Like,
bad, but not
okay.
as good as I wanted.
Yeah.
I was gooning out a little bit.
Right.
Most practice sessions, and then had a big crash.
I had a big one. I saw the big one on Instagram.
Yeah, smoked the wall.
Hey, you got lucky.
Yeah.
2 subframes, 2 mufflers, 2 sets of bars later.
Jeez, where's Mitch at? Let's talk about them mufflers.
I'm getting texts from AC up high with videos talking about this is PTSD. I can't do this. And I'm like, bro, I can't see anything, but I'm just not looking at the track.
You can't put me through this.
Yeah,
Adam's
yeah.
going. I mean, look, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got my best.
You ain't
lap time
first
in
or
the main.
last. You ain't first or last. Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
How's the Team Green thing for you? How'd that come about? The switch to it, obviously on big bikes. Now you were Orange Brigade or Husqvarna or whatever the hell they call it. How's that? How's the Team Green thing?
It's pretty awesome.
Yep.
I first started riding it like a month or a half before Minios. Then went and raced Minios. Did
Yep.
pretty well. Rode a lot of laps in Minios. Did a lot of racing. So then came back, started racing or riding Supercross a lot, and then was gonna race Daytona. Hurt my shoulder, and then rode a couple days before Birmingham, and then raced Birmingham.
What's the biggest adjustment to doing a futures or next Supercross next? What's the biggest adjustment for you?
I gotta say the tracks when you watch it on TV, it doesn't like even when they look smooth, it is not smooth.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. And then I would have thought that the ruts would be more like through, but the ruts just have kickers in them.
What do you mean by through? What do you mean
Like
by through?
I mean like all the way through the lip. It's just in the bottom.
You're saying there's a knuckle at the top. Yeah.
It's like just gas it.
Subframes, mufflers,
bars.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still racing when he's 7, 8.
Yeah.
So like he came to the races with just me before.
Right.
And he's like, "What are we doing out there?
Yeah.
What are you doing?" And then I'm like, "Bro, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how easy you think this is." So I'm basically like when this happens to him, I'm like, yeah. Like J-Bone asked me, "Who are you texting?"
Yeah.
Because he's sitting there with his bars totally sideways and his throttle thing's broken. He's like, "Should we straighten this out?" I'm like, "Bro, your throttle is broken. Absolutely do not start this thing. You should probably push it back from what I'm seeing so far here."
Right. So you're like, "Hey, Vincent, what are we doing out there?"
No, I'm basically like, yeah, this is what happens. Not that easy, right? And I'm texting Nicole, yeah, we're live, I think, for now.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a good story. So when I was like 6, 7, he used to always like leave for the races really early, and he would come say bye.
Yeah.
And I'd always tell him to start in third gear.
Start in third gear?
No, he'd be like, he'd look
at
at, because it was when Andrew Short was starting in third.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they'd
yeah.
talk about it on TV all the time.
Yeah.
He'd like,
Well, he'd whole shot every race.
He'd be like, shift 2 times before you let the clutch out.
Nice.
Third gear? I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But then back to like him, him having to learn as he goes. I mean, he's been around Adam since he can remember.
Yeah.
And so it's like there was always a little bit around the dinner table too, even with Adam, like, bro, like how hard is it? And Adam's like, bro, are you serious? Are you serious right now? So it's,
how hard is it?
So to be fair,
Yeah.
I'm rooting for him to do well, but I'm glad he's okay. But I was like, yeah, I'm pretty stoked that you see that this is hard.
Yeah.
I tell the boys, I was like, what about that section over there? Dad, it's hard. I'm like, yeah, no shit. That's why maybe you should listen just a little bit.
Kris, you've been through all this.
You can't do anything about it. Like as a son, they're gonna nod their head and they're gonna either tune it out or they're just gonna do what they're gonna do.
I'm getting the tuning out right now.
Yeah. So for me, you only can do so much. You can talk to them, and me and Aiden we talk a lot about it. But once they put the helmet on, it's up to them. They're out there on their own. So hopefully it takes somehow.
Nick, for you as a parent, obviously, like I said, you're on Husqvarna and KTM, and Vince is good enough where I'm guessing they wanted him there. You switched to Team Green, obviously, which you did for your amateur career. maybe you had some other people asking, like, how, as a parent, how does that work where you're like, we're going to go in this direction, we're going to leave, or we're going to stay, or whatever. Like, and I know because Joe Olaf's a friend of mine too, right? And Kris has told me a little bit of what Joe went through with Liam a couple years ago, and I was like, holy shit! Like, these amateur programs are aggressive. So I imagine with Vince, they're the same way. Like, how do you balance all that? How do you look at the pros, cons of switching, leaving, staying, whatever?
Well, and to be fair, yeah, he did have like multiple opportunities, but for us living in California and me being so close within, like, like we talk about with, I worked really closely with Adam when he was on the team here, and Cameron. Obviously, I have a great relationship with Mitch. Mitch has helped us since he was on 65s. So when there was an opportunity available to work with the Kawasaki guys and Mitch, it wasn't a no-brainer. But for us living in California here, we have the infrastructure to where we can go to multiple Supercross tracks. And then I know the program some to where I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's like you can make some adjustments. Like we've been since the last race, so we did a lot of work to the bike to make it more stable and to fix a few things. So it's like I come here and we're here till 8 p.m. and Schneike and I and Dan are working on it, and Mitch is rolling over with some more parts talking about we need to try this, and I'm like, okay, fair enough. So
it really wasn't easy in that way. In that sense.
I mean,
no, I get it.
I'm very grateful for the help that Husqvarna gave us because it's obviously very expensive. So certainly up to this point, it's been a lot of support from them. Because even like the Super Minis were a crazy expensive project. But at his size and his age, it was kind of important for him to do that. And the 125s was not a super doable path because of the changes to the bike. But then now I know, like at his age, it goes quickly to this futures thing because you're riding an aggressive Supercross track. So me knowing the most that I know about the bike and feeling comfortable with the program was important. And obviously they put together a great package.
Unless you're Hayden, and then you've been supposed to ride futures for 3 years, and you have
2 years.
Well, okay, so I think it's almost I wouldn't use the word disadvantage for us, but like knowing everything that you know, knowing everything that I know, like it becomes like early now. I'm calling Nick. I'm asking him, hey, what do I do here? What do you think about what bike? This, that, the next. Like it's almost like too much at this level, especially at my level on 50s. It's like I know too much information. Right, and I'm giving them too much stuff, or I'm trying to adjust this, and I'm trying to adjust that.
Well, it's always going to feel that way, no matter what. Like no matter what you do, it's always going to feel like because for us, all of us, it's
because we've done it, and we've seen it, and we felt it.
Well, and to be fair, like the pathway to get them what they need, the tools to, succeed at racing or reach their goals. With the way we did it was different. In 1991, I had a 1985 KX80. You know what I mean? So like forever. I mean, I've had 40 pairs of goggles sitting around that he's messing with since he was 7, and I'll scoop them up and throw them in the trash and be like, these are just tools, right? Because it's not the same as it was when we were growing up. We were, I don't know. They have all of this stuff because
it's a different time.
Because we work within the industry.
And part of working. That's the biggest thing. Working inside the industry, knowing what we know, have done all the testing and know what works and what doesn't work. But then also for me, like I haven't rode a mini bike in, a 50. Well, I never rode a 50. I rode a PW 50, and then I went to a 60. Like even now we're dabbling in the 65 era right now with the boys as they're starting to move up, and I'm like, well, geez, I think I need to do this. I think I need to do that. It's almost like I know too much.
Nick, for you too. Adam hung it up. Joe went to Florida, and you were going with Cameron. Obviously, got hurt. It's been nice, not nice. Maybe that's the wrong word, but. More time with Vince, more time in California, more time. God, dude, I would see you
burning the candle.
I would see you in fucking Atlanta. You're like, dude, I got a red eye tonight. I'm gonna go right to fucking Mesquite tomorrow morning. I'm just like, oh my God, like, you were gnarly to be there for your kids, and now you're, because of Cam's injury and the other things I mentioned, a little more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be fair, working with Adam as long as I did, and him not racing this year has been like a bit of an adjustment for me because we spent so much time together. So it's like kind of weird where like he's working now and I'm working and I don't see him as much. So that's been a bit of adjustment, to be fair, because we're close. But as my kids are older, like my daughter's a senior in high school, and so she's been doing gymnastics forever. And so she's been trying to push towards that. So we've been supporting. I've been able to support her more, like going to the gym to watch her and being at more of her meets, which I would say that I'm at every single important one anyhow.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out, like you said
Yeah.
about the scheduling.
Right.
But I just know that things are changing, and she's only going to be at home for so long because she's
Yeah.
going to go off to college. And then certainly with Vincent moving to big bikes, I knew that I needed to like really pay attention.
Yeah.
So obviously it works. It worked well because Cameron started the off season, and we did a bunch of sections as he's riding the big bike on outdoors, and so we were all working on basics, and it worked awesome together.
Yeah.
And then Vincent started riding Supercross, and Cameron's up, so we're there together.
Mhm.
So that worked really well. Obviously, it's unfortunately Cameron's not out there racing, so we would love to be with him now because
Yeah.
Vincent's. I know, just I remember back as to like his age and how quickly you improve. So
Yeah.
it's perfect for him to have someone like Cameron to ride with and emulate what he's doing. He's obviously a crazy hard worker. So
Yeah.
just like kind of getting my schedule a little bit
Right.
leaner
Yeah.
is definitely kind of needed for the family.
He's got like a super family. Girls, Olympic-ish
Yeah.
gymnastic.
Some
Donovan.
in the blood there.
I follow this Donovan way, and he's just crushing every mountain bike race. Is he in the wrong class?
He's in the wrong class right up.
'Cause he's just
We
dominating.
petitioned him to get moved up.
Okay.
I mean,
He's winning every mountain bike thing.
I mean, he's having a great time.
Yeah.
He's having a great time.
Okay. And then there's Vince, like a super family.
Right.
Yeah. Is Hayden and Vince the same?
Yeah, same
Okay.
class.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Get
No,
some
that's
heat
fine.
there. Vince, for you, and it's a great question. I just thought, like Joe and Adam and Cameron, you've been around, and your dad, right, back in the day, and even this guy and whatever. What point as a kid did someone make an impact on you where you were like, wow, like either A, this is really hard work, or B, like I want to be like that guy, or you know what I mean? Like who made an impact to you as a kid, as a pro rider when you were littler, smaller?
A lot
Younger.
of different people, obviously.
Yeah.
But mainly,
Was it Timmy?
what?
Who?
All right, never mind.
Ferry.
Currently,
Tim
yeah,
Ferry.
I know what he's talking
I
about.
know.
But mainly, currently is Cooper Webb.
Yeah.
His like ability to adapt and how smart he is
Yeah.
during the race.
Yeah, but I
is
mean, like when you were
pretty
younger,
inspirational.
like when you were younger, was there somebody that you were, like just
I
somebody?
don't know why. I always really liked Tickle.
Tickle? Okay.
Tickle
Yeah.
was always and Cooper Webb back
Yeah,
then. Yeah.
Which is funny because through your dad, you can just be like, "Hey, what's up?" to
Yeah,
these
but-
dudes.
Yeah, but I think he also is like discounting the fact that he's just not saying it, but it's obviously very influential within his racing has been Adam.
Yes.
That goes without saying.
Yeah.
I think he just goes without saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, almost like you are so close to Adam, it's just like you.
It's like a family
Yeah.
member.
But at some point, like, can you imagine? Like, I mean, at one point, I wanted to be a top Canadian pro, right? And I just you have no guidance, you have nothing. And I remember Ping telling me this too back in the day when Ping first turned pro, and he's like, I didn't know these guys even trained. You know what I mean? I had no idea, nothing. Randy Lawrence told him, "Hey, we go on bicycle rides," and he was like, "What?" Like, and Vince, the book is there, like the work effort, the practicing, the book is open for you. You're so fortunate that way, where you're just like, okay, this is what I gotta do.
Yeah, it's obviously really
Not hit the wall in Birmingham, but
Yeah, I don't want to hit the wall again ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to hit the wall.
no, but you know what I mean? Like you are really fortunate. I'm not trying to be like the old man telling you that.
No, it's
yeah.
cool to judge myself off other pros.
Yeah.
I've always been really, really far off, like forever.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm starting to get a little bit closer to my peers riding at the track. But it's always fun to go to the like the gym or a bicycle ride with others just to have fun and see like how they train. And it's Adam, Cameron, Joe, all extremely hard workers, and it was cool to learn how hard like the work you have to put in to be great. And it's I honestly think training's fun.
What about being Nick Way's kid? I know sometimes like having someone like your dad in the industry, then having your name maybe puts a little bit of added pressure on it. Do you feel that? Do you and your dad talk about that when you go racing?
Well, sometimes it can be a little annoying, but I really respect his hard work that he puts in for me and the experience he has. And I really appreciate all he does.
Do you feel like other racers are like, fuck that, I got to get him, or like, fuck that guy, or anything like that?
Most of the time, honestly, people like are ride more aggressive with me because of it.
Yeah,
I feel
know,
like,
yeah.
But I just got to keep my head on a swivel and
right.
not smoke a wall, I guess.
Yeah.
I think some kids like, well, I look at like Nick, right? And I think other kids outside of people that have been in the industry will be jealous of Vincent, right? And maybe would think, oh,
I'm
Vincent
jealous of that hat, by the way. That hat is with the logo from my era. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's sick.
On the outside, be like, oh, he gets everything.
Yeah.
He's spoiled because of his dad, or he maybe he shouldn't get what he get, but he has this. Like for me, I I like to see how you guys would deal with that because I'm sure that would come up at some point. You know.
Well, I definitely guard against that because, like we talked about, everything we have is like a tool.
Yeah.
Because it's just he has a lot of supplies, just because know.
Right.
He has had to. He's earned a lot of help.
Yes.
Right? It's not just
absolutely.
like it's not just given to him. For one, but for two, I think up until this year, obviously, it takes a lot of focus on helping him at least get to the next step. But in the past, you guys have seen me at the races where he's at the races with Cole or whatever. So that's kind of strategic. So I can maybe not make it too easy for him because like these things he's got to learn on his own. It can't be just my deal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. You just go to PulpMX when you're checking out. Cooper Webb, 450 Supercross points leader with Fly Racing gear.
Man, they're sure glad they got him this year, didn't they?
Fly Racing, boy. Chance Hymas, RJ Hampshire. Use the code PulpMX when you're checking out Nick Way, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Nick's used Renthal for a long, long time. And then also check out renthal.com if you can. Factory Honda and
Fly
Kawasaki,
Racing. It's
Red
like
Bull.
buying a #1 plate on the wall at Pro Circuit.
Yeah. Great ideas. Did you hear my ideas?
Yeah, but the thing is you're not going to get a #1 plate, but any company, and it could be an individual that owns a company, probably most likely an individual that can afford that type of stuff probably owns a company. But for around 100,000, I'm pretty safe to say you could put your sticker on the side somewhere on the bottom.
Okay, that's a good point too. Sure. Yeah, you could just be part of the team.
Plus, just like I heard you guys talking, but I would say that the thing is that would get me to the showroom because RV's here is maybe he changes my fork oil.
Oh, wow. I don't know if you'd want that.
Yeah,
but
I need my guy to get to work.
Yeah. Nick, question from for Keefer and RV and you, Keefer, from the Anthony from YouTube. Riders still say that the team didn't set the bike up right. The rider speaks what they want and the team adjusts. So what's the blame pie between rider and team? You know, when the rider says the bike's not working that well, this guy's saying, well, you told them what settings you want. What's the blame pie?
I think, and these guys can elaborate more on that, but I think you go off of who's saying it. I think a lot of guys use it as, I say a lot of guys. Some guys use it as an excuse. Some guys actually have valid reasons. I know sometimes you're on the side of the team more than the rider.
Yeah, and JT's team rider.
And I'm on the side of the rider because at an elite level like these guys, they have to have their bike how they like it and have to feel what they want to feel out of the motorcycle. If they don't have that, then the throttle hand doesn't work the same.
Yeah, but they're leaving the track saying, this is great, guys. Good job.
But also, when you go to different tracks, it changes.
Yeah.
It's not the same. And I think that's where some of us get lost. Like, hey, we go to different tracks. It should be the same. It's not the same. It changes from track to track, a.k.a. why Bones has thousands of notes that he has.
Okay.
So, like, for me, I guess it just depends on who's saying it. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm obviously pro rider on this. Like you kind of got to adapt.
Yeah.
But the more I obviously understand things, as I've tried a lot of stuff, I understand where the team's like, hey, they're advising you to say this is a safer one because it's better everywhere. Where like, yeah, there's some instances in certain conditions where yes, you would need to make an adjustment that would make a difference in a race.
Right.
We're coming to the conditions in like especially the 450 class that the conditions are affecting the race.
Right.
But I think the culture has changed because of maybe like the MotoGP guys and you see the F1 stuff where they're talking about like very, very, very critical of the car or the setup. And so I think they think it's more culturally okay. Whereas like we're old school and you're like, hey man, these dudes are over there from sun up to sundown working on this. Like the criticism is not necessarily like valid for you to say that. It's disrespectful.
Yeah.
But I also think part of that
But
comes,
is it true? It could be true, but we just perceive it as being a bit disrespectful.
Well, partly though, I love motocross because the rider can overcome things. And road racing and car racing, you know, you need to be spot on or that you're not competitive, right?
But I think also too the rider's not an engineer, and I think telling your engineer, your suspension guy, the motor guy, whoever you're dealing, whatever issue you're having, relaying the right information to them and making sure that they then can, you know, if you trust in your personnel, number one, but relaying the right information so that they can hopefully make the best decision because you're the rider, not the engineer, right? Now you can have some say in that, but I think that from what I've seen in the past, there's too much information. I want the bike like this. Well, they don't actually know where the shim stack's at or this or that or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a fine line on that.
Also, too, like it's nice to have a rider that can relay the information properly to the engineer.
That's
If
the
you-
biggest. The disconnect there is from the rider to whoever they're talking to. If they can relay the information the right way.
I've listened to pro riders. Some of them talk, and it doesn't make sense what they're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
and then
yeah.
you look at the engineer's face. They're like,
Well,
I don't know. What,
somebody told me like Lars or somebody at Yamaha, I don't remember, but they told me when they first get with a rider, they're like, okay, here's the terms we're going to use. Here's what we're talking
There's a
about.
book.
Yeah, here's the terms we're going to use. So when you feel this is the term we use. So don't tell us this because to us that we think it means this or whatever. Slow, fast, smooth, all that kind of stuff. So,
I'd never heard of that, but that's very smart because
Yeah.
I would go between teams and just the way you talk about it would be
Yeah.
confusing. I'd be like, yeah, that doesn't.
But I think that
Yeah. Yeah,
that
you're like,
falls
wait.
back on the engineer or the suspension person or whoever you're talking
To
to
know, yeah.
maybe ask it in a different way to then get the answer that you're looking
Sure.
for too.
What, like in the consumer world, when you talk about testing and they were trying to figure out their bikes, I break it down as easiest as possible. There's two things, and it really breaks apart the motorcycles, on or off throttle.
Mhm.
If you break apart those two things, it really dissects certain areas of the chassis or the engine. You just have to tell me, hey, on throttle or off throttle, and the engineer has a shortcut to what he can do.
okay, yeah, fair enough.
Key for testing, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, Keefer testing. Check it out. Although I didn't like his recent test between a Triumph and a Yamaha.
That's
but
a good bike.
yeah,
Great bike.
imagine that.
He's
All right.
paid. It's paid. He's paid for the listeners.
Paid.
Paid. Meanwhile, this guy's yelling about
Yeah.
stock Yamahas. Stock Yamaha, bro.
Rear end steering, everybody.
Nick, what was the best year of your career? Why was it 2002?
2002 was fun.
It was amazing. Top
I think
privateer.
the MDK years were the best.
Yeah, that was fun.
He made the
I-
most money then.
Yeah, but he did the best too. He podiumed like 3 times that
Yeah,
year.
but Moto Triple X, dude, top privateer.
Well, Moto Triple X. So I was renting a house just up the road here with a couple of friends of mine, and then Matthes. We worked out of the garage,
Mm.
and I put a oil rack in above the wheel well the night before Anaheim, and we had to use like what would have been like crazy bad Maxxis tires then.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Ooh.
Mitch put together the engine, bones of the suspension. Outdoors, was the first time that they had Showa stuff on a different bike than the Cowie because we had a front end we had a front wheel, a Cowie front wheel, and a Cowie front brake on the front end because they didn't have lugs yet.
Yeah.
When we tested it. So yeah, it was cool because we were just making it work.
Yeah.
But I mean, even that time we put the oil rack in, I remember passing Wyndham. I think I got 6th or 7th in the main.
You got 7th in
Yeah.
Anaheim 1. Yeah, yeah.
I was like, I was shocked that
We
we
were
did
out of
so
a
well.
box fan.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I think that people understand how good Nick was. I think when I talk to people,
Yeah.
like Nick was a really, really, really good rider.
Yeah.
Well, it just surprises me because at that point I was only 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
always-
pretty young then.
I always think, Nick, that you discount your own career because you didn't win as many races as you wanted to. You got one national win, you got a bunch of podiums, you never won a 125 Supercross, which is mind-blowing to me.
Right.
Well, I didn't really race that many actually. I got pointed out
Yeah.
quickly.
But I'm just saying, like, I think you always downplay your career because you really wished you would have won more and should have won more. You put too much, I don't know. I don't know
I
what
wouldn't
it
say I
is.
really like downplay it. It's just it happened. I had a good
Yeah.
time. I worked super hard at it.
Yeah.
I don't really like need to dwell on that one time I got 3rd or that time I got 2nd.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you had a fantastic career. It was
Yeah,
great.
no, I
yeah,
had a great
yeah,
time.
Yeah.
I had a
But
great time.
I feel like you don't think that.
Well, I'm
He just
pretty,
said
I'm,
it.
I'm pretty competitive.
He did just say
I'm
that,
pretty
yeah.
competitive.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
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 exactly. Yeah. So sometimes
Yeah.
I feel like just out of your competitiveness, you're like, I should have done more and I should have been better.
Any
you know?
champion's gonna want more, no matter what they
Yeah.
got.
Yeah.
You know?
No,
Well,
listen, he had a-
racer in general, right?
He had,
Like,
he had an amazing career. I always tell that to people. Like, it was great. And the amount of time you went to with,
Yeah, and to be fair, I had like a lot of loyal supporters that kept me going. So
yeah,
I had a lot of good sponsors.
yeah.
You're still wearing Answer, dude.
Yeah, yes.
I didn't know Answer was still around.
Answer is alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still here.
RV did a year there too.
2.
Two?
I think.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, what is going on with Answer? Kind of a rebrand, right? Turn 41, turn 14.
So
Sorry.
Turn 14.
Turn
is a
14.
automotive
Yeah,
distributor
yeah.
company.
Yeah.
So then they bought Pro Taper and Answer.
Pumping them up. Yeah,
Okay.
it seems like they're getting some
And
momentum.
they're getting some momentum in the
Yeah.
dealerships, and they're doing a good job with the distribution portion. And then we had designed the 2026 gear, so it's going to be all new and new fit, new fabrics, new stretch.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. But yeah, they're definitely like getting into it, understanding the business a bit more,
Mhm.
and then the plan is to reinvest in marketing.
God, it's a 15-year relationship with you probably, right?
Shoot, man, I rode 2003 just after you. I wore Answer.
Yeah.
And then 04 to like 2015.
Yeah.
MSR.
Yeah.
And Answer since, so it was all owned by the group. If
Same-
that owned it
same
before.
group.
Yeah.
I said something a lot about him because I've known other companies that talk to me about him personally. Like, hey, we're going after Nick and Vincent, and he stays where he's at.
Yeah.
So I know that conversation has happened over there at some point.
Look at his kid bailed on him. It was FXR. His kid just bailed, bounced.
It's difficult though.
Vince, you can't bounce.
It's difficult though because like for me, the work that I'm doing with Answer, we have the Ty Lube group, which has a great group of young riders that make the main in the 250 class.
Yep.
But they're not like super well known. So Vincent gets a bit of exposure and people pay attention to him when he shows up to an amateur race. So for me,
sets himself apart a little
well,
bit.
for
right?
us to split us apart is a bit difficult because there's not like some crazy financial upside as an amateur.
Yeah.
But like obviously that's time's
Well,
coming soon.
I thought the same thing, and then Hayden bailed for Fox because he got to be Fox. So
He just wants to be away from his dad, which I don't blame him, so it's fine.
Well, Vince is.
Well, he's got a good dad. Remember, I told you I'm not as good as the dad as Nick.
Good point. Good
Okay.
point. What's next, Vince, for you? What's next on the racing?
Foxborough this weekend.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay, goddamn.
Yeah.
And
So we rode today.
Yep.
Gonna ride tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I fly Wednesday. Gonna drive from DeWitt to Foxborough Wednesday.
You got a bike there? You get the
No,
bike
I got a. So I went from Birmingham back to DeWitt with the motorhome. So it's like closer to Foxborough.
Yeah.
Amateur life.
Yeah.
And then I washed
A lot of miles.
Washed the race bike off. Big Nasty was over there the other day making sure everything's tight.
Nice.
And then
Still at it on the grind.
Then I'll drive as I get there and get
Yeah.
like half the way there or whatever it is because I got to be there to park Friday. And then since then, we've got a couple spec changes that I got to switch over.
Yeah, of course. Right. All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Foxborough, you got to. Yeah.
back on the grind. Love it. Well, don't stop.
Well, I mean, I trying to just like every parent would. Trying to help them.
You and Nicole just pass each other in the night, or what are we doing?
Yeah, she's actually she's coming this weekend too. So I'm flying to Michigan and driving, and then Nicole and Vincent and Donovan are flying to Boston.
Oh, bringing D in.
Yeah, D's showing.
Oh, okay.
That might be a good luck charm then.
Trainer.
Yeah, he's my motivator.
Motivator.
Get the waters, the gels,
I saw him at
the
Mesquite.
goose.
I saw him at Mesquite. He looked ready. He looked ready to help it.
He's the biggest Goggins fan there is.
Oh, he is.
Oh,
I didn't know this.
Yes.
Like screensaver on his phone's Goggins, alarm,
Yeah.
Goggins.
Stop it.
Well,
Everything
because
Goggins.
he's like he's a frat boy, dude. Like he
Yeah.
is super like, yo, where's your snacks? Because we always have healthy stuff at the house.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
he's that neighbor kid here, neighbor kid there, getting Pop-Tarts, having somebody's whatever. He's rubbing kids' shoulders to get some chips.
Wow.
And
And
then-
he's still crushing mountain
Always,
bikes.
Well, totally.
always knows where. Like any house we go to, knows the pantry.
Nice.
Knows exactly where
Nice.
it's
He's
at.
always
Yeah.
the youngest
First place
kid
he
around.
goes to.
So he's like basically every parent's like, yeah, dude, this kid like, because another friend of ours, Moss's, live right near his school.
Okay.
So if we can't get there from organizing our day, he'll go there.
Oh, okay.
And then get picked up from there, which he races also Brody Moss.
Yeah.
And so his mom's crazy nice, and she has a pantry.
She has his whole
stacked.
pantry,
So he's
yeah.
coming up with reasons why he's got to go to Brody's.
That's awesome. Well, hey, thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it tonight on the PulpMX show. Vince and Nick Way. Good luck in Foxborough.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming by. All right, everybody, give him a hand.
Yeah, thanks for having us, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Great bunch of family there. Let's bring in our next guest here. Are you sticking around? We got questions for you. What are you doing?
He's using the shit out of you right
Yeah,
here.
No, I mean,
no
I
kidding.
need to know. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
might have to take another pee break, but yeah.
Okay. All right. The Ways are leaving. Let's bring in Adam Cianciarulo, everybody. Our
Oh
final.
yeah, I got to be up with AC.
Good luck, buddy.
Okay. All right. Later. See you, buddy. Let's bring in Adam Cianciarulo here, and we got audience questions as well coming up
I'm
too.
moving out.
Oh, we're moving the super minium that I beat him on lap times at the track with.
Oh,
Yep.
What?
Yep. He's got no mic
when
on,
was
but
that?
I got him.
when was that? Super.
Well, we can tell the story. I'll
Okay,
let Adam
yeah.
start the
All right.
story
What's
on
up,
that
Fake
one.
news.
What's up, Adam? How are you, buddy? Thanks
I'm
for coming
fantastic.
by.
Yeah,
I got
thanks
you on
for
a little
having me.
later than I told you, so my
Yeah,
bad.
no, it's fine,
My-
dude.
I-
I'm on your time.
I appreciate
We ain't
it.
racing anymore.
Yeah.
You got to
he's
bed early.
busy. Yeah,
I'm
he's
good.
busy. Look
I
at
think
that
I go to bed earlier now than I did when I was
Traxxas
racing, to be
92.
honest.
Yep.
I don't know how that happened.
Hey, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Adam Cianciarulo, by the way, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Appreciate those guys for coming on board. Can I do? We got the I Don't Know Man segment coming up too, so you got to think about that. And thanks to the folks at Race Tech as well. Just down the street from here, racetech.com. I don't have a Race Tech rant tonight. Do you got one? I forgot about.
I don't.
I'm happy. I'm not even mad about anything right now.
I wanted to. We can race tech rant about
Race
Got
Tech
track crew guys. What do you call them again?
SMX track crew.
Dig Dugs?
No,
Dig
you
Dugs.
call them Dig Dugs.
Dig Dugs, yeah.
Oh,
Justin, they pushed a bike in front of Justin Starling this week.
Oh,
I was
saw
like,
that.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's not cool.
Yeah, those are. That's not the track crew. That's the Dig Dugs. So
Track
crew
crew
are the
different.
dozer dudes.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Dig Dugs are the helmets.
Those guys are volunteers,
Yeah,
correct?
no, I don't know if they're volunteers, but they.
Well, no, they're different from
they're
week
different
to week.
from different from week to week. Yeah, they don't follow the series or anything. So, dude, I hate to do this. Like, it's just gonna come across as just
There we go.
Oh God.
no.
Again?
No,
Last
no.
time I was on, you
Yeah.
just reamed me for.
That's not what
10
this
minutes.
is. This is coming across as blowing you. Like, good job on Race Day Live, man. It's really, really, you and JB, you guys are friends. You have chemistry. It's funny. It's informative. Like, I'm hearing it in the press boxes or when I'm at home. And, like, good job.
I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that you guys are doing this. And I know from Wygan and JT, like, there's a lot of calls and a lot of meetings. Like, you're working. You are grinding.
No, it's quite a bit.
every Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. I mean, it's in the beginning of the year, we were kind of working with a producer that was kind of new too, so we were also helping kind of with the production, right? So I mean, something small, like we were having to get kind of our B-roll requests in by end of day Monday, which
Okay.
is like you're building the show, you're building the script. So it's like I want to break down, Justin Cooper in the whoops for this segment and this segment with JT. So it's been cool because I've been able to learn a lot about the other side of it as well.
Yeah.
But it's been very stimulating. And yeah, JB, I think interesting because I never really talked to him much.
Oh, really?
When,
Oh,
when I
okay.
was
Yeah,
racing,
yeah.
I don't know why he was always around. I always thought he was a cool dude.
Yep.
Respected him, but he knows exactly the things I want to say. In like the places that I want to go, and he just drops me off there.
Yeah,
Perfect.
It's really good, and of course JB's more the host, so he's getting
Yeah.
out of breaks really
Well,
well and doing all that.
And that's a lot too
Yeah.
for him. Only doing it
Yeah.
a couple years, and then now
Yeah.
he's the play-by-play guy. I mean, he handles a lot more talking in his
Yeah.
ear. I mean, he's dealing.
It's
he's-
not easy. It's not easy.
No.
I did some of it. It's not easy.
He's
For
my quarter.
anybody listening,
Yeah.
it's not easy to be running.
So there's guys constantly in your guys' ear
Yes.
when this is happening?
Yeah,
And
in
I'm-
and out of breaks, and we're throwing to this video, whatever.
And it's a lot of you're calling a lot of audibles. You get a red flag, and then it's one thing messes up in the schedule, and then your whole show is you're kind of winging it.
Yeah.
At I was about to say Nashville, but Birmingham, we had Bailey Zimmerman, country singer. He wasn't even supposed to come on the show.
It's a
and
little,
he's
a little much, man. It's a little much.
he was walking by. He was just like walking by the booth and just poked his head in. And was just so stoked, just ran up in there, grabbed a headset.
Yeah, I don't think that's cool.
I thought it was sweet.
Okay.
That guy was
but
awesome.
I don't know.
It's a
You're
show,
a
dude.
hater, man.
It's a show.
Yeah,
it's
but,
a show.
Yeah,
Like
but this isn't live TV. This is like something that's like giving
no, it
it
is.
back to the
literally
fans.
was live.
It's Race Day
not TV,
Live,
though.
though. It's
Oh.
different,
Okay.
right?
It's
It's a
different.
little. It's
Okay.
a different vibe.
No, you guys are doing a good job, and it's
Thank
so
you.
much better. Like, dude, again,
So you didn't like when I did it?
yeah, you did a good job. I told you that.
Oh,
You-
that's
you were
that's
good.
that's it. That's all I get.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, AC's better
I mean,
than
you
I am
did.
too.
You did SMX rounds,
No, that's
right?
not
You
true.
did SMX rounds.
No, you are. You're
Oh.
made for this spot, man. I just.
Do you?
Yeah, you are good.
Do
You,
you?
you are good.
Are you?
I'll
fine
trade you a
with-
couple wins.
Are you, I really like the Vince Sway hitting the wall PTSD joke.
Oh
by the way.
man. Well, no, it was the overshooting the finish line
Oh,
for
okay.
Vince. Yeah, I have it on video. But Vince, I mean, he's I spend Christmases over there. Like those,
Yeah.
the ways they're like family to me. And
Yeah.
as soon as I saw Vincent out there, I was like a hawk, man, watching him
Yeah,
around
yeah,
the whole
yeah.
track. Every time he did something, I'm like all
Yeah.
freaking out.
Um,
And yeah, I notoriously never hit the downside of the finish line in practice.
Yeah.
Just never did
Just
it.
not the first time.
No, I just would make the same mistake. I would carry way too much speed in. I mean, I was kind of a heater guy.
Yeah, yeah.
If
yeah.
you guys remember. But yeah, he overshot the finish line by about 30 feet. It was crazy. I was laughing my ass off.
Are you good with all this travel? You're good? Like
Yeah.
it's not, you're not like you're fresh out of retirement. Like you took no downtime. This guy moved up to Washington, opened up a coffee shop, chilled for about a year,
Well,
then got back into it. But you literally just
Bikini Bistro?
I wish it was.
I thought you would have done
I
that.
wish it was a Bikini Bistro.
Damn. You heard about
we do have to fly on Thursday
yeah.
because
It's early.
Friday's a full day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Friday is a full day. We got a rundown meeting in the morning, have rehearsals, sit down interviews, whatnot. So it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
full day. But I wanted to.
You are a
This is a-
OCD guy a little bit. You got to keep busy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And my
Like-
OCD's getting worse the older I
Oh, it
get.
is?
You
Yeah,
should
yeah.
see my house. It's like spotless. It's kind of insane. But But yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. It's really cool. I've been on a couple times this year. So
You have?
yeah. You know. By the way, promoting that. By the way, LCQ race coming up. So we're giving away a YZ 450 courtesy of the folks at Yamaha. We're giving away 20 other prizes. We've raised over $700,000 for privateers in this whole thing. So go to PulpMX.com.
700.
700
over the course.
So what are
of
we
since
gonna
you've been doing it?
over the course of what we've been doing.
Total.
Yeah.
What about this year?
Well, last year we were at 120.
And
Well, we're hoping we'll have more this year. Yeah.
well, where are we at right now?
Yeah,
Give me the
absolutely.
stats right now. Currently,
I
Where's
don't have the
current?
stats right now.
Where's the
saw it.
GoFundMe
That's a
right
bummer.
now?
But most of the money
That's
pours
a
in.
huge. RV,
late.
it's a huge bummer.
Yeah.
No current
The
number.
money
It's kind of
pours-
Come on, like
There's
we're
over-
talking about it. Let's
it's
hear the
hacked.
current number.
There's
Hack,
over
dude.
$10,000 right now.
No, it's more than that.
Really?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
more than
then
that.
I don't know.
But the money pours in late because everybody figures like, yeah, they just procrastinate, right? So,
Yep.
So buy a ticket, support us. We'll do Friday, Denver. Appreciate all you guys doing that, and maybe win a YZ 450. So, okay, so yeah, back to you. What about getting back on a bike? What are we doing? Are we gonna
He
vet
did.
ride?
He did a little bit, right?
I mean, a little bit.
Well, he raced
with
Carson.
the Daniel,
Carson
the
Brown.
Daniel Blair thing, the
Which
Aaron.
was super
Oh
fun to
yeah,
watch.
I got.
He's hard to beat, isn't he?
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
I
fast,
lost
dude.
too. I lost
He's
too. It's
fast.
all right.
Did you watch that
And
one?
I don't think I watched his.
I'm not much of a you know me. I'm not too crazy, but I was hungover. It was my right after my birthday. Flew out and it was 90. It was like 90 degrees.
Just
Yeah, and
packed.
you
Wet
rode a
in the
125, which
I didn't
you
even
know,
do the last sprint
You're a
on
little
the
bit.
on the 250 because I did 3 one-lap sprints on the 125. Then I got on the 250. I did the first sprint, and I'm thinking of every excuse I can to like get out of the rest of the laps because I was that tired. But Carson Brown I don't understand. I guess I never had that ability. I always had to have my setup right, my
he
bars
can ride
right.
anything.
Yeah.
He can ride anything, and the suspension was kind of soft. The bike was sputtering a little bit, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of uncomfortable even leaving the ground, and he's just
Yep.
wide open, dude.
Think of those XR80s.
I
he
felt
grabs and
great.
rides
No
around it.
shit.
I felt great about my laps too, and
Yeah.
he had me by over 2 seconds. No
So
problem.
do you
The
think
guy's
you'll be back?
nasty.
You think? I mean, your ankle's better, right? Or
Yeah,
you
it's
never got
alright.
surgery. or whatever on
Everything's
it,
still. My shoulders are really bad. My
Yeah.
right knee's shot.
but- okay.
I need to get. I got to get this plate and screws out of my arm. I really haven't done. I got right into the broadcasting game.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Which I'm thankful. I'm thankful I did. But
Yeah.
my body's still.
Do
Um,
you have pain when you wake up at all?
Yeah. I'll get pain from my right shoulder. There's like from my right shoulder up into my neck, especially if I like golf 2 days in a row. It's like it's a wrap.
Well, because we saw we saw JB ride press day, right? And there's some
Yeah.
talk about you trying to
No.
do that.
As soon as I saw him and like how fast he was going, how hard he was trying, I'm like, dude, I'm out.
I thought it was
And
going to be a little.
And I like don't get it twisted. I love dirt bikes.
Yeah.
You know, and I like to ride.
Yeah.
But at this point, I'm not that motivated. Like to me, to bring my gear bag and like check a bag and bring my gear bag is a lot.
No, it's a lot. No,
it's a lot.
I went through the same thing. Like,
And
like, you know,
I just got a text because every week, Ken Essex, who
Yeah.
is PR, Cowie, my guy.
Great guy,
he's been-
Canadian.
yeah,
Fellow
fantastic.
Canadian.
And he's been texting me, dude, you got to go pick up your bike. It's at Temecula Motorsports. Yeah, I swear it has been there since July. Like I just got to go get it.
Yeah.
But recently sold some workout.
I'm ready to pick up my bike.
I sold some workout equipment to Nick Way.
Oh,
He
Okay.
and Oscar, my old crew chief, Oscar picked up my rower, and then Nick picked up my skier, my spin bike, all that. So now I have space in the garage.
Yeah.
to go get the bike.
To go get the bike.
Okay.
And Mitch just rolled out my Super Mini, my last.
right behind you.
Yep,
Right
last-
behind
yeah,
you.
Here it is.
That's the one I smoked your ass on.
Dude. All right. So
When was that?
That's
What-
crazy.
what-
that's crazy.
I mean, me AC go way back. Way
Yeah,
back.
Big
Yeah.
time. Yeah, there's some videos.
The,
in
the,
there.
I
But
the
know.
biggest video we have on PulpMX.com on our YouTube channel is AC at your place on the Super Mini
I
with the
was ripping.
GoPro. That's our #1
I was
video.
ripping.
Yeah.
A lot of times this guy, he'd show up and it'd be, Tuesday, 2:30 plus 2s or whatever. And this guy would go out there.
What's he yelling? What's
I
Mitch
don't
yelling?
know. What's he saying?
Yeah, I just told him I beat him lap times on that.
No, it wasn't a full
It was-
lap.
it was-
Oh, here we go.
It was
22
like,
second
It was 3
turn
corners,
section.
clay turns.
What year was
And
I'm pretty-
actually,
I'm
to
pretty-
set the
I-
record straight, AC got me by Alan. It was AC's last run, and I think he got me by 2/10.
But
He did
Alan
get
was
me.
timing? Alan was
Well,
timing?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you were kind of on like a.
I
you
was
were-
in shorts,
well,
knee braces, in pants and
Well,
a short sleeve shirt.
And I wasn't pro yet. You were kind of on.
No,
a,
you were a kid.
You were kind of on a run, and I didn't want to dent the confidence.
Yeah,
I didn't want that on my.
Yeah, you don't want
that on me. Kid me?
We had a lot of fun back in the day. Alan would come and bring him to the track Mondays, and Alan would be there, and then he'd come home with me, and he'd stay at my house for Monday night, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Alan would pick him up on Fridays.
I used to tell my mother that I would never in my life curse. Like I would never gonna say the F word. You know, gonna do it the right way. I was super
wrong house to be in.
Yep. By the end of that summer, man, I was motherfuck this shit, fuck all
what
over
about,
the place, dude.
Also,
poor
too, like,
Christy, man. I'm
what
sorry,
about
Mom.
him? Just his. I don't want to bring it up.
Do it.
Well, no, you already did.
Well, like
Yeah,
just
you
like
can't-
you're pooping with the door open.
Oh, open door dump policy in the
Like,
RV
what are you
household.
doing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, cause in the Cowie truck, you would poop with the door open.
Yeah.
That's gnarly. Like I'm a lot.
I want to know
things,
what's
but that's
going on
gnarly.
out in the truck. Who's
So,
walking in?
Was this when you were living with him? Was that?
Oh
what-
yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it all.
It's a lot, dude. It's
I've
a
seen it
lot.
all.
I mean, we'd be
It's a-
driving to the track, right? We're going through what's that? What's the town? Right, that little town right before we'd make a right on the road.
Shoot. I don't even remember.
Hey, on that street over there by the tree.
No,
over
we'd
there,
go through We'd go through Claremont, and then we'd get to the one. But we'd go through there. Mascot, yeah. And I have videos. Adam's like, I have videos of him in the gym trying to do pull-ups when he's
I
like
just watched that today, actually.
14. Like he's probably 13, 14 years old. And I had this paper clip in the truck, like one of the
It
ones.
wasn't a paperclip,
No,
dude.
but it
You had
was the-
pliers.
Well, we had a set of like vice grips too. Yeah, the ones that lock down.
Yeah.
Locked it on my
And
ear.
I'm driving, right? And we're me and him. It's just me and him going to the track in the morning. He's like 14 years old. I said, let's see who can twist it tight enough, and we'll go stronger each time, and put it on our earlobe. And we're driving. And I'm
Wasn't
driving.
my idea, I tell you that. Pretty intricate little.
And I'd hang it on my ear. Yeah, that one hurt. Okay, now it's your turn. You try it. We won't adjust it till we go back and forth, and we can see who can. And he's like 14 years old.
How's the earlobes? Are they okay? Are
Yeah,
they
they're all right.
They're all right.
They're
Okay.
okay. They were
I had
good.
a
I was thinking he's got plugs in his earlobes. And
I was definitely a punching bag there for a few years.
I look
but I was
back
stoked on it.
and it was a ton of fun. He goes, "Hey man, after can we go get frozen yogurt?" Yeah, let's go get frozen yogurt. It's right next to the movie theater. We go and we sit out on the curb and eat frozen yogurt.
Nice.
That's good times.
I had a lot of fun.
In 2011, I remember I got on a 450 for the first time because I couldn't hit. There's this
you hit
big,
that tabletop.
Yeah, there's this. I have this first video I have on my phone. I'll show you guys after. But
Big tabletop.
I couldn't hit the big tabletop on my Super Mini. It was like all sand face, and I got on the 450.
And we had a
Never
big
been
roller
on it before
it.
in my life. I
Oh,
went straight over there, rolled over the big single, went through the rollers, rolled the big single, and I'm like looking up. I'm like, all right. Rip, 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 rip. Yeah. I mean, dude, not even close to the
I mean,
landing.
he's in the fuck. He's like,
Thank God I was 90
was stiff
pounds
enough.
and it was stiff enough because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
barely felt it. It was crazy. Yeah, so that's my
Hey,
first.
getting back to Race Day Live, one good thing about this year is you got Deeks.
Oh,
There's always something going on with Deeks. It's
incredible.
great. It's fantastic.
And I was texting. We won't bring that up on air, but the info that I was texting you about too.
Yeah.
It's like even deeper.
Yes.
It's like there's more stuff
Yeah,
behind the
it's-
scenes,
it's
which is crazy. But I love it.
Exactly.
Julian did tell Lewis or somebody
in an
maybe
interview, yeah.
that Deeks has been DMing him,
Oh yeah.
just like how's the ruts going,
Oh,
how's
there's-
the
there's-
like just
There's
How's it going,
there's chicks
legend?
involved.
yeah,
It's not
dude,
good.
It's not good.
It's
But-
not good.
But
And
like
I will say though, Julian this week, like on the podium, he said he's got one coming in Philly. At A2, he put him on the Hayden put Julian on the ground
Yeah.
in the second turn
Yeah.
in the heat race. Wasn't
Yeah.
anything too crazy,
No,
but he did
yeah,
put him down.
yeah.
In the main event, Julian had the same exact opportunity,
he did.
and he pulled out of it. And so now I feel like Julian, big Julian fan, by the way,
Yeah.
super impressed with him this
Great
year.
kid, yeah.
Great kid. Talked to him a little bit here and there, but seems like super mature, stoic guy, right? But him saying that on the podium now, he's got to do something. Like
Yeah.
if he doesn't,
Yeah.
I mean, of course the goal is to win, and you don't go out of your way to ruin that. But if he has an opportunity again and he
Mhm.
doesn't do anything,
he needs to
it's
make
a
it
bad
count.
look.
He needs to make it count.
It's a bad look.
If there's an
Yeah.
opening, he has to make it count.
Correct.
Yeah, and honestly, I think to myself too, like, so You got Joe. Something's going on with Joe and Deeks. Clearly.
That was weird.
That was weird.
Right?
But
did you see that?
Yeah, it's just not something you see from Joe. It's
No.
not his typical
But-
Joe.
and now you got Julian going and Deegan
Which I
going.
like it.
Yeah,
Deegan's
no,
trying
I
to
mean-
win a championship, and I remember when Barsha was in that class, trying to win a championship. And I mean, Barsha was a little worse in the fact that he would just clean out lappers just for no. And Eric Kehoe told me, I pulled him aside. I'm like, dude, you can't win titles like this. You can't have these guys out to get you. You need help once in a while, or you're going to need somebody to check up for you. And I feel like Deeks may be going down the road where he's hurting himself with these vendettas and these guys that clearly are out to get him a little bit.
Here's the thing. The thing that like Barsha has going for him, right, is that typically like in racing, somebody gets you, you get them back, so they know they can't get away with it, right?
Mhm.
And for most people that registers. Like you know, you get
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
back,
Yeah,
they're
you're
like,
like, oh,
okay,
okay,
like
yeah.
respect.
We're
Okay,
good.
I'll be a little more careful around you, whatever. Barsha, there is none of that.
No.
There's none of that.
No, he just.
There's no-
I don't know.
We haven't seen much of that this year, though.
We haven't. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
He's
he's
been
learned.
okay.
He's toned it down a
he's
bit.
been getting
It's
better.
taken
He's
many
been getting-
years,
Yeah.
but
Totally.
maybe he's
No, I mean
The thing
respect.
with-
He's made
the
a
thing
great
with-
career in the sport. Like
Yeah, the
and
thing with Bam is
do what you
after
need
he
to
would
do.
get you, you'd come in and be like, "Yeah, good racing. That was good racing," and you'd be like, "Dude,
Oh.
I don't think that guy thinks it's great racing."
I
but
know.
The
I
best
remember-
was when Tomac and Barsha were talking to each other, chirping that one.
Oh,
that was the
Atlanta?
best, yeah.
Yeah.
That was great.
yeah, and Barcia's like, "Yeah,
Good TV.
it's great."
Yeah.
I
No,
love how he says Atlanta. I'm like, I don't even remember what
Yeah.
one he's talking about.
because he was trying to figure out which time he took him out.
Yeah.
Over under
Yeah.
bridge.
AC's good with the stats though.
Over
Yeah.
under bridge.
Yeah.
Triple. Left hand 90. Right hand 180. Mechanics area on the left side. Wall right. Whoops.
Oh, I can't
That's
remember
crazy.
that shit. Yeah, I have good memory in that stuff, but I didn't race it, so I'm always impressed with you guys can pull that out.
Here's my I don't know,
Okay.
man, since we need to do
Oh,
this.
hold on a second. We can do that. Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean,
They
I don't
can't
know,
hear
man.
that.
I don't know. Yeah, no, they can't hear that. The I don't know, man segment. We have this. We brought this in. Chase Sexton was a 3-time winner until a couple weeks ago. But things that you don't know. Things that you don't know.
Unexplainable.
Yep.
So mine's Joe. So you watch, we seen what he did with Deegan, right? We're like, oh man, Joe's aggressive. This is great.
Yeah.
But you can see in Joe's demeanor once he does that,
Doesn't know what to
he
do with
doesn't know
it.
what the fuck to do with that. Like he does it, and then he's like, okay, I'm just gonna relax, let him pass me again. Then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do it again. I'm like, I don't like being up in front of him again. I'm gonna back out. Like he doesn't do it and be confident about it and move. He's like, I'm in the front. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not Joe.
So
It's
I
not.
don't know.
Did Deke steal Joe's chick?
I don't think Joe has a chick.
Okay. I don't know.
So I just don't know what his plan is. I'm gonna
Yeah.
smack Deegan and then just be like, that's good. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that.
It's good. I
Because
don't
you
know.
can tell like he's gonna get me again, so I'm gonna just let him go ahead.
Yeah.
So that's mine.
Yeah.
To me, it looked Joe looked like a guy that felt like he had nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
he's
yeah.
just this joyride.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
My I don't know segment is Hanny. We're talking about today's track.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, no Haycoms. I like Hanny. How does he make a living? He's
Husqvarna's test rider.
Is that how all he?
I told you that today.
Yeah, but is that paid?
No shit. Well, yeah, he's not gonna
What
do
does
it
it
for
pay?
free.
What could it possibly pay?
I think Hanny's made some money, dude.
You think?
Yes.
Okay, even Honda, when he was an ambassador for Honda and just shredding, and he showed up some press days. Who was paying him?
It's amazing what.
Well, Shift was paying
it's
him.
amazing what these influencer contracts are
Well,
like.
yeah, that's a good
Well,
point. That's a
you
great
know.
point.
You know,
yeah, that's
so
a great point.
You don't really know.
never-
Yeah.
Inflated
Yeah.
market.
Yeah.
I just, and I'm not. This is not shit talking, Hanny. Just, I'm sure he lives near the beach. I'm sure he lives in a
No,
nice
he
house.
does not. He lives out in Temecula.
Oh, he does.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
He's nasty on a dirt
Oh,
bike.
he
He
is.
still is
He-
unreal.
He,
in
he
the-
tried to take me out. He
Unreal.
tried to
he's
take me out
like
today.
what 40,
Dude, I saw him
which
today.
isn't that old.
He had
But I'm
gray
just
hair.
saying.
When you watch him ride, it looks like a 21-year-old.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
seriously.
unreal.
Yeah.
The way he can like the
What is he?
So
What does
how
he
he
make a
drops
year?
the front.
Yes, when
is
he goes,
insane.
the confidence with just like throwing the bike forward. and he's always over
Yeah.
the front.
From
You
what I
know, like
understand, he-
I'm not
And he's
doing
almost
that.
never panic revving it either.
I'm not doing that in the Supercross rhythm
No.
section. Where
He
I'm just going
taps the
here,
ri-
like
No,
this forward.
We're not. There's no hate comms in here, Steve.
No, I'm not. There is no Haycom.
the
yeah,
road.
yeah, I think
No.
so.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
How does he make a living all these years? Who's
Dude,
paying him?
It has a contract, be a test. He's been doing that for the
Okay,
last
so
couple years.
here's how I look at it.
50 grand?
Here's how I
Probably.
look at it. I don't know what it is.
How's he living on 50 grand?
I'm sure he has other money. That's not his sole income.
I heard he doesn't have any
Okay,
money
but
from
here's the
racing
other thing,
gigs.
Steve, is that's the beauty of this sport is like even though that it's, we all have a different path and we've all won this or haven't won this or whatever the case may be. Maybe we finished and have a GED and maybe we don't. But there's an outlet inside of this sport that you can go and be involved, right?
No hate comms.
You can
It's
be a
great.
goggle guy. You
Yeah.
can be a test rider. Handy's a test rider.
You can make it in all these different things.
I got a question. How
Yeah.
the fuck are you making a living?
There you go. Now we're
This,
talking.
these fucking lists, these are sponsors right here.
Jeez.
Yeah, do you see
we
the-
don't
He's
even know
making
how
a
much.
living off of us, AC.
Well, we don't even know how
Off
much
of
money's
us.
in the privateer fund.
much
We
dude.
help him make a living.
How much can a fucking podcaster make?
So funny you brought that up.
Have you not seen the ceilings in that house?
It's funny you guys brought this up because when when Racer X, which blew my mind, posted J-Law's GoFundMe, I said, why don't you go get a job, J-Law, at J-Law? And then someone said, you don't even work hard. To me, what are we doing? Mitch. Oh,
Don't worry about it.
okay.
Hey, Mitch.
So no hate comms on Hanny. I just don't know how he's living the last 5, 6
Why are you
years, 7 years.
hating on him?
I'm
Dude,
not hating.
Crazy.
I just don't know.
This is crazy.
This is the I don't know segment.
Shift Fox pays him.
What
Used
are
to
they
pay
paying him? What are they paying
He's
him?
not there. He's
No,
not
he's
there.
not. He's not
Yeah.
active now.
Yeah.
What are they? What
But
are they paying?
he's. But
Grab a
he's.
headset. Grab a headset down there if you want.
Yeah, come on, Mitch. Get in here.
Bring it in.
Talk shit on him.
I hold on. Let's switch.
He's
let's
one of
get off.
the best riders to
He
swing
is,
a
Fred. He is.
leg
He is.
over a motorcycle,
He-
period.
he put him up with a Josh Hill or something like that, right? Like
No, above that.
Really?
Yeah, like a Kevin Windham. A Kevin Windham.
That second at Bimington,
No, other way.
06,
Other way.
Hill, that was sick.
No, other way.
What's wrong with that way?
Well,
Flip it around this
Oh
way.
yeah, other way, Mitch.
because the cord and everything.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
One thing,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me get my I don't know out.
How much longer you got? Because I
mean,
know you got
Yeah,
stuff
I got
going on.
I got
know.
stuff going on.
I know.
I'm
He's
Mitch
going
is
out
here
tonight.
now, so I'm good. One thing. Okay, so I've been meaning to talk about this for a
Yeah.
while now. What in the hell? Why do people think it's okay to use your headrest in an airplane as leverage to get up and to sit down?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Like if you're elderly or I don't know, just incapable or
In a
whatever,
wheelchair.
that's different. Come on, Mitch. Come on, man. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I just
didn't.
don't get it. I just
Adam hates
don't get it.
disabled
Yeah.
people.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Why are you hating?
This one's
commercial,
gonna. This
commercial travels shit today, isn't it?
one, dude.
Okay,
It's a struggle.
why
It's a struggle.
why when the plane lands and the seatbelt goes off, do you stand up immediately?
Hey,
I
Carnell
don't.
nailed it there tonight. That was awesome.
Or
He
how
did.
about
Yeah.
I'm the last guy off the plane, so every person that gets out grabs my backrest and uses it as leverage.
Yeah, just what
and
Adam was
just
saying.
Rips
Thank
it
you. Yeah.
back,
What,
and I'm like,
Mitch, you're singing to the choir here.
Yeah.
like, come on.
Yeah.
I
Pull
mean,
the-
you
pull
don't
the
have
mic
enough
a little.
miles yet. You're flying first yet?
No.
Oh,
No,
not
I'm
yet.
diamond on Delta, and I get
Yeah, I
upgraded like
never did-
one
I
out
never
of
did
10
either.
times.
I flew United my whole career and never got upgraded.
What are you on Southwest now?
United's great.
I just book whatever the cheapest flight is, fucking middle seat.
What happened to his
Come
head-
on.
What happened to
I
his
don't
know.
headphones?
You and
Swear.
RC, dude. You guys are always in the
mic up.
back of the bus.
What happened to his headset?
Put your
Oh,
mic-
sorry, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Middle
yeah.
seat.
Yeah.
All the way, every time.
RV's always had a mumbling problem.
Yeah.
So anyway, Hanny makes his money
Yeah.
from testing
Does
dirt
Mitch,
bikes.
do you pay Hanny a bunch of money?
Annie was like, it was funny the year we hired him, Ash, like, you gotta hire this guy, he's unreal. And like, I went out to the test track and he rode the bike.
Where was he before you hired him? What was he doing? Was that JGR or was that
Oh, maybe it was JGR.
I fired him?
I think so.
Okay.
But like when he rode the bike and I went to Supercross track, I'm like, he was better than everyone.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, but he didn't have 15 laps in him.
Yeah.
But I'm like, but he's an amazing rider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As technique,
Oh,
if you could copy
I'd pay him 50 just to watch him hit a rhythm section.
No, dude, he can do anything.
Yeah.
Even like, okay, so think of this. As old as he is right now, he rides straight rhythm and he's down to the last
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
breath.
Yeah.
He's right there with you and Kenny and those guys. And I'm like, dude, freaking Hanny.
Yeah.
Like, he can do that. And like he said, he's like this. Burp. And he's accelerating down the downside. He's got perfect
He's
technique.
nasty.
He-
If he could
Steve
teach
just
that,
doesn't get it.
Hanny's like the fucking Catalina wine mixer, dude.
Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah.
You just go
Pow!
the fucking Catalina wine mixer.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love Hanny, and he tried to take me out today and then sent me a DM. So it was great. No, it's fun. He just came in and like looked at me, and then he sent me a DM and said, "Bro, I didn't even know you rode a dirt bike."
He probably did.
Oh, you got one coming then?
No, I'm good. No, I'm fine. I'm worried for Hanny's income.
I just
Apparently
When
he's
respect.
Hanny
fine.
said that to him, I didn't even know you rode
Yeah.
a dirt bike, Steve.
No, Hanny said that to me. DM
Oh,
me. He
I
said,
thought
didn't
you
even-
said that to Hanny.
No.
I'm like,
No, Hanny said, I didn't know you rode a dirt bike, dude.
crazy.
And I'm like, okay, yeah, no. But anyways, so that's I don't know, man. Just because he almost tried,
Okay.
he laughing,
All
and
right.
he tried to take me out today,
All right.
Paula.
All right.
So I wish nothing but the best for Hanny.
Good segment.
You're a
Good
hater.
segment.
It's good segment. Nothing but the best for Hanny.
Peace and
I'm
love.
not a
Peace and
hater.
love.
I'm not a hater. All right. Well, what else for AC? He's got to take off soon. So what else? We got
We
for him?
talked about. You asked my question, so
Oh, okay.
Hey, I just gave AC his mini bike.
You gave it to him?
Yeah, I didn't bring my truck.
Oh.
But
you
I'm
got
gonna
you got
come back
room in
and
there
get
now.
it.
You got room at the
Oh, I
house.
got room.
That's awesome.
Well, that's gonna put me picking up the
Should we do
450.
lap
That's gonna
times
delay
again?
that a little bit.
Should we do lap times again?
I'm
Him and-
down.
We're gonna drain the carburetor, and him and RV are gonna go at it again.
It's got a 4. You know that thing has a 4. I didn't even realize this. This thing has a 450 radiator.
Oh,
Shit.
you made that fit in there?
Overheated.
So I rode Kawasaki Super Minis when I was coming up, and then
Back in
obviously-
'84.
Well, it would have been 2003, 4-ish.
You don't think I know?
Well, I'm just saying.
He knows the years.
Oh, I know the
And
years.
when I was able to do our lap time challenge, and I rode that Super Mini for the first time, I'm like, holy shit! Where was this when I was on Super Minis?
It's beefy.
It was unbelievable, and I'm sure
That's
it's
why
even,
he won all the
it's
time.
even
That's
more
it.
now.
The only reason.
It's even more
Yeah,
now.
silver
like
spoon.
it's that how it's the evolution has gone that much more. KTM, Cowie, what he's doing. Mitch built his own cylinder for God's sakes
And
on these things.
I lived in here. I lived in here
If-
for like 3 years.
If Mitch
Oh, yeah.
asked you, Adam, to work one day a week and take calls from
No.
customers,
No problem.
No, not doing it.
I'm in.
see, he's in. RV's in.
I'm in.
McGrath's in. Everyone's in, Mitch. That you can do it. You
Free
can do it.
Mondays, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. It's a horse and a half. You make the call.
Here's what you
it's a
don't
horse and
know.
a half.
Here's what if you just walked in here, knew nothing about what's going on, and
Yeah.
listened to these guys talk about him,
Yeah.
you would get a sense of why these guys want to be a part of this
Yeah.
organization because of the human being side.
They're all that way.
Because these guys will
Yeah.
do anything for him.
Maybe
Vice
Bobby
versa.
Bonds isn't. Maybe Bobby isn't. But
We
but-
tried.
we tried. But just about everyone else.
Yeah.
Ivan Tedesco is another massive,
Yep.
Mitch Payton fan and would do anything.
Mitch says, "Hey, walk off that fucking bridge." These dudes would do that.
Yeah, and they'd work here in the phones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be fantastic.
We're not doing that.
Would you port the cylinders though?
They could work on that.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
What about colored stickers for the muffler per colored motorcycle?
We have those now.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. It's
Okay.
already in.
Yeah.
It's already in production.
Yeah. Adam, any plans for the outdoors for you?
Doing or tentatively,
What do they want to do? Do they want to use it?
tentatively,
Yep.
High Point, I believe, in Budds Creek.
Is
That's
this
kind
a-
of what's being.
Is
There's
this
nothing.
in the sideline
nothing-
roll like JT, like or what?
I believe so, but
Okay.
it, again,
Yeah, yeah.
early
Yeah,
days,
yeah.
just trying to get the schedule sorted out,
Right.
and then the playoffs, obviously.
yeah, back for the playoffs and
Back
do the
for the
same thing,
playoffs.
right?
Anything you guys like to see? Anything different on RDO?
Well, you know what? Actually, let's take
Jason
some questions
Thomas
for some
haircut.
people here. Do we have any questions from the audience out here? Anybody have some questions? All right, just come up if you can a little bit because we can't hear you, and then just sorry, we didn't. Kellen forgot the mic, so
Yell it out because we
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah,
Come on,
Kellen did.
Kellen.
Jeez, Kellen.
Kellen there over playing MX Sim on that thing, probably.
yeah. What's the question, man? Yep. Okay. A Troy Lee and Mitch mugshot on a T-shirt. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Somebody made one.
What do we got?
Well, that was.
Oh, Sodbusters.
That was a bad night. Like we went to the.
Claim jumper.
No, it was Marie Callender's right across.
Oh God.
Right across
Woo,
the street
look at that.
from where Troy Lee's
Sorry,
shop is
man.
now, and there was a
Wow.
Marie Callender's restaurant. We went in there and we had dinner together. And
So,
we were,
so I'm sorry, Mitch. For the question was for the audience who's listening. When can we get a Troy Lee, Mitch Payton mugshot T-shirt? Sorry. Okay.
oh, I
it's
think you had to
close
call-
enough.
Yeah.
Tell them the story.
Anyway, well,
Yeah.
maybe RV will sell it.
All right.
We'll talk.
Capsule?
Capsule.
Yes, we can do a capsule of this. So,
Capsule.
Mitch and Troy, Marie Callender's.
Went to dinner. And then we sat there. We had a couple beers, and we thought stuff was funny. And then Troy's sister, Carrie, married Bill Keefe, who worked for me. And they moved in this little house and didn't have a lawn in front of their house. And then when we got out of my van, we noticed that they just had finished this restaurant, and they put down sod. And we noticed that it just peeled up. I'm like, you know, it'd be kind of funny is if we stole this lawn. And then they woke up in the morning and they had a brand new front lawn, and they'd be stoked, right?
Yeah.
And then the more we talked about it, we thought it was funny. Well, drank a little bit more. And then pretty soon the restaurant wasn't closed, and they could hear us out there laughing. And we were peeling out a planter of grass and putting it in the back of the truck.
Seems fine.
Troy would roll it up, put it on my lap, and I would load it. And
then roll it over to the van.
And then
how much did you take?
I think it was like 13 rolls.
The whole front lawn of Marie Callender's.
It's like Fun with Dick and Jane. You ever seen that movie when he takes the fucking lawn and
and then pretty soon we didn't know what happened. This guy came out and he goes, "What are you guys doing?" Troy goes, "I'm just taking a leak." And he's like, looked in the van and he's like, "You're stealing our lawn." And we're like, "Oh no, we'll put it back." And then the manager said no.
Yeah.
And then pretty soon cops come.
So did you unroll the lawn?
Well, we put it
think
back.
they had to give it
that
back.
didn't count. And then
the cops
took us.
How old were you guys back then when you did that?
I don't know. We were in our early 20s, like 21, 22.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Not worried about
All
it.
right. Any other questions out there from people? All right. Okay. Come on up here. Sorry, we can't hear anything unless you come up. But by the way, thanks for coming out, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks to Mitch Payton for letting us do this.
Where does AMA find?
When AMA finds someone, where's the money
I think
go?
it goes to the medical truck, the Alpine Star medical unit, and then they go to Road to Recovery or pays the bills for the truck. Yeah, pays the bills, I think. So yeah, everybody. So like when he got fined with J-Law back in the day, that
Actually,
money.
J-Law got fined. I didn't.
You did
I
not
got
get
a
anything?
warning.
Oh, you just got a warning?
Steve Whitlock.
Whitelock, yeah.
Whitelock. Yeah. So the money goes to the Alpine Stars truck to help with the expenses for all that. So.
And actually, just for the medical unit, we talked about just recently for the Alpine Star
Stars.
medical unit, which Alpine Star, Gabrielle donates a ton of money for that. And it's for the safety of our guys, and it's great to have that truck there. And we have doctors that donate and help to be there. We had an x-ray machine that was not really great, and we talked about that with Dr.
that thing
Butner.
was kind of
No,
rough.
It was
analog.
That bone had to be sticking out of the skin for you to get an accurate read.
So we talked about that just recently, and we've all decided, and I did myself, and all the manufacturers have donated money so they can buy a brand new x-ray machine that's way better than what we've had for these guys. Because, you know, like so many guys get hurt, and they need to know what's really wrong and not say, like, it looks fuzzy on the screen.
You got to go to the hospital and get it rechecked.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to know right then if something, what's the matter.
Yep. So we decided that it's a big enough thing that we should put it on us. And we've all donated money, and they're going to be able to get the new x-ray machine right now. So if anybody has any extra money, just like think about a little small donation towards the Alpine Star medical rig, because they use it for all of these guys, and
even like
my guys have been there a ton of times.
Even the media and like the official, anybody who's got sort of something going on, they can go there and get help.
Yep.
Get
I could
advice.
probably break down the entire interior of that rig.
Yeah. All right, and thanks for the question. Thank you. What's that? Yep. Oh, nice, cool. You like it? Awesome. No, thanks to the guys
Congrats.
at OGO. OGO Power Sports, by the way. Pulp 15 code. I forgot to do that read, too. Pulp 15 code at OGO Power Sports.
This would have been me if I would have hosted the show. We did live swap.
Yeah.
This is how it would go.
Yeah, this is how it's going to go.
Yeah.
MTX Braking, too. Michelin, all those guys. I want to thank them. Use the codes on PulpMXShow.com as well. Any other questions for the gang up here? All right. Yep. Right. So the drug testing about the correlation between we've got away from USADA and FIM testing, and now we got USADA now involved, but it's hired by MX Sports and Feld. I think there's still a watch list, right? I believe there's still a watch list and everything.
There is, but also we've had a couple guys that have been like tested positive without knowing they were tested positive. And then if you really look through the research of that, some of the companies that build supplements use a company that builds multiple kinds of supplements.
Just stuff gets contaminated,
and
right?
you can do what they call cross contamination because they don't clean out the lines. So they'll build like one group of stuff and they build another group of stuff, and it's clean when they put it in there, and then all of a sudden they get tested positive and somebody says, I didn't
Can't
do
race for
anything."
4 years.
And then all of a sudden it happens to them. So like it's really critical that they do that. And a lot of companies are really critical about that, but some of them aren't, and they take those supplements and they can be tested positive. And also, if you have a cold and you take, you think you're got a cold, so you take like something for your nose.
Yeah, Phenadrine or something like that.
Yeah, then you're over the limit. It's minimal.
I don't think it was necessarily, to answer your question, based off what I've seen behind the scenes, it's not necessarily
trying to cheat.
It's not like we're not trying to catch guys. It's more so it's kind of more of a streamlined process of if you get caught, it's just everything, like the things that went down with the FIM, with the Stewart thing, it just all got, with the tickle thing, it all got dragged out, and it was just, I think this is just a little bit more of like a streamlined
the penalties were
process.
set around an Olympic process,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Not ours process.
Well,
You probably
and,
know
they're,
more.
and they're talking about a penalty that is like a percentage of this being caught versus same as if you took like
testosterone or whatever.
or EPO or something like that, and you can barely get caught for that stuff if you're like the cheaters that do it in bicycles.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nobody in my mind right now that's riding the Tour de France right now that's completely legal.
Mm-hmm.
They just learned how to cheat.
Yeah.
Well, I could tell you, one of my best friends, Lawson Craddock, is famous for finishing the Tour, broke his scapula on the first day of the Tour de France in 2018 and raced the entire race. I can tell you 100% that man's clean. He just retired though. So.
All right, good question. Yeah, thank you. Anything else? Anybody else? All right. Yeah, if I make it to Loretta's, will my team leave me on the line again? Because like you didn't show up at the area qualifier, you left me alone.
Yep.
I had nobody to set my start hook, nobody to wipe my gate, nothing. Just I was out there just like a loser. And then I would come back to
loser.
I'd come back, sit on my bumper, and look at my phone, wait for my next moto. No,
isn't it still a dirt start?
Great.
no, Mesquite's great.
Wow.
Yeah.
What
Great
about
start.
Loretta's though?
Dirt.
I don't know.
How low can we get that start hook?
We need to get a little
Thank you.
lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Not
gotta
90.
work. Yeah.
90.
How's our map?
120.
Our
I'd
map's
say
good.
140.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mitch.
Go low.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. So hopefully they will. You'll be at the regional
Yes.
to help me and support me at the regional.
Yes.
Okay. If only I had that system, that PC system.
Maybe if you need to earn that thing, get that regional down, and we'll get that
All
system.
right. Okay. You gotta go. You gotta run.
I mean, I don't have to.
No,
but-
I feel I left you waiting. We were supposed to
Oh,
get
it's
you in
fine. Hey,
earlier,
dude,
so.
it's fine. Yeah, I'll do whatever. I mean, you've helped me out a lot in my. No, I mean it.
Well, the last
You
time
have.
you came on, I just railroaded you with insults. So
Yeah, it's fine.
That's
It's fine.
what he
I always
does.
told you. That's what I say, and that's what I say now. The hardest part of RDL is the fact that I have to call it how I see it, and
Yeah.
I gotta analyze this stuff, and sometimes I gotta critique the guys. It's like it's difficult. It's difficult to do, but I mean, you can attest for it. We each can attest for it. When at least I'm not a hypocrite. When I was in it,
Yeah.
I always told you guys,
Oh, yeah.
write whatever you guys
Yeah.
want.
No, and then you would call me and be like, "Why'd you write that?" And I would tell you, and you'd be like, "Well, that's not how it went. This is what it went, or this is what happened." And I'd be like, "Oh shit!" Like I didn't know that. You know what I mean? Things like that. And you were always like, "Yeah, bro, no problem. Just
The problem is there's not a lot of self-reflective people
No,
like
there's
you in
not.
the sport.
I wish I was a little less self-reflective, honestly.
Yeah, probably right.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Give Adam Cianciarulo
Thanks,
a hand
guys.
here.
Appreciate you having me.
Race day live,
Mitch,
fantastic.
Thank you,
buddy.
sir.
And
Thank you. I'm gonna come pick that bike up.
No problem.
Yeah,
when?
Thank you.
Got some space. We got some space.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll be back.
Well, Temecula Motorsports would like you to come by too. Also, so
Hey,
thanks everybody.
I'd like to let everybody know that thing's going to be on a raffle. So like, if you guys want
Oh,
to buy it,
okay. All right.
That'll get his ass in gear.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate
Later,
it.
brother.
All right. RV's coming back, I think, from the bathroom. But also, before we wrap here, we got a little bit of time left here at Pro Circuit. Let's bring in from Yamaha Mike Ulrich, our buddy there. He's a
Aiden
great.
came here too.
Oh,
So.
he is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's bring in Hayden Keefer and Mike Ulrich. Let's do that, and RV can wait aside. Thanks for these guys for coming in. By the way, don't forget about the Works Connection raffle as well for the Pro Launch Start device. And RV's back from. I don't know where.
We
he
should have
went.
like a dip meter. How many times RV's dipped out?
He's got to pee. Actually, you know what, Mike? Yeah, grab a headset there. RV, grab that. Before we get too far into this, Kellen, let's do the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs with RVs because he may bounce. What? Oh shit. Yeah, you got to do that. Yeah, come. Hayden, give up your headset for a second. Kellen's gonna come in.
All right.
Loose
Later,
program. We're gonna do the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs. We'll bring you back, Hayden, right away. And
it's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X-Brand Goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. Freddie Noren, Kyle Chisholm, and more using X-Brand Goggles. You should show Pulp Show 25 to save. Questions submitted by Corey Moser. RV, are you aware of him?
Moser?
Yeah.
Yes.
You are?
I think so.
Okay.
It's the same. Is he a big Shorty fan?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, same guy. All right, 30 seconds on the clock. Kellen is back as the producer. Here we go, Kellen. Good job tonight, Kellen, by the way.
All right, Steve.
All right.
Can you think of a rider that was more miserable at the peak of their career than RV?
Oh. No. He was not miserable behind the scenes. He was really open and funny and all of that, and no one saw that. So that wasn't really him. Stu was not happy a lot. Stu just a lot of pressure, crashing, not happy, media, shy. Stu was also pretty shy. So I would think Stu at times wasn't super happy.
Hey, Steve, can you turn me down just a little bit?
Yeah, I can.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
When looking back on it,
wait.
seeing how.
Hold on.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Looking back on it, do you think you could have loosened up a little bit?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, obviously the older I get and the when I look back on my career, I could have done quite a bit different for sure to be more open and to be easier to be around. I was great inside the truck. Like inside the truck was my place.
Yeah.
But outside I could have been better.
Yeah.
All right. Next question.
All right, for Keefer, if Hayden gets arrested, will you be selling mugshot merch?
No, he's getting his ass beat down when he gets home. That's about all he's getting. Yeah.
All right.
Never mind.
Okay.
That should be my race tech rant.
What?
Go for it.
Just the fucking selling the merch. I guess
I think it was all. I think part of it was set up.
I guess I'm just too old, man.
I do.
Really?
Well, they don't put you in an orange jumpsuit when you are doing burnouts in your car.
And I don't think you're getting arrested for that.
No. Brian and Hayden did not go. No, it was just Hayden. But yeah, okay. I don't want to get into it.
Peace and love. Peace
Steve,
and love.
you're
Yeah.
just a hater.
I know. That's just it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Bed
weird
bugs are
because we're
gonna
Blue
get
Crew
you.
teammates. I wish we could be teammates better.
You
Mean
should
Deeds,
try a little
but
harder.
I will.
Sad.
All
RV, out of all the pro circuit crew, past and present, who can drink the most CLs?
Crew riders.
Anybody, I guess.
I'm gonna have to say Mitch on that one. Maybe I'm a close second. I don't know. I mean, I was only around for 3 years. I wasn't really drinking at that point.
Yeah.
So I think I do a pretty good job, and I know Mitch does a great job.
All I know is when this dude drinks, he wants to wrestle.
Yeah.
Only with you, Keefer.
Yeah, just fucking wrestle me all the time.
All right, Steve, who is the most iconic PC rider and mechanic combo?
Oh. It's a great question. I mean, Jeremy and Skip. Yeah, Jeremy and Skip, the originals.
Simple.
Yeah.
That was my
Yeah,
choice.
Carmichael Watts, great one. Throttle, RV.
Good one.
Pretty good one.
For Keefer, is there a limit to the number of naked dudes in your hot tub before it gets weird?
At the same time or just individually?
Limit.
Individually, no, like whatever. I don't care. I mean, we all have the same shit, right? That doesn't bother
Mike,
me.
have you experienced this at his house?
I have not, but I experienced today at Paula him asking you to get naked because he wanted to see you.
I just
Yeah.
told.
Yeah.
Basically, I just said, "Damn, Steve's looking skinny," and then of course I know what to poke. I poke the bear. I go, "Just get naked. Let me see what you got going on." And then of course that stems on, oh, and he goes crazy. But To answer a guy named Moser's question, no, you go in the
Big
jacuzzi, you
boobs.
do what you want. It's fine.
Big boobs.
Okay.
Okay. RV, who is the best test rider you've worked with, or who taught you the most about testing?
I don't know about test rider.
Yeah, because you didn't really have any. Really.
I mean, Travis at Cowie would do
Okay.
a lot of testing during when I was racing with some shock issues, bike issues, and things like that. But I would say all the learning. I mean, it came every step, right? Bones was a huge influence on, and here at PC was a huge influence on testing. You know, Bones made it. He would very directly ask you. He wouldn't want you to tell me what.
34 seconds.
Tell him what to do to the bike. Just tell him what the bike was doing, and Bones would make a change. So that's why I made that comment of
How
like,
you
just tell them what it's doing. Would
Let
you quit
them-
pushing that fucking button?
30 seconds.
Well, I'm not done yet. So tell them what the bike's doing, and then also up through factory Cowie too, right? Like just learning and developing.
All right, 55 seconds. Thanks.
There you go. All right, last for you, Steve. Where do you rank RV on the list of best PC riders?
Oh, best PC riders. Three outdoors, 1 Supercross in 4 years. 4 years.
No, I was there only 3 years.
3 years.
3 and 3 and 3
And then
races.
3 and 3.
MXON?
Yeah, MXON.
All 3 or all 2. there.
So I
Right?
put Carmichael first and him second, I think. Yeah, because Carmichael had a perfect season in Soupy, 3 outdoors just like him. 2, he has got 1 more Supercross than you. So yeah, RC and then RV.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
All right, Keefer. Who do you think HRC is putting on the bike for a fill-in?
I think it'd be Dino, right?
We'll know soon.
Tomorrow's the announcement for the fill-in for HRC.
All right, and last for RV. RC claims he never cheated on his diet when working with Alden. How closely did you follow the rules?
I followed the rules to a T for the first probably 18 months. And then once I had, dropped all the weight, was winning races, it got longer, like, just the strenuous workout, just the lifestyle of it. Then I would go out on, say, like Tuesday nights, and I would go have a pasta dish and 2 glasses of wine.
Did you notice anything once you went pasta? Did you feel any different since you?
No, I didn't feel any different. No.
Was it Adam that had the Oreo rolls and everything stuffed under the bed?
Probably.
Was that Adam?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was you. No, it wasn't you?
It wasn't me,
Okay.
but yeah, at my house, yeah, probably.
Yeah. Apparently Alden lifted the mattress up, and instead of like porn mags, there was Oreos and whatever.
You're not allowed to eat after 7:30.
Is he still big on like Alden? That you know of? Is he still big on like no meat and all that?
I don't know. So that wasn't a big deal. We used to
Was
do
it?
chicken and fish
Okay.
when I was racing. Really, no red meat.
Yeah.
I think it's changed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's each to everybody.
Did your energy
everybody
dip
their own.
when you first started? Your energy dip down, or did it get better, or what did you notice when you started eating clean?
Well, dude, I was shedding a lot of pounds. Like I said, when I started with him, I was like around my weight right now, 178, 180. So I had some lbs to lose for sure. I don't know. Yeah, I felt better, but that's a tough question because you were getting fitter every day, right? And you were cutting shit out of your diet, you were eating less, but you were working more, and eventually it just got to where, dude, I could ride the road bike as hard as I wanted to, and I could ride as hard as I wanted to.
All right.
But it takes
That
a process.
Yep,
Steve would
that's it.
know it's a process.
Thank you. It is a process.
It's a lifestyle.
It sucks. Sucks balls. Is what
But now it's okay, right?
Yeah, now it's okay. It's
Yeah,
better.
see, it
I
sucks
definitely,
initially.
The last 2-3 months, after 18 months, I've been slipping a little bit, but I've been eating better, eating worse. But
I mean, you're the smallest I've ever
So,
seen you.
all right, that's X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Aiden, let's get in Aiden back in here. Kellen Brower, everybody, producing the show tonight. Mike Ulrich from Yamaha. What's up, Mike? How are you? Thanks for coming in.
I'm doing good.
How was the
Thanks
big,
for having me.
Yeah, how was the big Blue Crew race over the weekend?
Well, if you were there, you'd be able to speak on
I
it.
cover the Supercrosses, sir, so I had to be in Seattle.
But you're also a Blue Crew athlete.
I am a Blue Crew
I'm
athlete
sure
as
been
well.
there.
Yes.
We're gonna fine you.
Okay,
it's a
thank you.
fine.
We're
There's
gonna
a lot
fine
of
you.
fines going around right now.
A lot of fines.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was
Good?
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Glen Helen,
really
a good
good.
turnout?
Yeah, great turnout. I think we're right about twice of what we had last year.
Yeah, see, last year I went. It was an off weekend or whatever, and I went, and yeah, it was okay, but it wasn't packed. So, but this weekend was better. Yeah.
Twice as many people.
Yeah.
Multiple classes for a lot of the riders, and it was awesome. Everybody had a great time.
Who's the biggest pain in the ass, Bradshaw, Dubach, or RV? Because you kind of got to babysit all of them.
Doug, you don't have to babysit.
Doug's the mayor.
Yeah,
Yes, he
Doug's
is.
self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Well,
You can
Ryan's
say
a little bit disconnected this weekend because he's there with his family, with the kids.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I had
He was
mini bike
kinda-
racing, man.
Yeah,
off on the
yeah,
side,
yeah.
So, Bradshaw gets ornery.
He does. Bradshaw gets ornery.
But it's a good
yeah.
time. These guys are awesome. They're so much fun to hang out with, and
I think the Blue Crew races, I think what sort of people started talking to them about a little bit was when you guys were doing the started last year, where you took some Americans over to the Motocross the Nations. RV, you were there as well, and you're gonna do it again this year. So I think that's probably where the families and people are like, what? Like, we got a chance to get selected. It's not even based on results so much. It's also just based on a little bit, obviously. But hey, if RV and Dubach and Bradshaw, you might see somebody that, can kind of do it.
I mean,
you got a
obviously
chance.
results matter. But,
Yeah.
but also just
It's not all results.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Being a good person, you've got to turn in your report card or school records showing you're also paying attention to your education and just being a good person as well as a good rider. The beauty of it is for this year, since the donations is in the U.S., we're going to be able to bring more riders.
Okay.
So right now we're looking at probably 5 riders out of each of those classes.
Each class. So Super Mini, 125s, and 250s.
5 riders from each of the
65.
qualifiers.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So 65. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, 65, 85, 125.
Sorry.
Let me
What?
I'll give you guys some quick info
Okay.
on it if we can, because I'd love to. We get a lot of questions from people.
Yeah,
So one is the age rule. So for the YZ 125 class, it's ages 13 to 16. YZ 85 class is ages 11 to 14, and the 65 class is 8 to 12. And you have to be that age on the day of the race.
Day of the race. Okay.
Day
Sorry.
of the race
not
is,
like a Loretta
is the
thing.
big
Yeah.
kicker. Yeah.
Right. So just to clarify that for people, we get a lot of questions about that.
And this is all on Blue Crew website. You can go sign
Yes.
up. Yep.
So it's on YamahaBlueCrew.com. Blue Crew being BLUCRU. So yeah, please go check that out. We just did the Glen Helen race. The next one is May 16th to 18th at Redbud.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're
Are you going to that?
I'll be at the Redbud.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
supposed
You
to be
jump
at
in the
all of
lead?
them. I mean, if he's not at them,
You
he's
jump in the lead?
getting a fine.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
We'll
okay.
see.
Yeah. So you got to be at all of them.
That's the plan.
Okay.
June 6 to 8 at Oak Hill,
Yep.
Texas. And then those 3 are going to be qualifiers for the donations this year. We're going to do one later in the year, November 7th to 9th at Monster Mountain.
I'd like to go to that. Kiefer, you ever been there?
The best track in America.
Aiden, you been there?
Best track ever.
Yeah, I've heard that. People say
All
that.
right.
I want to go.
Really good.
Yeah. November what?
We'll make
Let's
it
see
happen.
if you commit.
November 7th to 9th.
Dude, I don't. Yeah. So I don't. Paris is the next weekend. Paris.
You can stay in
next
Georgia.
weekend,
with
so,
us.
yeah.
there you
2
go.
hours
Shorter
away.
flight.
Yeah. I'd like to go. Yeah.
So
it'd be
yeah,
cool.
and that one's going to
Yeah.
count as a qualifier for the following year.
Yeah.
For
Okay.
the donations there.
Yeah,
So-
it's been really cool to see that, and like I said, the donations thing. I think when you're over there and you see Canada, U.S., all these other countries, it's pretty neat.
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
neat.
Last year was awesome, and
Yeah.
we got a lot of really good publicity out of it. Davey wrote a really nice story in Racer X. Philip also did a really nice story on it as well. And then yeah, I think once the people saw it, and our kids did so well last year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we had Hayden Nightingale in the 65 class. He got on the podium even with some crashes. Tace Morgan wound up winning the 85 class. And then Chase Lawton, he did well in the 125 class. Unfortunately, he had a crash as well, but rode really well. So the kids were, I mean, awesome at representing our country, and I think it's something that people here can get behind and hopefully get excited about.
Well, there was some kid today on a Yamaha at Paula, and he was ripping on an 80 or 65. I don't know,
Smart,
dude.
Yeah, Jaden
Number
Smart
4?
is good.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
I
he's
couldn't-
really smart.
You didn't find.
He
the
went
number
by
you
me
couldn't
so
see?
fast, I can't see his numbers. I'm on a 450. That kid's legit.
Yeah, he's on our amateur team.
Okay.
And he's
Aiden, you know about this kid?
Yeah, he's ranked number 1 in the entire nation on Verb Moto's
Oh.
amateur thing.
Oh, I'm ranked 33rd 33,000.
You're above me, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just like on the road bike ride.
Exactly.
No, that kid was fast, dude. So sign him up or keep him going.
Yep. That's the plan.
Cole Davies, awesome. Good job for Yamaha, right?
Yeah.
That's a hell of a kid they got. they picked up.
Absolutely.
I remember when they signed him, and we heard he was racing Anaheim or racing Supercross, and I'm like, really? Like, is he? I thought he was just going to go Futures again. I thought that was the plan. So
what happened to the
things change quickly over there.
Yeah.
The one Yamaha kid that Star got for the Futures, from Australia. Where is he hurt or something?
Dudney?
Manier?
Yeah, Manier.
I think he might be having some visa.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's awesome that you guys are doing this for sure, and it's cool that with all the ambassadors, RV, Dubach, Bradshaw, it covers all the ranges, right, of everybody.
Yeah. And it's really cool. On Fridays we do a camp with these guys, so they do like a teaching camp. And
do you tell him not to swear, or does he?
He knows.
Yeah,
he knows
Come on, bro. I actually did the P-dubs this weekend.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. We didn't have P-dubs last year on the schedule,
Yeah.
and then we had P-dubs this year, and we were gonna run them with out on the main track with amongst the 65 and 85 group, and then I came back as like, hey, I'm gonna take these guys over to the AME track, and I'm gonna work with them.
Yeah.
And we had 5 of them, so it was
cool.
good. It was a good time.
No, it's a neat little weekend. So
yeah,
people
so that's what it is. It's us trying to show our appreciation to our customers.
Yeah.
Hopefully give them some kind of a experience that makes it worth their time and effort.
Well, and not only that,
to
it's
be our
also
customers.
no other brand is
Exactly.
investing
Right.
into
Well,
this amateur side of it, right? It doesn't matter if you have a factory ride with Yamaha or you just bought your bike at Chaparral the week before, right? If you have a Yamaha, you are
In the
can
club.
come and you're in the club and
Yeah.
you can come
Yeah.
and enjoy this weekend that's only for Yamaha Blue
Yeah.
Crew racers.
Well, I was gonna step. You got this thing going on, and then when you talk about Yamaha, and again, this is a little bit of a blowing of Yamaha, but like you support me, right? You support some other podcast shows. Wygant as a bike that he rides from Yamaha. John Howell, my guy at Yamaha, is like, hey, do you want a UTV to drive this summer a little bit with your wife? I'm like, okay. Like, so I'm getting a UTV to try. It's like you guys are really,
Must be nice.
really supporting the media, ambassadors, Blue Crew program, customers, right? All of it. Yeah.
I mean,
it's
hopefully it's paying off. And
Yeah.
and like I said, we're just trying to do good things for this industry. It seems like it's sometimes not on its way up and on the trajectory that we want it to be,
Mhm.
and that's what we're trying to really kind of change. We're hoping to make people happy, get them to go outside, enjoy the outdoors, or learn the beauty of the outdoors and get involved in outdoor recreation.
We had a meeting a little while ago, but the outdoor initiative, the outdoor access initiative that Yamaha's doing, people don't really know what's going on with that either. It sounds like an awesome thing where you're helping out trails and helping out tracks and giving grants basically to people who feel like they need them and they ride in and.
Yeah, so we have $10 off the price of every bike that we sell goes to this Yamaha Outdoor Access Initiative, and then basically it's for grants that organizations can apply for to fix trails, keep trails open. We're working on some stuff right now that should be pretty exciting with hopefully some tracks. Can't talk on it until it's done, but hopefully we'll have something good.
Yeah,
to
it's just
talk about
it's
soon.
just if you're out there, you can go on there and if you have a good reason. If an environmental club is coming after you for some stream that's by your track, Yamaha will give you some money to build a dam to keep your trails open, to block off the stream, things like that, right? And it's side by sides, it's street bikes, it's dirt. $10 out of everything. Yeah, goes into that. So I just learned about it. I didn't know anything about it. With snowmobiles or anything. So.
So it needs to be a nonprofit organization that requests the grant. But there's a process that you can find online on Yamaha Outdoor Access Initiative. The money's out there. It's ready to go.
What are we going to do about Kris and this YouTube test that we had where Dave and the Triumph, and Hayden, we already know.
They said you screwed that up, by the way.
Yeah.
How did I screw that up?
Who was? Mike. Mike was telling us today.
Yeah,
about
Mike's
it.
got a discrepancy for you.
Yeah. For people who don't know, Keefer testing they brought out a Triumph, the bike that Keefer helped develop.
Like
and they brought out a Yamaha, and they took a couple people out, and they did lap times.
Yeah,
and
it's a paid promotion right here.
Oh my God!
and then what happened was Dave was quicker on the Triumph. And Mike, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, no, this was during Chris's ride portion of it. I'm pretty sure when Hayden checked the times, you got a 12.99 for Kris on his first lap, and then you called it a 13, which that's fine. That makes sense. But then when you told him his time, you told him it was a 13.99.
Look, I don't know, right? I didn't watch the video.
And we know your mom has a little issue with the phones and the timing.
So I think it's hereditary.
Yeah.
Like the whole stopwatch kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
You set me up just now.
I didn't know. I mean, he just told me this today.
Just now.
Oh shit, asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
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 So, I don't know, Mike. I don't want to put any. I know, there's many people at Yamaha that go through this, but I would suggest taking his bikes back.
Well,
That's
listen,
what I would suggest.
Everybody needs to make their money, right? So
yeah,
we know how it works.
Yeah.
You can't do that though because the whole entire garage is all blue.
The entire garage I was just there last night. It's not all blue.
There's more blue than anything else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Listen, PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, Fly Racing, obviously. And Hayden, for you, big day for you tomorrow, back on the bike.
Big day.
You have been, your amateur career has really been hurt with a couple of injuries. Been on, how long have you been out for? How many times have you been on the bike in a year, let's say?
Not much, man. I got broke my collarbone back in the end of May before my regional.
Before 24. This is 24.
No, this is the previous summer.
Okay.
Yeah, so previous summer.
Yes, 24.
May, broke my collarbone, raced my regional with a broken collarbone. Let that heal. Went back to Georgia because I've been training with Mike Brown and all the Triumph guys and everybody.
Oh, yeah, Triumph, more Triumph.
Yep, here we go. Yep. First day of riding, crashed, dislocated my shoulder. Was done for the summer. Had surgery on my labrum. Started riding again in December, first week of December. Rode all the way until first week of January. And then I dabbed my foot in the turn and tore my ACL. So there hasn't been a whole lot of riding.
No, it's been tough.
Little embarrassed by it just because I'm 19 years old in the B class still, but we're gonna make the most of it. We're gonna try.
I'll show you some photos of me on a KX80. How big I was, still racing 80s. It's obscene, so don't worry about it. 19 in a B class is fine. I was 6. That was this size on an 80.
And at the house, we're making fun of him. We're calling Billy Madison.
Oh yeah,
Billy Madison goes back to school and So
no, it sucks because this is a prime development for you, and you've been off the bike, which sucks. So you're back on the bike tomorrow.
Yep.
First time since the ACL.
Yep.
So
I feel like a kid on Christmas Eve right now.
You gotta go
I'm excited.
To TH, yeah.
I just told him a couple minutes ago. I'm like, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight because I'm so excited.
Yeah. No, listen, and then you got your area in a couple weeks, right? So you're gonna be a little bit behind that, but the area is not a problem.
No.
I can vouch for that. The area is not a problem.
Just do one moto.
Yeah. Just do one moto.
Do one moto.
You will have to do 2, right?
I mean, we're gonna do one just in case.
Okay. But it's been a rough go for you.
Been a rough
so,
couple.
Yeah, let's hope. You
what about the parents?
Stay healthy.
Rough go for the
parents too. What is your best Mike Brown story you can share on the air?
There's a lot that I'm probably not gonna be able to share, but
Brownie, dude.
Yeah, see, most of them are all ones I can't really share.
Okay,
but
all right.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's
Brownie
a lot.
doesn't talk a lot.
No,
he doesn't talk a lot.
Well, when you get to know him and you live with him for a couple months, then the real Mike Brown comes out and he talks a lot.
What about training? Like he's just.
Oh, he's gnarly. Yeah, he's a totally different guy. There's days where like we're probably not even supposed to do a lot, like bicycle ride or something, and me and Jalik would give him shit all the time because we go with this group of guys and everything that are just hammerheads. And before the ride, he's always like,
You tell the guys like zone 1, zone 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be a chill ride today, guys.
Oh, okay. And then he just gets motoring.
Yeah, and then we get into these group of guys, and our heart rate's already at 170, and we're only 5 minutes into the ride. So
yeah, he's an animal.
Yeah.
How 54? 52?
No, 52.
Yeah,
52.
he just turned 52 last year.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't say who it was going to be zone 2 for.
Yeah, no,
he's at
yeah,
zone 2. You guys are at
for
5.
yeah.
And then I guess Hayden, you haven't been around there much, but what's been the vibe at Triumph with the new guys and the new sort of Hewitt's out, right? Jeremy Coker's there. And Scuba's a little more relaxed, I think. So what's been the vibe at Triumph?
I don't really know. I just went back there this past week, and everything seems to be normal. I mean, all the guys seem to be having a good time. Jordan's been killing it. Honestly, I think Austin's been riding good.
Yeah.
Jalik's getting ready to ride here pretty soon. Styles is hurt right now.
Yeah.
But it seems like all the guys are in good spirits.
Jalik's gonna be riding soon.
Pretty soon, he says. Yep.
All right. Is he still dating the chick from 38 Special?
Yeah.
Is that still a thing?
Oh, yeah.
Anytime we can go, she said we can get a ticket.
Really?
Yeah, and get backstage.
Oh man, Jalik's girlfriend is lead singer is 38 Special or something.
Let's go.
Hold on loosely, dude.
Yeah. You like 38?
Yeah. Why
Okay.
not?
Yeah.
I like any good time.
All right.
He does. That should be on the back of your pants.
Yeah.
I like any good time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, check out those Blue Crew races, by the way. And Bradshaw, Dubach, and RV will be at all of them, Mike.
Yep, that's the plan.
Awesome.
Bradshaw's still Bradshaw, by the way. I just
Oh,
wanna,
yeah.
He's out revving the shit out of his bike, and and they're in the motos, and yeah.
He told me, he's like, I just like to stay on 125s because I don't get in trouble. I can't get aggressive.
Yeah, he's got an ego problem. To be honest, like
Yeah.
he keep him off the 450, let him ride a 250F or a 125 because when somebody gets on and roosts on him for a second or shows him a wheel, he
flips.
Yeah, the switch is on.
He popped into one of our races, I don't know, and I passed him, and then as soon as he saw it was me, I just heard the brrr, brrr, brrr everywhere.
Well, no, he said you pissed him off because you
You
revved at
roosted him.
somebody.
Oh,
and
yes.
he thought it was Dubach. He
You've been-
thought
you
you were
pissed-
revving at Dubach, but then it turned out to be somebody else.
Oh,
but
okay.
You
too late.
So
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Bradshaw was protecting Dubach against
Yeah.
the Rev?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You talk
Oh.
trash on me all the time, but not.
It wasn't
I see,
me though.
I see where I get it from. Though.
No.
Yeah.
You revved, but it was at somebody else. It wasn't at Dubach.
Oh. okay.
Why are you revving?
So,
It's a
yeah,
Blue Crew
it's-
race,
it's
bro.
you.
I
Yeah.
wasn't
Why
really
are you
revving.
revving?
Those things suck air, dude. It's intake
Chill,
noise.
bro. Chill back.
It's a Yamaha, man. It's
Yeah.
intake noise.
And Mike, you rode today. You're at the Paula. We rode a little bit.
I
You
did,
caught and
yeah.
passed me again. I was just disgusted in myself. So, good job on that because you barely ride now. These
Mike
days.
won his class,
Wow.
by the way, on the Blue Crew race.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you riding more than I know, more than I thought about. Like,
No.
Oh.
No. I rode 2 weeks ago when I realized that this Blue Crew race is
'Cause
coming up.
Darkside said that last year he pushed you so hard, you knocked the shoulder out. Like that's what Dark was saying.
Now, speaking of dark side, I wore my dark
Oh.
side switch
Yeah.
just for Chris.
Yeah, but you work for Yamaha.
Well-
That's fine. Darkside with the glasses.
Still a good-looking
The
sweatshirt.
glasses.
Doug came out to me today. He's like, I'm wearing dark side. I'm like, holy shit.
Hey,
Who's-
and
who said
I
that?
brought some hats out
Doug.
for
Oh.
all these people that decided to stay the whole
Oh,
time.
Yeah.
yeah,
if
we
we
got
can-
the
if
tough
we can throw
guys
some
here.
out.
Yeah, thank you everybody.
Toughen it out.
Willow's trying to steal one.
Yeah,
I'll,
just
I'll get
don't
you
worry
another
about
one.
it.
later.
Okay.
So,
How do you want to give
Rich,
those out?
you got to
Or
get one later.
What do we got to do?
it's up to you. Here, you
No,
can
it's
take
up
them
to
and
you.
throw them out to people or
Hayden, throw them out
questions
to
or
people.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh,
you
We'll
guys
just
take
come.
care of it.
Everybody,
Yeah,
women
yeah,
can throw
yeah.
anything. Yeah.
I'm not throwing
Yeah,
them.
we're not gonna throw everything.
Okay.
I got to do my reads. I got to do a couple of reads. Pulp 20 code at Maxima and Pro Filter will save. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. I'm probably gonna lose.
Did you
all these
call someone to
sponsors.
get the right codes? So did
No.
Pookie go upstairs and get the
Pookie
code?
sent me a photo of everything, but that's it. No code. So factory chassis parts. I got their motor mounts. Their races in. You got the races in your Blue Crew as well.
Races are good.
Pulp 25-chassis is the code to save with those guys. MTX Braking, PulpMX code to save with them as well. Don't forget WUSA, not far from here. And also Ethica, PulpMX 20 code at Ethica saves. You use that code for me.
Yes,
you,
I did.
You use the code at Ethica.
I pay because I love the motor. The MX socks are the best thing.
Yeah. So thank you for everybody for coming on board. PulpMXShow.com. You can get the codes there and save with those guys. So thank you again. All right. Anything else, Boston, this weekend? What's happening? What are we gonna see? Webb and Sexton in some order.
I think
Is
Sexton's
I
going to
hope
rebound.
a mud race.
A mudder.
Well, we haven't really had a real good one this year,
Yeah.
right?
No, we haven't.
I don't think so.
No. I
Really turn the tables.
Yeah. Be great. AP maybe Barsha.
Yeah.
Barsha's good in the mud. Won a few years
AP's
ago.
due for one in the mud, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, and he's been good when it's soft.
Yep.
So
And then the East Coast guys pick back up. So
yeah, it's gonna be hard to beat those.
Vial hasn't won a race. Got
Yeah.
10-point lead.
But he doesn't look like he's threatened to win one.
He doesn't. No.
No.
But
Consistency.
yeah. No, I know.
That European style. Long
Can Hammaker
season.
get it done? Do you think? Is he too far back? He's
Oh,
13.
for a championship?
Yeah, he's 13 back, I think, or something.
I mean, yeah, we're sitting here in pro circuit, so yes, I would I would hope, right?
Yeah.
But 13 points right at this point in the season, like that's
There's
things
still a
have
couple shootouts coming out too. So.
yeah, but things have to kind of fall in place, right? He's got to keep riding well, but then also some shit's kind of got to happen too
Mhm.
at this point,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah. No, that series is a little interesting to me, but Vial. I mean, Val's just so good starter, good consistent. Like you're just like, dude, he can just.
I think he's going to win the championship, but him seeing like winning a race, I just don't see him.
If
winning.
he wins the championship, he's got to go to 450s.
Yeah, I think he's going to go 450 anyway.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
I do. I think he's going to. I think he wants to be there.
And Mike, what is going on with Tomac for next year? Tell us what is happening. Tell
Yeah,
us, Mike.
I don't know. We need to get through this year.
Okay.
So,
Does he come
yeah.
back for Supercross?
Is he riding yet?
He said on the re-raceables he's getting about ready to get back on a bike.
Okay.
This was like
Yeah,
a week and a half ago or something.
I'm not. I think last week I heard he was maybe like a week or two away.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'd say
yeah.
it would be about the time he starts riding.
So he
again.
can maybe make Soupy? I don't know. Like,
You mean SMX?
I don't know. He's supposed to be retired.
no, yeah, he's still racing. He wants to keep racing. So
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, everybody. Let's call that a wrap on the PulpMX show for tonight.
Man, it is a short show.
It is a short show,
Jeez.
absolutely. No, listen, I really want to thank
We
Mitch.
put all of that into an hour and 20 minutes on my show.
How-
All of that.
Just
into an hour
jam-packed.
and
All of
20.
it.
Yeah,
Really?
that's how
Yeah.
good it is, and
How-
we can execute.
How's the co-host? Is he okay?
Yeah, we're fucking awesome.
You're rolling along?
Yeah, we
Okay.
just do us.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We do
Okay.
us, and we do it awesome.
I felt bad for the guy. He was getting blown up online a little
Well,
bit.
I don't
there,
know.
but-
I'm here. I'm there to help him through all of that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
We're fucking awesome. We put all of that jam-packed into an hour and 20 minutes, Steve, not 4 fucking hours.
We had a lot to talk about tonight. I want to thank Mitch Payton and Camellia for helping us out. Bones Bacon, of course, doing this. That's awesome. Adam Cianciarulo, Nick Way, Vincent Way. This guy sitting in the whole show.
Whole show.
The whole show. Once again, just
You're welcome, Steve.
Yep, helping me out. Fantastic. Really appreciate that. Aiden, thank you. Appreciate it. Good luck on the bike.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll see you there tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're going
Yeah.
double dipping.
Back at Paula?
GH.
That made me
GH.
happy.
GH.
Yeah, GH.
Ooh.
That made me
What's
happy
that mean?
right there.
What's that mean?
Oh.
No, I got fucking mini bikes to work on.
I thought
Yeah, you got Cal Classic coming up.
I got Cal Classic.
Yeah.
We finally got his kids on 65s.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, this has been.
They're off the orange things. Oh.
Well, we're Cobras for 50s.
Oh.
We have 8 more months on Cobra 50s.
Okay.
Great bike, by the way. And then 65 full time.
65s? Okay.
Full time.
The
All right.
Cobra thing. That might be a fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
It
That's a
could be.
fine. No, absolutely. No, Mike,
Yeah.
thank you again for coming in. Appreciate
Yeah.
all the support as
Thank you.
always. Thanks, Kris Keefer, everybody.
Yeah.
Give him a hand.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Thank
that. Kellen, thank you to
Yeah,
Kellen
good job,
for coming
Kellen.
in. Marks was going to come down, and then Kellen said, "No, Marks. It's been my lifelong dream to be the producer for the show, and I'll handle it."
That's right.
Something like that? Yeah, something like that.
Good job, Kellen.
So I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody coming in tonight, and for the PulpMX show. Thanks to our guests as well. Thanks to you guys, of course. And yeah, fantastic to have.
Next week, same old Vegas.
Yeah, we'll be back in Vegas next
All right.
week. So thanks everybody for listening. Really appreciate it.
wanna get
And
off
we
my
are
chest.
out of here.
And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.